10 o'clock. No, 12. What the hell am I talking about?
12 o'clock today?
Yeah.
Did you ever go to sleep, man?
No.
You're addicted, man. Oh,
I
oh.
know I'm not going to have time for the rest of the week. That's why I'm just like, I might as well hit it all in one shot.
And you're in Ramadan, right? And you're supposed to be not right fasting from these
Well,
things.
I was very productive today. Very productive. Um, I went to see fireworks, which was amazing. I never been so close to fireworks in my life.
Did you go to
Like,
The Macy's one?
no, I
Because I
would
heard the
never
Macy's
go.
one was I heard the Macy's one was spectacular this year. I missed it.
No, I go to these okey doke ones that in front of a stadium with amateurs and but
Oh,
it's amazing. Yeah, it was really hardcore. And this one was like the closest I ever got to fireworks in my life.
okay. Well,
Yeah, it was good.
you never lit fireworks?
Actually, no, I never did.
Wow.
I had like M80s and stuff like that, but I never lit. In New Jersey, they're illegal.
Illegal, yeah.
Yeah, they're illegal. Yeah.
In New York too. Well, I remember as a kid, even though they were legal, I mean, now it's
Yeah,
the 70s and stuff. I mean, but nobody bothered you, but it was like war zone, you know? It was like the blocks would be competing with one another.
yeah. The like I used to make believe they were like missiles. Like
Uh, yeah.
no, it was good today. It was really good.
Yeah, I shot off some fire. We do it every year, shoot off some fire. Not, nothing fancy, I mean, 'cause they can get expensive, And the thing here in Pennsylvania, I mean, they have the little, sparkly fireworks anybody can buy. But if you want the good stuff, it's just totally crazy. You got to have an out-of-state license, but then you can't technically, you can't even shoot them off or go over the border with them. Makes no sense. But nobody seems to bother anybody.
Well, like back in 2000, I went to this place called South of the Border, and it was like a path marked full of fireworks.
Hmm.
I thought I was like in dreamland. I was like, what is this? It was
Oh yeah,
like,
they got them all over here. Firework outlets all year round. You could buy them.
wow, man. See,
Yeah,
I'm not used to stuff like that. That's
I know.
crazy.
Man, Illinois can't even have firecrackers.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
you could buy a shotgun in Walmart over here.
Hey, so can we. We just can't have firecrackers.
Reuven, I appreciate the video, Reuven. Even though I couldn't quite understand some of it, I heard that it seemed like he was sticking up for me, and I appreciate that. I thank you.
Hey, Norse, you still looking out your window, dude?
I'm paranoid. I have to.
He never
I
leaves
got
that
that
window.
car right up there.
The car
Oh, that
never.
car is still there. Holy shit.
Yep.
Unusually chilly tonight here in Northeast.
Yeah, I have all the windows open. The breeze is coming through. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean I'm out on my patio, but dude, it's a little chill. I have to put a sweatshirt on here. It's crazy.
Well,
Ugh.
so how was everyone's day?
Well, my day was good. Had a party for my birthday and well, my wife's birthday and our anniversary. So we had some friends over, made a nice big fire, shot some fireworks. Wife cooked up a storm. We had a good time. Good time today. Good time.
I thought some fireworks.
So- and how was your day, Cerberus?
Oh, it was uneventful.
Uneventful. Cerberus, what's your if you don't unless you don't want to say it, what's your first name?
Well, I'll tell you what my mother calls me.
Oh, you're funny. I like that. I like that.
No,
Good.
but
Jesus
what my
Christ.
mother calls me isn't actually my real name.
Oh, okay.
She calls me Frank.
She calls you Frank.
No, come on, don't tell me that, man.
No, she does. Because she's it's poking fun at me because it's like Frankfurter or Wiener.
Why would she call you? She calling you a wiener? Why would your mother call you a wiener?
We always poke fun at each other. That's just
Okay.
kind of our relationship.
Are you Italian?
No.
Okay, Italians.
Yeah, I'm mainly Irish and German.
Okay. But what's your real name? Do you want to say or no?
Nah.
Okay. Okay, I'll call you Wiener.
Welcome to the room, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
How
Hey,
you doing,
Mike.
Mike?
All right.
Someone's yawning.
We're all here together again.
Like a happy family.
Yeah, we are becoming like a family.
I like it. Dysfunctional, but good.
What family isn't?
There's so much truth in that.
There's always drama in every family. Come on.
Absolutely. Especially if there's Johns in it. Like John Mays.
Oh God.
Was he in tonight?
I don't know. You guys got. It seems like you guys got like a love affair going on between you and John.
There
He's
is.
asking,
It's a
he's
very
always asking for you. You're always asking for him.
Hey, Mike, you want me to look for him?
absolutely.
Am I gonna have to
He
hear
might.
cunt every other word out of his mouth? Cunt.
I can't hear you. I got an ear infection.
Do I have to hear
Oh, he's fun. He's fun. He's harmless.
Yeah,
You
he
just
is.
have to mute him. Yes, he's misunderstood, aren't we all?
I wanted to ask him because the other night, him and Rob were going at it, Beasley, and I kind of drifted off, and I can't, I don't know, and
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to him, ask him something. So
What did you want to ask him?
it was something he said. He always had he said he had an argument for Rob Beasley, and I'm trying, I can't even think straight. Or I remember he said he had some kind of argument that was never been beaten. And I mean, he was really going out with Robin. It was, it was pretty interesting. I feel so, unfortunately, I was dozing off.
Oh, the meaning of life is the arrangement of atoms.
Is that what they were discussing? I'm trying. Let me see.
Yeah.
The meaning of life, but I don't know about the arrangement of atoms.
See,
All
I
right.
think he's mad at Rob only because Rob interrupts him.
Yeah. And they're
He
both
always
out.
goes
And
like,
they
no,
keep
no,
doing,
no, no,
no. They both do that. No, no.
no,
tell you
I am
about-
righter than you. Well, and I think he thinks that Rob is boring, and and of course he's Captain Excitement.
I'm just hearing the same story over and over, I guess.
Well, explain it to me. What story are you hearing over and over again?
The two wolves story.
Well, explain that to me. Go deeper.
Go deeper. That's what she said.
Go deeper. See, we corrupted the other John. John the deist is now deeper.
Yes. Yes, Wiener.
Speak your mind.
No, I was laughing and then I had a little cough.
That
Now,
was your
why are
day.
you calling him Wiener?
Yeah, why aren't you
Oh, I
calling
had
me
an
Frank?
awesome day.
It's an inside joke. I can't, if you were here sooner, if you got in here when you were invited, you would have caught it. But you weren't. So now you're going to have to just, be in wonder for at least 24 hours.
Well, I got off of work tonight, and my wife picked me up to show me this house she wants to buy. So That's why I was late.
She showed you this house she wants to buy? Wow,
Yeah,
usually it's
we
a
buy
piece
and
of
sell
jewelry. She wants a house.
Hey,
Yeah, well, yeah, we're known to buy a few.
The jewelry don't work no more. The car don't work. Now she wants the house.
Absolutely.
I guess
Start
I'll
with
have to
that.
look.
Now, does she want her own house? Is that it? She wants to, like, her
Well,
own car?
I'd be okay with that, but yeah, no, I don't think I don't think she's up for that though. She'd be very happy side by side until they put soil on us, or she kills me first, one or the other. Haven't quite figured it out. Yeah. So what are you guys talking about tonight besides someone's name is Wiener?
We're just shooting the breeze, asking each other how our day was. So, how was your day, Michael?
It was all right, it's much of the same, dealing with the public, some very emotional people at times, but retail's like that.
Uh-huh.
You have to put out the fires and be kind and
Oh man, yeah, you see all types in retail, that's for sure.
absolutely, yeah. It's you have to be, I don't know, patient, loving, kind of like these hangouts. You see
I would
all
have to
kinds.
disagree.
Right.
Retail's much more civilized than Hangouts.
You know what? Depending on what hangout you're out, like
That's right.
John the Deist, I have to agree. Hangouts and Ruben's hangouts are pretty civil, but I'm seeing, anything with G-Man and what is it Arcane or oh my God, they were trying to slaughter him the other day when I was watching. So, does anybody know anything? Am I saying that right? First, Arcane. Am I saying that wrong? I think that's the guy with the Egyptian.
Yeah, he's my arch nemesis.
Okay, go deep.
Go deeper. Go deeper, Frank.
I already went too deep already.
Now, how much longer are you guys going to be on?
We just started.
No way. Okay,
Yes way.
I've got a
Yeah.
super urgent call here. I will come back. I know you hate that, but
Yeah,
please
yeah.
let me back in
And
later. Okay?
go
I
talk to
Why
promise
don't
your
you come back with the topic?
I'll come back with a top. Maybe I'll bring a couple ladies. How about that? That'll be
Ooh.
a better topic.
Ooh.
Bring out
Bring
the
your wife
leader.
in
Oh,
here.
please.
Bring your wife in here. I want to talk to her.
Frank's lonely. Frank needs company.
No. I want to be lonely.
That seems lonely. Let's send him some strippers.
Where do you go from that? All right.
Go to your phone call. Go to your urgent phone
Please.
call, Michael.
All right.
Says he's on an urgent phone call, stays for another 5 minutes.
I know, yeah. It couldn't be so urgent. Now I'm going to have to question him.
Testing. Can you hear me?
No.
Loud and clear.
No, I cannot hear you, Norse.
I cannot hear you.
How does
You
this
gotta yell
microphone?
this shit.
How does this microphone sound compared to the other one?
I don't know how your other one sounded, but this one sounds good.
Okay. Good. Good.
Now you
This
got to
one's-
hold that thing? You got to hold that mic to talk?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Now if he
just
says
try-
something
too
really good, he
visual
could
for
just
me,
mic
man.
drop.
It's like a rock star mic, I'm gonna
Yeah.
break out in karaoke or something.
Yeah, come on. You got to do something. Yeah, you don't sing, remember?
Yeah. No.
You got your
But now
muscles.
hold on. I'm gonna let you finish, but G-Man has the worst arguments of all time.
Fuck you.
Who has the worst arguments?
G-Man, that's just a joke with the microphone. Never mind.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, G-Man's been getting good on the mic. He actually can drop a couple of beats now.
Really, he
Couple
actually
rhymes,
has
dope
a
rhymes.
beat.
I'm sorry, a dope rhyme I meant.
He has a whole album, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know if he has an album yet, but
He has a couple songs.
Well, you know what? As much as you guys love talking about G-Man, atheists and Christians alike, and Muslims are like,
yeah,
talking,
Brother John
you know
has.
what? It'd be so great for G-Man to put out a CD because he'd be selling them like crazy.
Like hotcakes, man, like hotcakes.
I'll be honest, the way G-Man raps, it makes hope that I might actually do better than karaoke.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good right now, man.
So J-Dubs, you got a muscle shirt on tonight? What's that?
No, just my rags that I normally wear. Nothing special.
You sleepwear.
My sleepwear, yeah.
There
That's
you go.
right.
As long as you're comfortable.
Yeah.
How's
What
your
up?
day?
Hello.
What's going on, Rendino?
Just got off work. Just entered the room. Tired, hungry. How was your guys' 4th of July?
I hung out with Roven. It was good.
My 4th of July was awesome.
Blow
I
some
made-
shit up?
I just had it 2 hours ago. It was freaking amazing.
Frank's never been close to fireworks. You
No, it was
deprived
exciting.
child, you. You're a deprived child.
I used to always see it far away, but this time I was up close and personal.
Up close and personal. They never shot fireworks where you lived when you were a kid? I mean, I don't know. Where did you grow up?
They shot fireworks, but there were bullets.
Not really
That's
fun to
rough.
watch there, bullets.
Was
But
that
I
like,
didn't say that.
was that like in Camden, New Jersey? Like the shithole of the fucking country?
I think I brought the shithole with me. I don't know, man. But I saw a lot of fireworks. Not the kind that was spectacular.
I'm with Steve Landon, who ran for governor. Governor of New Jersey recently. He, just bulldoze Camden and just start all over again.
There you go. Let him migrate north with Frank.
Yo, I never been to Camden, New Jersey. I hear so many stories about that place.
A lot of people haven't been to Camden, New Jersey.
I'd never heard of it until just now.
Well, go do a Google. It's like one of the worst fucking cities in the world.
I think it's going to become a tourist attraction.
No, you know what's going to happen? It's going to fall apart, and then the Chinese are going to buy it, and then it's going to turn into one giant mall.
There you go.
Lucas, the deal with the cars ever since I said I was going to join the jihad in Iraq, that car's been sitting out there, so I'm a little paranoid now.
Hey, Norris, just keep it there so I could just watch with you because I actually
Okay.
was enjoying it.
Okay, I'll keep it on then.
Oh, if they're listening to him, then they're listening to all of us. We should all sit here and just like say bomb randomly.
You know what? I should check outside my window and see if I have the same type of car out.
All the shit I've been saying on the internet for the past 5 years, I'm probably on 6, 7 different government lists. I wouldn't be surprised.
So, Durga Muhammad Jihad?
Yeah, I'm a what's it called, Ruvid? Someone who joins the jihad, Muzaddin.
Mujahideen.
Yeah, that's what I am now. Proud member. I got my package in the mail. They gave me my own rocket launcher. I'm having fun now.
Make
You
sure
gotta-
you get your certificate.
My
you get-
certificate. Yep.
You get your membership card?
Yep. 50% off camels every year.
You got a rocket launcher? I just got a bomb vest and said, better luck next year.
Yeah. Well, last year all I got was a lousy T-shirt that said I joined the jihad, and all I got was a lousy T-shirt. But this year was a little better.
Hey, you know what's funny? I actually shot a rocket launcher.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
You shot a rocket launcher, but you've never been near fireworks. What the hell?
No, I've been near fireworks. It's just the wrong type of fireworks.
I recommend people checking out Arnold Schwarzenegger's YouTube channel, man. He has crazy videos, dude. He's like driving a tank, blowing up houses in it. I
Right
will
now?
terminate you. Yeah, on his YouTube channel. Yeah, it's awesome.
Hey, if you were the Terminator, wouldn't you?
Maybe,
Well, yeah.
maybe we should send him to Camden.
I am the
Might be an
governor.
improvement. Yeah, unfortunately, he was mine too.
Oh, you're a Cali boy?
I'm in Hollywood.
California.
So you guys may say that place in Jersey is shitty. I'm sorry, Hollywood, my bar is pretty low. It's got to be really bad for me to say it's shitty.
What's? I mean, it might be crap, but at least you're in California, right?
Well, put it this way. They got like the highest, Kansas got like the highest crime rate, I think, and yet they cut their police department, I think, a year or so ago.
Oh, that's always a good response.
Yeah.
Rising crime, you're fired, cop.
The fire.
Have you ever seen the Camden website? It's like the happiest thing on earth.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, like the freaking mayor is smiling and shit. I don't
He's
know.
probably smiling because he's getting robbed right then.
No, it's a she.
Oh. I could make a very sexist joke, but I think I won't.
I think she's like a principal, man. I don't even
You
think
gotta
she's a
watch
freaking mayor.
Luke, you gotta watch what you say, man. You might get a YouTube video made about you. I know it all too well.
She's she's like 10th in line for the mayorship. They just got right through him. She was the secretary, right?
Wait, now hold on. If somebody makes a YouTube video of you, doesn't that mean that you've arrived?
Nah, I don't think so. YouTube's nothing.
Yeah, true that. Say that to Justin Bieber, though.
Oh, that's how he got famous, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
YouTube videos, yeah.
Wow. He didn't get famous because of YouTube. He got famous because of Disney.
He got discovered through YouTube.
Who's that? Who's that?
Justin
Bieber.
Bieber.
Justin Bieber? Oh, God.
Are you a believer, Brother John?
Am I a what?
A believer.
A believer?
No, hold on. That was the right
A
response.
believer?
That's what they call fans of Justin Bieber, a believer.
Believer.
Like a believer, but a believer.
I'm gonna get that shirt. I'm gonna wear it.
I'm a believer. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. There are a couple songs I do like of Justin Bieber, but with his
I know you do.
but with his behavior lately, I mean, what the fuck? And now you're still gonna give him work? I mean, where's the protest? Where's the outrage here?
The fan went to his head. You see it all the time.
Like I said, Brother John, we don't have protests in the country anymore, man.
Believer. That's it, Ruben. It's believer, and they believe in the lie.
Hey, Brandino, you married yet?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Oh, what happened? Were you just engaged?
That sounds. You took our advice.
Yeah. Strangers on Google Plus helped me out of a jam.
Good.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Glad to do God's work.
Yeah, God's work. Yeah, no, I spent 4th of July over with her and shit.
Cerberus will tell you there's no need for all the formality in the paperwork.
Hey, Benny.
I would agree, too.
Benny, you're always cyber yelling. Please.
My ears, man, they need a rest.
Is there going to be another text fight?
Text fight.
There's always a text fight.
Ruben and Ben.
Makes for a great video, though, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, I love reading, watching a video.
All right, who's masturbating?
Oh, yeah, I'm masturbating with 10 guys in the room, yeah.
Okay, I only turned off my camera because I was putting on a new
Circle
pair of pants. I
Yeah.
was putting on my pajamas.
Masturbating to Google Hangout full of guys. Okay, you're right.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I just got in trouble. Hold on.
I got caught masturbating.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why
still
you
in
don't get
Ramadan.
married.
What are you doing? What are you talking about? You're still in Ramadan. Go to your corner. So Brandino, I guess since there's a lull in the room, I'm gonna have to pick on you. What changed your mind? If you don't mind, you don't have to answer, of course. Did he freeze?
She just didn't have the golden hole. Nothing to
Okay,
it.
ambivert. Okay. All right, Brandon. I think if you hear me, Brandino, I think you have to reload. You're frozen.
So what's on the agenda for today, Reuven?
You gotta make that louder.
Whatever I want it to be.
Oh,
What is Luco here doing? Oh, he's playing an Xbox. He's like, fuck it, I'm going to play some Xbox.
Well, I was gonna do it anyway, but I thought it'd be better than you guys staring at my face.
Man, you're using an old ass tube TV, bruh.
Keep forgetting I paused it. It was actually free. I found it on the curb, and I don't have enough money to get another TV yet.
Man, that's awesome. There's a possibility you can mute because it's a little bit loud. I hear people dying, getting blown up. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sorry about that. I forgot I had it on.
It's not a problem, man. We had Cerberus yesterday playing Doom. He was like blowing the heads off of zombies.
zombie killer.
Oh,
Well, it's worse that every time I get a headshot, I have like a little celebration, apparently.
So Benny, what type of games you play besides Saints Row? BFBC2, Battlefield Bad Company 2 online. That's pretty cool. That's not a bad game. Say that again one more time, Ruben.
It's old as dirt.
Oh, it's old as dirt, yeah.
It's old as dirt. Frank left the room. He must have really got into trouble.
Getting the frying pan on the head, is that what you're trying to say?
What are you talking about, masturbate?
Well, it's not like we're the most civilized people.
The thing is, he's in Ramadan and he's got to avoid anything of sexual nature.
Yeah. Hangouts is probably not the best place to be.
oh wait, does that mean I could start the drawing I was starting yesterday?
Go
Or
ahead.
finish it? Is that in here?
Yeah, he got elected, man. He's out of here. Raptured.
God. Hey, J Dubs, did you start a new channel or something?
I haven't, no.
Chinchilla something?
Oh, that's my well, it's not new, but yeah, that's my pet channel where I keep all my pet videos.
Oh, okay, all right. I figured it was you, and because I got the add to circle thing.
Yeah, I figured that add you so I can keep up with you.
So now I'm gonna see some chinchilla videos, huh?
Maybe, possibly.
So you make them do any tricks?
Chinchillas can learn to do tricks. I haven't teach them anything yet, no.
Let's see a chinchilla go through a ring of fire.
Oof. They're pretty hairy. It sounds dangerous. Fluffy. Too fluffy for that.
What kind of tricks can they do?
You can make them walk on two legs. You can like make them roll on demand. Things like dogs can do.
Really?
It's more difficult though, but yes, you can.
So how do you discipline a chinchilla if it doesn't follow your command?
It's like the same way like a dog, you use like a clicker or like a treat or it just takes patience. Because they're very skirmish, they're very sensitive, so it takes a bit.
What do you mean a clicker? Is that when they do something wrong?
Like you never seen like a dog trainer, like every time like a dog does something nice or something correct, he'll like click a button and it makes like a clicky noise.
Okay.
Like it's I don't know, I think it has to do with something psychologically, like it makes the dog understand that that's what you did something right, and it's like it works the same with a chinchilla.
Okay. But what if the dog does something wrong?
He doesn't get a treat.
That's it. There's no like. I guess they'll raise a voice, right?
Well, you keep as I'm not really particularly sure how it works, but I just think you keep saying the command over and over until he does it correctly, and then you give him a treat when he does it correctly, and then he learns that okay, when I do it right, I get a treat. When I don't, I don't.
No. I hear you.
Are you looking? Do you have pets?
I have a cat.
Oh, okay.
You can't train. Well, you could train cats to a point. You can, but they're just their own. They're gonna do what they want to do.
Yeah, they're prima donnas.
But
I like cats. I have cats too.
I mean,
I take care of the stray cats we have in the neighborhood.
like my cat for the most part knows where like it's allowed to go and where it's not. Like she knows she can't go on the couch. She knows.
Right.
The bedroom's off limits. I'm not gonna have the fur on the freaking couch or my recliner. Ain't happening.
Yeah.
Most of the time I have her on the patio, but when she comes in, if I say, go, I can say, you want to go, go out. She knows to go right to the door if I want her to go out. She knows the word eat. If I say you want to eat, she'll always meow. I know she's hungry.
I guess I'm more of a cat person myself than a dog person. Dogs are a lot of work, you gotta walk them and
I do
be
want
a lot more affectionate. Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do want to get a dog.
You definitely have the land for it, for a couple.
Yeah.
What type of breed do you are fond of?
I don't know. I mean, I like Labradors,
Okay.
but I want something that's gonna be. I don't know how protective they can be because I want a dog to be like a watchdog. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna want a German Shepherd then.
Yeah, German Shepherd, maybe a Collie. Although I think a Labrador.
This is what I choose.
What's that, What the hell is that?
He's like dropping his controller, his monitor.
Actually, no, that's a light I had on my desk.
Oh, there you go.
What is that, like a husky mix?
Yeah, it's a husky. Currently shaved though.
What's the dog's name?
Ubel, Yubel.
Melo.
Okay.
Email?
It's based on a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Well, definitely steps above Pokemon, so I give you credit there.
My great aunt had a freaking husky. Thing was huge. I mean, I guess when I was a kid, when when I went over there, so I guess the dog was kind of big to me. But they had to keep that thing in the other room. It was like, I don't know.
I don't know why this microphone, I can't steady its volume. Do I go like up? Do I like get higher, lower, depending on where I move?
It sounds pretty constant to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
My internet died. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Hey Frank, welcome back. You all right there?
No, I gotta be nice right now, so just waiting.
Mm.
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
Just waiting.
What are you waiting?
I'll talk to you. Man,
Okay. We'll talk later, huh?
Yeah, I'm just gonna listen. I invited this guy Joseph. I really hope he comes. I really do.
Joseph, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
So why?
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be freaking great. That's why.
What's his
Yeah.
political and religious beliefs?
Oh, this dude is straight up on Jesus juice.
Okay.
100%. Yeah, this guy is just whacked out. But
Jesus
you know,
juice, or is he, or Pat Robertson milkshakes? I guess no one got that joke. He does.
nah, worse than that.
Pat Robertson does sell Jesus milkshakes. If people were wondering, he does do that.
Yeah, this is on steroids. This guy is amazing, actually. So I'm just hoping he
It's
comes.
funny. We're inviting Christians for our amusement.
Nah, but this
I don't have
guy,
no problem with Christians.
I have no beef with Chris, but this guy is on a different level, dude. I have
Well, there,
never
you
seen
know.
anything.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you if he's on this level. Go Google a guy named John Crowder, and you will watch some of his videos. You want to talk about way out there Christianity?
Yeah, Luca, man, there's people outside my house still shooting off fireworks, man. Must be leftovers.
Okay, where I used to live, it was like you'd know there was a 4th of July or a New Year's Eve because that week prior they'd start.
Yeah, it's like a countdown.
Oh, and also that, then they would spend the other week getting rid of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, same here. Not until sundown.
Benny, I don't think I ever asked you, what do you politically and religiously believe?
Benny's a troll.
Benny's a good man. Benny actually showed his true stripes with me the other day. He proved to me that he's a good guy.
Okay.
Because he hates Albanians? What?
Yeah, that's what did it for me, the Albanians.
How could you hate European Puerto Ricans? Oh, that's bad, man. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And then the Polish or the Mexicans, yeah.
Hey, Norse, you look very French. Like that French.
Do I at the with the mustache?
Yeah, it looks like French art.
Yeah, I don't really particularly look Irish, do I?
Not with that drawing.
Reuven was telling me about Spain. You know, basically, Ireland was like settled with by Spaniards. So I don't know.
Are we looking out your window?
Yeah, I'm keeping a heads up. That black car's been watching me for days now.
Oh man, are you on Tweak?
If you mean jihad, then yeah, I am.
Good enough.
I'm fighting my struggle, bro. Got that internal struggle.
Yeah, you teach them infidels.
Yeah. I don't. I say this all the time. I don't have problems with the Muslims. I'm waiting for them to come, take over.
Yeah, I definitely want a female Khalifa. I better shut the fuck up, man. Hold on.
Oh yeah, don't that. Yeah, remember that yesterday? What you were telling me? That's oof. Not good. Well, awesome actually, but not appropriate.
I know, but it's such a great story, though.
Welcome to the room, Rob.
Hi, mate. Hey, gang.
Hey, Robbie, what's up?
G'day, Frankie. How are you, mate?
It's good, man.
Hey Rob, what's going on? Hey,
G'day,
if you guys, there's some clips of this guy John Crowder if you're interested. You know, he's talking about Token the Ghost. You know, smacking it for Jesus like you're doing a heroin trip. I'm telling you, you want to talk about this is a video. You know, they're exposing some clips, but you do a further search, you can see some of the services and stuff. But this guy's out there.
Let's see it. Let me take a look.
There's some text commentary, so you might have to go through that. You know.
Oh, it's just some asshole pounding him or something. Let's see.
But you'll see stuff in the sidebar as well, you know, other John Crowder stuff. And I tell you, there was a church out here where I was at. Was
Is John
spreading.
Crowder this guy with the beard?
Yes, yes.
Oh, is he like a hippie?
I don't know if he's a hippie, but
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't call him.
36 seconds into the video you posted, and I'm already trying to figure out if this guy's legit.
36? Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, this guy's high.
Exactly.
But I mean, this guy's holding services. I mean, if you check out like some of the other videos, because they're just showing clips from this one, but it's.
Yeah, I know. These are just clips, and I already think this guy's bonkers. I am scared to see the actual thing.
He says he's been smoking the baby Jesus.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
That's some good stuff, I guess.
That's a wicked beard, though, I got to admit.
That is pretty, yeah. That's what I thought he was kind of like hippie or something.
But I'm telling you, like I was saying before, my wife was visiting a church and I hung out with these people. I went to their church a couple of times. They had it next to a theater here. They had a storefront, and they were definitely like hippie people, man. I mean, they were all right. They were cool, you know, and everything, you know, nice people. But I was hanging out one time. They were inviting me to a John Crowder thing. He was coming through town. He was gonna be in there for a couple of days. And $75 for a ticket to go see him. And this one guy offered to pay for me. I was like, nah, thanks. I'm not gonna go to anything. You know, I'm not gonna go to any kind of religious thing. And then I went later on, checked online about this guy, and I was like, holy shit. What are these people inviting me to, man? It's crazy. But this guy, I mean, it's not just some dude watching video, you know, making videos. You know, he's got some kind of following. He's out there freaking doing his conferences or whatever.
I like your link, Reuven.
So Frank, tell me, oh no, is there your guy Joseph more whacked out than this guy?
100 times more. This
Really?
Is yeah, this is nothing.
Get out.
Wait, hold on. I need to clarify something. This guy who is high as a kite, people were spending $75 a ticket to see this guy?
Well, I'm just saying what the guy was telling me. So it's $75. I'm gonna pay it. He was willing to pay my ticket, so I would come. So I would come back to Jesus because we always had discussions and stuff. And I wasn't interested no matter who it was.
Reuven, I think he's on something a little bit more stronger than weed.
Oh yeah.
Well, this guy's actually kind of cool, but the guy that I'm talking about is intense. Like there's something really like wrong with him. I can understand if he was on drugs, but I think this guy's on himself.
So what you're saying is when they baptized him, they held him underwater too long.
Well, the story that he told me was that he was smoking a cigarette, and he went outside and he literally saw Jesus. And that's how he tells me, I saw him, don't you believe me? I'm like, what do you mean? I wasn't there. So he's like trying to insist me that he actually seen him. And then I tried to talk about Canada with him because I tried to change the conversation. This guy would not change the conversation. He just kept going, telling me I was going to go to hell and this and that. But you got to listen to this guy speak. He's intense.
You know who I miss on YouTube? James the Bible Preacher. Or whatever his name was. James the Street Preacher. Remember him? Anyone remember him? No?
I don't remember him, no.
He used to wear. He's like a bigger guy. He used to wear suspenders, and he like to burn things. Like he used to make like a YouTube video saying like, Barbie dolls are evil, they're Satan, and he would burn them. Or like it's like a Spider-Man comic book. This is a idol worship. Burn it.
He do it in public?
Yeah, public. Yeah. He lost so many channels. He got every time he puts out a video is like flagged. I
Why
miss
did
him.
I never hear this guy, dude? Like, what a fucking trip.
He put up one video where he was talking about his wife's anniversary, and he hands his wife an anniversary present, and he gives her like a toilet sponge or like a toilet mop or something,
What
whatever
the fuck?
whatever the fuck that
No
shit's
way.
called.
Well, now I remember this guy. Yes, the fucking chauvinist thing. I remember.
And his wife was like, "Oh, thank you so much, honey. I love it. It's the best." And like he used to make videos saying that the only thing a woman should do is iron a man's socks.
Now I remember the guy. Yes.
Yeah.
What's his name?
James the Street Preacher.
Wow, that actually kind of pisses me off.
He used to burn like vinyl records of the Beatles, and like this is just this is devilish music, and then he'll burn it. I'm like saying, no, don't do that. It's like worth like $200. No.
I know, right?
Wait. He would burn Beatles records? Like, I
Yeah.
hate Beatles as much as the next guy, but seriously?
Well, I like the Beatles. I like the early years of the Beatles. I don't like the hippie shit, but yeah, Beatles are okay. Rosie O'Donnell. Well, that's a whole different category, Benny. Oh, he confronted Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think I've seen that video. What did he do with her, Benny? Did he call her like a fat pig? Because that's usually like his funny. That's like one of his. One time he gets accosted by this woman. Right, he's standing on the corner and this woman comes up and says, "You're a fucking asshole for what you." And he's like, "Lose some weight, you fat pig."
Yo, J-Dubs.
Yeah.
Kind of drunk. I'm zoning in on your webcam here. Have you actually like gone up to that car just to see if there's anyone in it?
I'm too paranoid, man.
I'm actually enjoying looking outside and looking at that car.
I am too, but I'm a little paranoid for him as well. Like, fuck. Like, I just kind of want to figure it out. Like, I would fucking send you bank PayPal just to fucking watch you go up to the fucking car.
All week,
That's a great idea.
all week I've been talking about disbanding the Federal Reserve, getting rid of the CIA. I've been saying some hateful things. I'm afraid that the government's gonna,
Yeah, you're just pulling out a leg. That's your neighbor's car, man.
Is it?
Did you get a license plate number?
I didn't take a gander yet. I haven't been outside in days, man. I'm scared.
You know what would be funny? If that was your car.
You know what? I think that is his car.
Didn't you get the package in the mail? You won a car. It had a key in it.
Yeah.
They left it at your house.
Yeah, and then it'd be like Robert De Niro in Casino. I turn the key and I go boom.
That's your walkway too, huh?
Yeah, that's
Like
the
the
one.
fucking door is right at the walkway too. That's sketch.
Well, isn't that illegal to park in front of the sidewalk like that?
Call the cops.
It's illegal to park that close to an intersection.
Yeah, that walkway, it's like going right to the rear door, man. They're ready to drag your ass in there.
No shit.
If you don't see me, don't see me for a while, I'm in Cuba taking a vacation, I'm in a
Just
dark
go-
room.
Just walk out there, mate. We'll record it.
Fuck out there. Ooh. Yeah, but
You'll
don't
be
you know that they can edit the video live stream and make you see things that you're not supposed to? I mean,
You're gonna have to go out and buy toilet paper someday. You're gonna have to confront this sooner or later. You're gonna run out.
I don't know.
I don't know. He seems to have a lot of leaves out there. I think he'll be all right.
That's right. I'll just use the leaves. Yeah.
Are you paranoid?
Fuck poison ivory. Yeah.
You paranoid?
I am. I got my tinfoil hat on and everything.
Why don't you just go knock on the window? Go ahead. Go knock on the
Hello, Mr. CIA man. How are you?
Bring your camera with you. Come on. Face the Empire. May the force.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll wait for this guy Joseph to come in. Whoa, picture's taken.
Okay, now that got me paranoid.
Yeah.
Go to the car.
You know, I don't want to leave. I don't want to bit the dust before Joseph comes. You know.
Go, man.
Okay, now do you have a laptop or is this your desktop that we're looking at?
Yeah, my piece of crap desktop. Yeah, I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah, man, I was gonna say if you had a laptop and you could go through there, you could take us with you.
I hear ya. I want to.
Order a fucking pizza and like have the pizza guy be the fall guy and have him knock on the window or just look in for you.
Exactly, just like if you were going to a little child's house to catch a predator.
Yeah, order them a pie. Order them a pie.
No, wait, that's awesome. You need to order a pizza just to see if a pizza man would deliver it to a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, where do you live, sir? Well, actually, I live in a car. Is it possible I can get delivery?
No. I'm stalking someone. I'm in the car outside their house. This is the address.
Yeah.
Just say you're a private detective.
I'll pay you double. Tell him you pay him double.
Yeah.
I'll make the tip worth your while.
There you go.
So, J-Dubs, what's your address?
It's
I'll
on
order
my
the
channel.
pizza for you. I'll order the pizza for you, mate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be great for me to do. I'll call over
We just
here.
want it
and
on
have a
video,
state.
though. We definitely want it on video.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's got to be in the scope of this session.
J-Dub, you're up all hours of the day and night. You never seen anybody go in and out of that car? Your camera's never pointed over there? You ever thought, like, once you see somebody go near the car, like, you know, point your camera over there? Or put your computer?
It's been parked there.
It'd be funny if it's some old grandma who has Alzheimer's and forgot her car was there.
And the car's a little bit too.
Why don't
I
you
don't
call the
know.
cops? Call the cops. Tell them, listen, there's this car sitting out here, and maybe it's stolen.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't. To be honest,
you
I was being a little facetious when I said I was paranoid. I really don't care.
No, I know.
I mean, if there was someone stalking me,
I think it's your neighbor's.
I mean, if there was someone stalking me and I went outside my house and I get put out of my misery, oh well, who cares?
You know what?
Who
Go to your
cares?
kitchen and egg them.
Egg him? I could
Yeah.
probably egg him. I could probably egg him from here.
That's what I'm saying. We'll watch from video. You just toss it. And the
Oh,
odds of him
that's not
actually
good.
being a viewer is slim to none.
Yeah, then I'll get a ticket for vandalism.
Have you seen anyone like around the has anyone come in or out? Like how have you been watching this shit like a hawk? Like have you seen no activity with regards to this fucking vehicle?
You can ask everyone in the room. I've been coming to the hangouts every day for a while now, and I've been pointing at the car.
How
Yeah,
long,
I've been watching with. This is like the second day that I've been watching with you.
how long are you going to keep this up, J-Dubs? Come on, man. How long are you going to keep this up?
As
So
soon
the
as
car
I see that car
moves?
moves. Yep.
Dude, no. So I think because it's parked that way in your driveway, you can call for a tow.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's a side street right there, you know. So they're
Is
they're
it supposed to,
fucked.
if I'm not mistaken, aren't you supposed to park a certain amount of feet from the white line? Well, the white line's kind of faded, but
He's away from the corner.
is he? Okay.
Is that the walkway to your house?
The apartment, yeah.
It's not the sidewalk.
Oh fuck! If it, an apartment, I thought okay, that means there could be anybody
okay.
in the complex. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be anyone. Oh,
I
hey,
thought you had a house.
Joseph,
Hey, how you doing, Joseph? What's up?
Welcome, Joseph.
10-4 over.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Welcome. Welcome to Nut Hut.
Greetings.
What is? Oh, yeah, the name of this room. Yeah, the name of this room is Rube Speaks. We've only heard him twice.
I think it's just the voice program because it sounded robotic.
Well, he's Skynet, Luca.
Oh right, yeah.
I am Skynet.
So, Joseph, what's your political and religious beliefs?
I'm a Christian.
That's good to hear.
On January 9, 2011, while listening to the book of Matthew, chapter 23, as Jesus was talking in the audio, my ears were opened. And I believed. I believed Jesus Christ was God.
Let
And
him who have ears hear, right?
upon that revelation, upon believing, when I heard, a fear came over me. And I knew how filthy I was to God, who was the Lord Jesus Christ. And I shut off the audio and I started walking around in my room.
And then you took a
with
shower.
With this sticky fear that I had.
Sorry about that.
And all I could do, I came to the end, and all I could do was cry out to God. I cried out to the Lord Jesus in my house. And moments later, I had a vision of Jesus Christ on the cross. It was like a nighttime vision. And upon that vision, I believed on Jesus Christ for the remission of sins. And the fear of condemnation was gone, and I've been changed ever since. And this is according to the scriptures.
Yeah. That's all well and good, mate. But what was the
this is what you read in John 6 verse 40, and this is the will of him that sent me, that everyone which seeth the Son and believeth on him may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day.
So what was your life like before this, mate? Were you sort of a bit of a bad boy or something?
Yeah, I was actually.
And tell me about that. Why
we're all bad boys.
Well, I know. We've all got those two wolves, but I'm just interested.
I professed Jesus Christ. I called myself a Christian, even though I put him to an open shame in my unbelief. My friend, faith is a gift. I know both sides of it.
Yeah, well, I understand.
I know a hypocrite professing Jesus Christ, and I know the truth professing Jesus Christ.
I'm not trying to sound like a prick here at all, because I'm really not trying to be one, but it just hit me that Joseph's being serious. Like, I'm not being mean. Like, I honestly thought that you were, like, parodying something. I didn't know you were for real until just now.
But what would be interesting, because you hear the conversion story, a lot of people have got that. But I'm just kind of interested in what your state of affairs were, Joseph.
My friends, this is the truth. His sheep hear his voice. That's it. His sheep hear his voice, and that's the truth, the word of God, above all the lies.
So, Joseph,
I'm telling you, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I did this naturally on January 9th, 2011, and I can't deny it.
All right, that's good. But what about you? Tell us your story leading up to your conversion. Let's hear about who you were before the conversion.
I drank. I did a lot of things.
Right?
Listen, before my conversion, my actual conversion, I still read the Bible. I still professed Jesus Christ. Right. But I'm telling you, faith is a gift. And it was like a month before my conversion, conversion on January 9th, 2011, where it got to a point where every time I pick up the Bible, and it'd be random verses. It'd be like talking about the Jews according to the flesh. It'd be talking to them, but it felt like he'd be talking directly to me. All the verses that were jumping out at me in the scriptures before my conversion, it was like a month or so before my conversion. It felt like it was talking directly to me. It was condemning me.
Yeah, all right, mate. But what was the state of your life leading up to that? Did you have a good life, or did you have issues?
My friend.
We all have issues, Rob.
Who has a good life before Jesus Christ?
I have issues, more issues than People's Magazine, you know?
But I would have thought if you sort of resolved all your problems, you'd feel comfortable talking about them. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what your life was like before you sort of fell into this situation where you, you fell for God, as it were. So, share your experience so that we can get an understanding of your circumstances, rather than just preach.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm a witness of the gospel.
We understand you believe it to be true. We're just trying to understand what led to this revelation.
A witness sees, my friend, and I saw with my own eyes, and it's according to the scriptures. It's the truth. Jesus Christ and Him crucified is the truth. It's not preaching. It's just the truth.
Well, Ruben would like to ask a question.
Listen, I don't blame you guys for trying to cast doubt.
I'm not casting doubt. I believe you.
I'm just trying to find out the bigger picture. I just want to understand.
The reason why I say, I understand your doubt is because of all the false teachers.
No. Hang on.
These people are not anointed. They have seen nothing.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing, man?
Yes. Good. How are you?
Yeah, listen, Joseph. No, we're just trying to get I understand the whole conversion process, and usually people, before they're converted, they're going through some very troubling times, very serious trials and everything. And we're just trying to grasp an understanding of that, your life before, and why you felt you needed Jesus, or what did Jesus save you from. And Robert's been he's asked you kindly 3 or 4 times, and we're just trying to get a full picture. Can you give us that?
Let's make him feel a little more comfortable. Brother John's a deist, Green's Muslim, Norris Invasions, and Noahide, and Rob's a Gnostic. So, I mean, it's not like a bunch of atheists that's invited you into a room.
Yeah, so, Joseph, for me,
hold on, Rob.
Christ, you're an atheist.
Really?
Ruben would like to...
Jesus Christ is the only true God, guys. That's the truth.
Yeah. How come?
Oh, sorry, Ruben. Yeah. Go ahead, Ruben.
Sorry, Ruben.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
He said, how did you see Jesus on the cross? I think that's what he asked.
It was a nighttime vision. Listen, what you read in Romans 10, verse 13, where it says, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's saved from the day of God, the day that's coming.
Joseph, you saw Jesus on the cross, Joseph?
God, yes, I did. I see it was a nighttime vision. I could see, I think they call it a silhouette or whatever you call it. It's like the outside. I seen the outside. It was like nighttime.
Yeah. So
I understood it. I understood that it meant forgiveness, which was the reason why I was calling upon His name. Because I heard His voice and I believed that Jesus Christ was God. And like I said, when I believed, I knew what was coming to me. I knew it was going to be. I was going to be condemned.
I believe you believe that,
my friend,
man.
you don't understand.
Joseph, you
need to be saved.
Joseph.
Yes.
Joseph, do you know what communication is, Joseph?
What's that?
Do you know what communication is?
I do know what communication is.
Okay, yeah. There's a talk and a listen, a talk and a listen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. Two-way conversation. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to address Ruben. He's in the chat. He doesn't talk on the mic. And he's using, he's using this voice thing, and we can't understand him. But he has a question for you, and I think it's a good question. You say you saw Jesus on the cross.
Yes.
What did he look like?
I don't know. I don't know. It was like a nighttime vision. I know it was the head down, the arms out, and I knew it was Christ on the cross.
Long hair,
upon that vision, like the scriptures say in John 6, verse 40, I saw the Son and I believed on Him.
Okay.
For the remission of sins. That's how I believe the gospel. That's exactly how I believe the gospel.
I hear you, man. If we can go back to Rob's question about before Jesus, would you be willing to share a little bit about that?
That man is dead, my friend.
I just want to say that I'm proud of you, Joseph, for giving up drinking. That's good. Kudos to you, man.
It's nothing to me. It's
all
give
it to the Lord. Yeah.
Listen, it's not about just giving it to the Lord. I do these things because I'm saved, and I know it. When you're saved, you feel clean. That's God-given faith, my friend. You need this faith in order to stand in the day of God, or else you're going to be running for your life. Just like Adam and Eve running and hiding because you're ashamed. If God
Mate.
doesn't confirm, listen, if God doesn't confirm his testimony with you, you will burn in the day of God.
No, mate.
Anybody can say they have faith, but true faith is going to matter in the day of God. I'm telling you the truth.
All right,
No,
Joseph,
well, you're not actually, mate.
And on that day is going to be the resurrection.
No, there's no resurrection. That's a Jewish, that's a Pharisee story. It's got no.
Friend, you're lying.
I'm not. No, I'm actually speaking the truth. But,
you're not speaking the truth, or you'd agree with me.
No.
My friend,
no.
you were lying. Would you like to see scriptures? Would you like to have another witness? You're lying, my friend.
Mate, can you shush for a second? Joseph, can you shush?
I'm not going to be quiet on the truth.
No, I'm saying, like, if someone's talking and they respond to you, can you pipe down and let them finish? Just a common courtesy thing.
He denied that there was a resurrection.
No, I'm saying.
So I'm not going to come.
Yo,
Okay,
Joseph, if you want to be
courtesy.
heard, Joseph,
that?
if you want to be heard, you got to be able to listen as well. That's all.
Right.
You're wrong.
Listen, we try to be courteous.
I can't communicate with people who don't believe the scriptures.
You don't know how to communicate.
Then get the fuck out.
Hold on. Joseph, what you don't understand is if this is actually true, then you're going to let these people talk. You're going to let them say their piece, and then you can say your truth. But you have to let them finish first.
So, yeah, we're all quite happy to have you in the room, but we want to have a conversation, you know.
I can't have a conversation with liars, my friend.
We're not lying.
And
We're trying to understand.
If you're saying anything that's contrary to the scriptures, I'm going to have to call you a liar.
But you're wrong, mate, and I've got evidence to prove you wrong. And it's better back than your evidence.
My evidence is the King James Bible.
Okay,
yeah, but
none of us are talking scriptures. We're trying to understand what happened to you.
What happened to me is according to what's written in the scriptures.
Yeah, but don't be bad.
If you don't believe me, you don't believe the scriptures. You understand?
Why are you embarrassed about your previous life? What's the problem?
Because my previous life is no longer.
Yeah, but why can't you share it so that we can learn from your experience?
My friend.
What are you afraid of? It sounds to me you're afraid of talking.
Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved.
Yeah, well, that's all well and good.
That's how you receive the kingdom of God.
What are
you have to humble yourself to God and acknowledge your sins to God.
Isn't it the truth that sets us free? Is that true or not? Is that a false teaching?
What's this?
Isn't it true to say it's the truth that sets us free? Or is that a false teaching?
Sets us free from what?
No, just the saying itself. Isn't it true to say that the truth...
who said it?
I don't know. I've heard it somewhere.
You heard it somewhere.
Yeah. But don't you reckon that that's a true statement, though? If you're honest, you know...
In context, it's a true statement. If you can acknowledge who said it and what it's referring to.
So, let's hear your truth, then.
I already told you my truth.
No, you didn't.
Christ and Him crucified is the truth.
You keep hiding your true story before your conversion. You don't want to talk about that for some reason. I'm not sure what your reason is, but that's up to you to tell us.
And it seems like you don't want to hear the truth.
Well, I do want to hear the truth about you before you got converted. I'm interested.
Joseph, you say you believe in the Bible, the King James.
Okay.
Do you think that calling the Lord Jesus is, idol worshiping?
I'm sorry?
Well, you're saying that, you're giving the Lord, the creator of the universe, a person, an image. You're making him into a man. Do you find that to be like idol worship?
My friend, if you don't acknowledge that Jesus Christ is God, then it's impossible to be saved in the day of God.
Well, my God, the God of Israel, says that I should not make
Only God can take away sins. Only God can take away sins.
I agree with that.
You have to acknowledge that Jesus Christ came in the flesh. In other words, that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, because the Son of God is also the Son of Man. You understand? God has an image. God has an image. The invisible God has an image, and His name is Jesus Christ.
So
that's His image. That's the image that everybody should worship.
Was it drugs, mate, or did you have a fallout with your girlfriend, or bad family life? What was the problems?
Was it like Peter? Was it like Paul when he ran in a donkey and he fell off, hit his head on a rock?
Yeah.
What happened?
Something like that, or what was your troubled life like?
Because, I mean, I'm sorry, Joseph, but there's only one true God, and that's the God of the Bible, the God of Israel. There's no other God before him.
And his name is Jesus Christ.
No, his name is
Well,
Jehovah.
no, that's incorrect. Yeah, that's wrong, mate. Jesus was an Essene Jew, to be honest.
Yeah, Jesus believed in Jehovah, the God of the Bible.
The living
he
Father.
prayed to Jehovah. He prayed to the true Creator. He believed in the Bible. He didn't that's silly.
Torah, mate.
Torah, yeah, correct. Yeah, that's right.
He was a Nazarite. And if you go back and look at the Torah, Joseph, you'll find that the Nazarite was the way practiced by Jesus in that
Anybody
time.
who disagrees with me is
Yes.
heading straight for the wrath of God.
But there's
You
no
understand
such.
that?
Yeah,
Why would God give us wrath?
Only Joseph knows.
If you don't believe the words that are coming out of my mouth, you will burn in the day of God.
Where does the Bible talk about hell, Joseph?
Why should I believe you, Joseph?
He that is of God heareth God's words.
But you're telling me you're God? You're telling me you're God, Joseph?
The words that I speak are God's words.
Are you
my
God?
words.
No, you said
Jesus Christ is God.
You said if I don't believe in what you say, you use I, then and believe the way you believe, then we're all doomed. So are you saying you are God, Joseph?
Here,
Only
let me give
you know
let
the
me give
truth?
you a scripture.
No, answer my question.
That's
a good question, Brother John.
It is.
Answer my question.
Yeah. We're trying to establish your credibility, Joseph. You just walked into the room, so let's hear a bit about you. Why should we listen to you?
Because I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, well, as far as you think, but what's your life story? Tell us a bit about you. You're a preacher or you're Jesuit? What's your backstory? What gives you credibility? Hey?
The truth.
Well, you haven't been speaking the truth so far because did you know that the Romans wrote that Bible that you're quoting from? That wasn't Matthew, Luke, or Mark? That's actually the true story.
He that is of God heareth God's words.
Hey? What?
He that is of God heareth God's words.
Well, we're all God's children, Joseph.
The Lord's sheep hear his voice, and those that are not his don't hear his voice.
Yeah.
I'm hearing God's words, Joseph. God tells me to discern every spirit. And I'm trying to discern you, and I'm asking you straightforward questions, and I don't get an answer. I'm trying to discern you. You know nothing about me or where I'm coming from. You just came in here and told everybody.
If you disagree with my words,
liar. You understand what you're saying? You come in this room and call everybody a liar. You have no idea of the background
you
here.
disagree
I could be a
with
Christian for all you
what
know.
I'm saying.
I disagree with the blasphemy.
God tells me to discern every spirit, and I'm trying to discern you by asking you questions, and you can't answer me. How am I supposed to discern that, Joseph?
The truth. If what I'm saying to you is not according to what is written in the King James Bible, then call me a liar. If what I'm saying to you is the truth, and it's according to the King James Bible, then let the truth be
Joseph, Joseph, I have a quick question for you. Do you believe that other people can be saved or should be saved?
God chooses who he will.
No. If you had to choose, not God, would you rather us be saved if we are what you say you are? What you say we are.
What does the scriptures say? For God so loved the
I'm
world.
not asking about the scripture. We all know the
I
scripture.
come here to tell you guys the truth. Not because I'm your enemy.
Question.
As it says.
I hear you, Brother John. Take it easy.
There are people out there who would love to actually see the light. So why don't you actually tell us about your backstory, how you came to see the light, not just through scriptures. Tell us about your life so we can understand and actually follow you.
Leviticus 19, verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. I'm correcting my neighbor, and I'm not suffering unbelief on you by telling you the truth.
Actually, no, Joseph, that is what we are doing.
Hey, Joseph, I've got an idea. I'm assuming that you find that the words written in the Bible to be valid. Are they validated in your life experience? That's not a hard question, mate. It's not even a life.
43 says, Joseph, that God is not a man. What do you think about that, Joseph?
The Son of God is also the Son of Man. And this is the Son of God according to the Scriptures. Isaiah 9, verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. And the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. For unto us a child is born. Luke 2, verse 11. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Isaiah 43, verse 11. I, even I am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior. Isaiah 9, verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. John 3, verse 16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes that he is Jesus Christ should not perish in the day of God, but have everlasting life.
So, Joseph,
I'm glad you brought up Isaiah. I'm glad you brought up Isaiah, Joseph. I have a question about Isaiah for you. Perhaps you can answer it for me. All right. You quoted one of the, I think it was Isaiah 9. It is. The names Wonderful Counselor, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Right. You also have an Isaiah where the supposed messianic prophecy of being called Emmanuel. So can you point me anywhere in the New Testament, please, where Jesus is called Emmanuel or Everlasting Father or Wonderful Counselor?
Good one, Brother John.
Isaiah 9, verse 6. For unto us a child is born. Luke
Did you
2,
understand
verse
my
11.
question?
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Isaiah 9, verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given.
You know who
John 3, verse
Joseph, you know who they
16.
were talking about? They were talking about me.
Joseph, I heard those scriptures already. I asked you a question. You say these are messianic prophecies of Jesus where it says that the Messiah will be called Everlasting Father, Wonderful Counselor, and Emmanuel. Please tell me where in the New Testament that Jesus is called these things, if the prophecy is true. Please. It should be simple for you.
I'm telling you this myself.
No, not you. Tell me in the King James Bible that you hold
and
up.
And his name shall be
Tell
called
me in the
Wonderful,
King James Bible in the
Counselor,
New Testament.
the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father,
Hello,
Prince of Peace.
Joseph.
Jesus Christ is the Wonderful
Joseph, please
Counselor,
show me in
the
your
Mighty
King
God,
James Bible.
the Everlasting Father, the Prince of
Good
Peace.
God, you can't answer a simple question.
Hey, no, I can set him straight, mate. Here, look, Joseph, right? Scholarship for 100 years, right? This is, most of scholarship for 100 years have said quite clearly that the book of Isaiah is not what it purports to be, and that it wasn't written by a person called Isaiah. They postulate on a number of things, but the one thing that they genuinely,
My friend, I read about you in the
agree. No, the one thing that scholarship genuinely agrees is that,
friends, if you don't believe the words that are coming out of my mouth, you will die in your sins.
Oh God.
Mate,
No, so you are
you know what's
God.
going to happen to you when you die? You're going to have a miserable death, and I'll tell you exactly why. what happens when you follow a life of belief, you come to the last moment. In that last moment, you actually reconcile to the true story, and in that, you're going to die in regret. That's what happens to a believer. And that's just the way it is, because you're living a lie. That whole story that you're buying into is a load of crap
I don't
that was
think you
devised.
understand, my friend.
No, I do understand, mate. I understand.
I am a witness of the gospel. I see it with my own eyes, and I can't
No,
deny
you
it.
don't, mate. You see it in your head. It's a load of bullshit,
It's a
right?
vision.
What you're talking, and I tell you what, you're going to be in a bit of bother with the real story because you're
I'm not
blaspheming.
bothered by what you say.
Well, you're
Nor
blaspheming.
anybody else in
You're
this room.
talking a load of crap, right? And you're trying to.
My
get
friend,
other-
I'm here to tell you the truth for you. You
No, you're
invited me
not.
here. You
No,
invited
no.
me here, and I'm telling you the truth.
If you're into
It's
telling
on
me the
you
truth,
if you don't receive it.
if you're into telling me the truth, then you wouldn't have any discomfort sitting there and telling me your backstory, but you won't. You're a con artist, is what you are, mate.
What do I have to gain?
Don't get involved,
I
no, but
don't want anything from any
if
one
you-
of you.
If you tell me your
I'm here to tell
backstory,
you the truth. This is for
you
you.
tell-
This is not for
if
me. I'm
you-
already saved. My friend.
Joseph, if you tell me your
You
backstory,
guys
I'll
understand.
Joseph, if you tell me your backstory, I will tell you exactly how you came to this bloody stupid idea of believing that bullshit, but you won't tell me the backstory to set you straight. I know for a fact that what you're believing in is a load of crap, and I've done a mountain of research to prove that point. Plus, there's a lot of scholarship that back what I've...
The wisdom of men is foolishness with Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's bullshit, mate. And you're getting sucked in by it. You're actually, the reality of your existence right now is you're a slave to the Roman Empire. They're the ones that corrupted your religion, mate. And that's the facts.
My friend, you
whether
are
you believe
thoroughly
it or not.
blind.
No, well, tell me your backstory and let's see. Have you got any courage in you or not? Because the thing is, in enlightenment, you're supposed to be a courageous dude, but you sound like a bit of a wuss to me. Oh, hey, who's that? I saw movement out the front there, J-Dubs.
Oh, you did? Uh-oh.
Yeah, there was a lady. Lady
Oh, boy.
walked. Hey,
That's the secret assassin.
that's the other people who have arrived. Hey, shit, they're coming in, mate. They're stopping.
Yeah, I hear some rattling, yeah.
I think you're
I
in
hear
big
a
trouble.
gun cocked. I think I hear something going on.
Who you got coming in your house, man?
Oh wait, hold on. She's for me. Sorry, I called her.
Oh, she's checking the car out. Wait a minute. Oh, she was looking at the car.
Yo, man, Doris, man, you a dog, man. What's up?
I got that island you were talking about, Green.
Hey, that's three ladies going in there, dude. What's going on?
Yo, bro.
Yo,
You need some privacy, man?
I'm sorry, guys. I got lonely.
No, I'm doing Ramadan
Frank's
too,
gonna
man.
have to leave the room. Wait a minute. Don't go. Watch what you say. Ramadan.
Yeah, well, just keep the camera on that freaking car.
You say something
What
you
is
like,
the
Frank?
shake?
Keep the camera on the car and everything's cool, man.
All
But it
right.
was funny, that lady, that heavy black lady, she's looking at the car like, hey, who's blocking this walkway?
Oh, man, I thought we had him. We thought we had him.
Yeah.
All right, now back to Joseph.
Oh no.
Down to business, man.
You know, that's something to be ashamed for, Joseph. Have you ever went to a clinic to see a mental health professional? I mean, it's okay. I mean, we all been there, right? I've been there several times myself.
Listen, you know, knocking the guy is not going to be and he ain't going to get any progress like that. I don't think, you know, knocking somebody.
I'm not.
Brother John, I was trying to
have somebody listen to you. You know, that's why I'm trying to ask Joseph. And I mean, if you're still listening, Joseph, you know, I did ask you an honest question. And if you claim something to be true, you know, you have to kind of back up that claim. You know, like you got your picture here. You know, you have black hair. I mean, how do I know this is you? You know, I don't know this is you. Right? I mean, and if I say, you know, prove that's you, you know, you put yourself on camera and, you know, okay, all's good. So, you know, it's a matter of proof. So I asked you, you know, about the prophecies of Jesus in Isaiah 9 and 7 and 14 where, it gives Jesus these names. It says, you say this is what the Messiah is going to be called, the son of David and everything. These names, and it says that you believe that this is what it says about Jesus. But yet, in the New Testament, we do not see these names, or I'm asking you to at least show me from your King James Bible that raise so highly. Where is it that Jesus is called Emmanuel, Wonderful Counselor, Everlasting Father? I'm just asking for, some
Jesus is wonderful.
Proof of claim. That's all I'm asking. Can you show me in your scripture?
Counselor, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace.
Nah, rubbish. You don't know what you're talking about, mate.
Now I'm just talking to a wall.
Hey, John, though, I do, Brother John, I do want to make a point.
Man, it's a wall, and I do not have the patience to chip away at this wall.
No, it's Brother John. No.
Joseph, hold on, guys.
You got to confront bullshit. You got to confront bullshit.
Joseph,
I'm telling you the truth.
No, man.
Joseph, you know why I invited you here? To create like a bond, a friendship.
I only have friendship with believers, my friend.
Well, you know what? That's your problem.
The scriptures say, "Be not unequal yoked together with unbelievers."
Didn't
what fellowship
Jesus,
has righteousness with unrighteousness?
Didn't Jesus
and what communion
go to the
has light
sinners
with
and
darkness?
talk and hanged out with them? Didn't Jesus go to the sinners? Yeah.
Humble sinners.
Now, if
No, he
Jesus
went
were
to
to see
Phil.
you
They were
today,
saved.
and the way you actually treat other people, do you think Jesus will approve of that?
I guess we'll find out, right?
What do you
Well,
think?
no, I won't. I'm going to hell.
I
So.
guess we'll all find out in the day of God.
Hey, Joseph, you're not. Joseph,
Who
you're
it
not.
is that's the believer and who it is that's not the believer.
Joseph, if you're not supposed to be yoked with unbelievers and you're supposed to be away from deceivers and liars and stuff like that, why are you still here? Are you not disobeying God now?
Would you like me to leave?
You're in sin right now. You're in sin right now, and I'm supposed to listen to you?
Oh boy. Joseph, I think you got to watch your feet.
Wow, a little quiet. Got a little quiet there. Think
You
about
should
it.
practice what you preach, Joseph.
Let it soak in, Joseph. Let it soak in, Joseph. Let it soak in.
Jesus humbled himself, washed feet,
John, if you don't believe the words that I'm telling you, you will die in your sins.
That's rubbish.
You know what, Joseph? The way
fear and guilt.
Actually,
that's all you got for me. Fear and guilt. God of love. All you have for me is fear and guilt.
If you don't receive the kingdom of God as a little child, you will not enter therein.
Hey, Joseph.
Is anybody here seeking the truth?
Oh, yes, we all are.
I think all of us are, Joseph.
We all are.
I'm telling you the truth, and you're not receiving it.
Yeah,
I wonder how many people received it
Joseph.
when you talk to them. I'm wondering how many people.
If anybody else is interested in the truth,
why
go to
should
my
I
channel on YouTube. All you have to do is look up Joseph Melo.
Why should I believe
those videos? I interpret the scriptures with the scriptures.
Hey, you're spreading.
I asked you a straight question, and you couldn't interpret the scripture with the scripture. Are you not led by the Holy Spirit? Are you filled with the Holy Spirit of God? Are you going to adhere to 1 Peter 3:15, where it says that you should always have an answer for the hope that lies within? Right?
That's right.
All right, so I'm asking you for an answer here. If you're filled with the Holy Ghost, it should be no problem. If you know your King James Bible, I ask you a simple question, you can't do it. And I'm supposed to believe you, and you're coming here claiming all truth, or we're going to burn in hell? And you got an answer a simple question? Give me a break, come on. Answer me already. Or
Did you not understand that I was comparing scripture with Isaiah 9 verse 6? When I compared for unto us a child is born, comparing it to Luke 2 verse 11, and unto us a son is given, comparing it to John 3 verse 16. And I'm telling you, his name is called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Who is it do you think that's calling Jesus this?
Do you read scripture in context?
The Romans, mate. The Romans.
Scripture in context. Do you read scripture in context, Joseph? Do you read scripture in context? If you don't know what I'm
John.
Let me suggest.
I know you have not the love of God in you.
Joseph, Joseph, let me suggest something to you, Joseph. Please go reread Isaiah. Reread those scriptures for the Messiah, but read all the scriptures around them, all right, in context on what those scriptures are talking about. And if you're really seeking truth and you're really going to be honest with what you're
John,
seeking,
I'm not bothered by your words. I
you're
saw
not.
the Son, and I believed on him for the remission of sins, as it's
Okay.
stated in John 6, verse 40.
God bless
Your
you.
words mean nothing to me.
Joseph, have you heard about my Lord Jesus,
Um,
Lord Stephen Christ?
Thank you. You're one rude man, Joseph. I don't think you have. I don't see Jesus exuberating from you at all. I'm sorry. You're one
As
rude
it is
person.
written,
You're
even in
one
speech,
rude
it's
person.
roughly.
You know what? You be the first one to pick up a stone and throw it at somebody. You already did it. You threw stones at everybody here
I
without
know
even
I'm surrounded by
getting.
false converts, my friend. I know what generation this is.
Well, you know what? I could do you a favor, and I'll just,
I'm
you know what?
telling you the truth for your
Wait,
sake.
this generation. How
Joseph,
old are you? Because not all of us are young.
I know this because of the scriptures, for what the Lord has revealed to me in the scriptures.
I really feel God
That
speaking
was
to me.
the Romans,
God
mate.
I'm
speak to
telling
me.
you,
God
The
listen,
speak to
I'm
me,
telling
Romans,
you
God
that my
speak to me,
testimony is
Joseph.
according to John 6, verse 40. And you guys are
yeah.
pointing the finger at me.
No,
Joseph, I have a
no.
question. Where in the Old
Point the
Testament is
finger,
it,
Joe.
it
You just
says
cast
Jesus?
everybody to hell. Point the finger. You don't even know any of us here, and you're already calling everybody a liar and going to hell.
I'm
Oh,
telling you, if you don't agree with what I'm saying to you, you are going to hell.
He also just called us
For the
all false
wrath of Jesus
converts.
Christ. If you're not
Joseph,
agreeing with my words, you
stop
are false
remaining in your
converts.
sin, Joseph. You're in sin. The longer you stay in this room, you're in sin, fellowshipping with darkness then. If you really believe you're fellowshipping with darkness and liars and with your unbelievers, why are you still fellowshipping with us?
You're
Why,
right.
Joseph, are you still in
You're
your
right.
sin?
Wait.
You're right, John.
Because the Roman Empire wants numbers.
Holy shit.
If Joseph sees this
Sorry,
thing,
it's got worse.
Yeah, but I want to be critical here. I want to be critical here because what happened was nothing, right? We had a chance with that guy in the room to actually get him to reflect on, his own experiences. He's making that shit up. I'm telling you.
Rob,
Yeah,
you didn't, after I addressed him numerous
yeah,
times,
yeah.
you didn't hear the silence? That silence was telling to me. If you're not telling me, I
Oh,
didn't have
look,
to give him anything to think about. Please.
I understand that, mate. I understand your point. And what you're doing is you're theologically whacking him around the ears. I get that. But here's my issue, right? There's a guy, I'm telling you, that guy's in a shitload of trouble, and he's going to race out and bloody try and indoctrinate some other poor sucker. I reckon we do the world a service by holding him in the room and holding him to account and get him out of the bullshit Bible and start to explore him as an individual. Because by doing that, we'll start to see, because, that vision stuff, that's crap. That's absolutely made up in his own head. I'm curious to how he came to
I
that.
held a mirror up to him. That's all I did. I held a mirror up to him.
I understand, but
And I think that was I don't know. My eyes, I think I did him a good service.
yeah, but he'll be out there trying to convert some other poor innocent that might be in
Yeah,
trouble.
but how is he going to convert people like that?
Yeah.
Probably,
What he's
Rob,
going to convert, yeah, he's
Probably,
going to
to be
convert.
honest with you, Rob, he's probably going to deconvert Christians.
I'm
That's what
sorry.
he's doing. I really believe he's doing that.
I'm sorry, but Rob, you attacked his religion, called it bullshit and everything. You really thought you were going to make progress going that route? I don't think so.
Well, no, but hey, here's my thing, and I'm not sure I'm wrong. You saw how stubborn he was, even through, right, put me back in the back seat for a minute, but your attacks were on theology, right? He still didn't shift any ground, did he?
No, but there was moments of silence.
What I'm trying to do is whack him a little, not physically, but I'm trying to really get him to sit up and rethink things. That's what I was trying to do, is get him back into the world of reality and try and explore how the hell did you come to this stupid idea that you had a vision of Jesus?
Right, and he wasn't answering that question either. There should be.
Oh, granted, I know, but that was my strategy. That's the way I wanted to deal with him. You took the theological point. I'm just trying to defend the rationale for what I did. I was trying to just get get off the fictional stuff and just get back to his
Rob,
real
it
world.
wasn't happening, Rob, with you, and he wasn't answering your question. And I even addressed him that he wasn't answering your question, and he still didn't do it, Rob. So I don't understand. I mean, you know.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know, Rob. I don't like this world called reality. I think I skipped that.
It's
So
not
what do
that
you guys think of my
mate.
new friend?
Was
I
he
think
on his-
You were not kidding.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know. I was gonna have fun with him, but he left. I was gonna start speaking like all Mason on him. I am Lucifer.
Though honestly, I have to agree. I don't think he's sincere because he more than likely is mentally ill. Because people who are actually converted and have quote unquote seen the light, they are more than happy to say what their backstory was. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I was an alcoholic," or "I was a drug user, and then I saw the light." This guy, nothing.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but challenging him on that point, right? I'll guarantee that that's a little seed in his bonnet, and that'll bug him a little. So, Frank, if you do run across him again,
No,
just ask
I
him,
actually had a one-on-one with him, and I actually spoke to him.
did you get anything out of him at all about it?
Nothing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Yeah.
What do you
If Frank can't get anything, he's the therapist. I don't think we're going to be able to get through to him.
No, I wanted you to see this because I wanted to see if anybody could get through to this kid. But it was amazing because basically I was trying to get into the experience and I was trying to get into like, you know, where he lives, like in Canada. The guy didn't even want to hear it. The guy was just doing like revelations after revelations and whatever. And then finally I was actually in his hangout. I went inside his hangout. He actually got so pissed at me that he left.
His own hangout?
Yeah,
Well, you know
he
what?
left his own hangout because I just kept trying to talk to this guy.
Yeah, Frank,
And-
that's the ego. The ego. You're confronting his ego. Bang. That's what you get. They're the behaviours that you get when you challenge him. See, that's a dude that needs some serious help. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm gonna go next time. I'm gonna friend him, so I'm gonna try to talk to him. But I'm just afraid that this guy might do something really drastic. But I'll
What do you
see.
mean I'll do something drastic? What do you mean?
I'll come to my house. I don't know.
Well,
The guy looks.
don't let him know where you live.
Telling
Hey,
me you're
man.
from Australia.
Illuminatus, man.
You can give him if you're worried about that green, you can just give him my address and say you live there, and I'll if he
No.
if
Full
he
Blues
tells
Brothers
me
still not city.
I'll tombstone pile drive him right into the gutter.
Meet me at the black card.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's a piece of fucking work, man.
There's someone there that needs to be saved.
You know what? I'm gonna try to convert him to Christianity. Actually,
You're gonna convert him to Christianity?
Oh dear.
Real Christianity, right? Whatever that
I
is.
was saying, no, man. Jesus saw me. He told me to save you, man.
Actually, you know what? This conversation got me a little confused. What?
No, you're
aside
not
from
confused,
Brother
man. You're
John, no.
conflicted.
Aside from Brother John, what actually is your religious affiliations of the room?
I'm a Bible believer.
Okay, because I honestly don't know what to believe anymore.
Oh, no, you don't have to blur it about that.
Those
Man.
are dying to you, man. The Holy
You have to
Spirit,
believe in
dude.
deism or you're going to hell.
All I know
You
is
don't
now I
believe
think
my
I'm,
words?
all I know is I think I'm going to convert to Cthulhuism.
Cthulhuism?
You should try Amish.
No, I
Oh,
like
the eyes are freaking awesome.
Hey, you know what Cthulhuism is compatible with?
Nah.
Satanism.
No. Well, I mean, I guess that's also compatible. Go to your local lodge. Just go do it.
Oh, wait a minute. You're scaring me, dude.
Masons are Cthulhuists?
Oh, no. We just found out a secret.
I imagine there's probably at least one out there that decided to be a Cthulhuist.
Oh, you're giving Christians more ammo there, Cerberus. Come on now.
Please clarify. What is a Kaluthasis? Is this like a Catholic Muslim or something?
Oh man.
No. Somebody who believes in the old gods of H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh,
Okay.
It's
Are
a
you
great
a Methodist?
Fictional writer, Rob.
Yes.
all right. Well, there you go. That says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, he actually wrote the Necronomicon, right? Is he the same
Yeah.
guy?
Yeah, it's a mythos, yeah.
Okay. You know what? I gotta sit back and take a break, man. I'll be right back.
Mm.
Yeah, I should probably check myself into a mental health facility myself.
No, I think Joseph does, not you.
No, I think he broke me more than I already was.
You see, you're the mental psychotic who, if you stay in your room, you're fine. Him, he might actually touch people.
Yeah, God forbid, right?
No, he's not gonna touch people because he's already touched.
Yeah, he was touching his head meat, wasn't he, Brother John?
Just when you J-Dubs, just when you thought you had problems.
Yeah, maybe you don't have to worry about that mental health facility anymore
A
now.
little bit better about yourself right now, J-Dubs.
Yeah, I feel better. Yeah, that's how I can live my life now, Brother John. I can say, I have problems, but at least I'm not like Joseph.
At least I'm not that guy. There you go.
Oh, I'm fucked in the head. All these. Oh God. Oh well, at least I'm not like Joseph.
Hey, it's no different than you seeing somebody who's like, like an amputee, and you just thank God that you got your legs and you be grateful. So you just, thank God you got a little bit more wits about you than Joseph.
Well, thank God you have your mind, and
That's it.
that's important, yeah.
At least I can have a two-way conversation with you.
Is that really what it's like to be religious people like Joseph?
No, that's mentally ill.
Oh, okay.
Straight up.
That is beyond fundamentalist, if that's even possible.
It's just mental.
Reuven, you're gonna have to keep an eye on me, Reuven. If I ever end up like that, just call the 1-800 number, please.
No, you call the 1-900.
1-900. Thank you. Yes.
That is one dude, man, that is seriously holding on to his security blanket, man. I mean, he's got that shit glued to him.
He must have been like raped or something, bro.
You know what?
Yeah.
I kind of want to go watch a G-Man video just because I think it'll make it sound better.
Oh, I wish he talked to G-Man, man. I gotta get them set up.
Do it.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah, it would almost be as good as Lord Stephen Christ talking to G-Man. You ever see that video?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get Stephen Christ with Joseph.
No.
They both of them think they're God.
No, that would be awesome. We got to do that.
Yeah.
You gotta get all three of them.
Although, I have to be honest, Lord Stephen Christ is actually someone you can actually have a conversation with, though.
For the most part, G-Man you can have a conversation with, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you could have a conversation with any normal person.
Again, what is normal?
That's not.
Normal is a matter of majority vote.
That's not even slightly below.
Well, maybe he's the one that's normal, actually. Who knows? He's the normal
Yeah,
one.
maybe that turns out to be that way, Green, We're the ones not normal,
Exactly. He probably is telling the truth. Probably he's God. Who knows?
He's not.
Mm.
He's not.
So you think he was like the worst? Because for me, I think he's the worst like I have ever met. Like, but maybe
Loud and obnoxious, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, the worst.
Hey, why are they leaving your house?
Hey.
What's going on here?
Oh well,
What the hell you do, man?
John, that was quick.
Go after her. Don't let her leave like that.
If you chase her, she'll love you.
Michael, why did you come at the wrong time? When we needed you the most, Michael, you weren't here.
Michael, why? You just missed it.
Michael is Joseph.
Michael has returned as Joseph.
No, that's Joseph as a return as Michael.
Yeah, the reverse. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think
I know.
Joseph
I missed
has
it,
more than
didn't
one
I? I
Joseph.
missed the rising and the falling of Christ.
You missed like 3 years already, man.
You're gonna have to go back and go watch the video of
I
this
did.
chat.
I did. I watched a bit of it. Yeah. I heard the bullshit from Rob's lips, and that was enough for me. So I was just like,
Oh shit!
Ooh, ooh. All right, here we
I've never
go.
heard.
We got
I've never,
fighting words here.
I've never heard him use those words. I thought he was related to John May there for a second.
Yeah, well, I was trying to excite the lad into confessing, coming clean about his history.
Yeah, but you're gonna burn in hell. That's what I heard. You're burning in hell.
Michael believes that.
Burn. We're all gonna burn.
You know, Disco Inferno. All right.
I'll put a shrimp on the barbie for you, mate. Might be
Alright.
there.
Yeah, if we're all gonna burn, I'll burn the marshmallows.
So was that real, or was that all bullshit?
Oh no, that was real. That's
He was a paid
100%.
actor.
I'm sorry, I
That
don't
was
think you can
documentary.
pay anyone to be that good.
Reuven, you're gonna have to rename the hangout to something something that catches people's eyes, like Christian with mental illness joins the
Yeah, but back on. Like, tell him I miss him. I want to talk to him. I'll talk to him. I can talk about crazy stuff. I'm in the
All right, I'll
land.
set that up right now. Hold on.
Oh, who's
Do
this?
it.
Who's this? Is this a second? What?
round
Someone
two.
else coming now. What the fuck?
Oh my god, already? You stud!
Jay Dubs is a pimp.
That is the most interesting things I've heard on this channel in a long time. Anytime you get Rob to swear and go bullshit, you know there's fires up somebody's ass.
Hey, Rufin, rename the hangout worse than G-Man. I guarantee you'll get about 1,000 hits.
No, we're all burning in hell. That would be better.
I like that
Oh,
time
yeah.
movement. The second coming. This time he's white.
All right, hold on. I just gotta take a break for a little bit before I.
Just breathe.
I gotta
Coming of
do
Christ.
some push-ups.
Will he come back on?
Oh,
I think the
doubt it.
best thing. I think the best thing for him is to unplug his computer, sit down, and
No,
just,
Michael, I convicted him of his sin, and he left.
Well, tell him I forgive him, and that the new Christ of only 2 weeks.
He
is back.
tried to reword it like, "Oh, Jesus hanged out with humble hypocrites and humble sinners." That's bullshit.
There's nobody humble here. Why would you even come in? There's no humble here. Oh, that's
You're
nuts.
wrong. I'm the most humble.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh shit!
Whatever.
I'm in trouble, man.
I would be humble, but I ran out of pie.
Okay, but no one answered my question. Was that real or was that an act?
That was.
It was like serious as a heart attack, bro.
Yes.
As far as we know, this guy's legit.
Are your toes on fire? Your hands on fire? Your back on fire? Like,
Whoa, there she
Hey,
goes.
whoa.
Oh no.
oh
Yo,
no.
she got her panties showing, man.
Wow, man,
what?
over
Oh,
already.
No, I think that was a
That's
designer in her jeans.
We seriously
Frank,
need
now
some
it's
help.
still Ramadan. Frank, what are you doing, Frank?
No, that's Morris's fault, man.
I'm a horrible person.
Frank, how long did you last on the fast? That
I
rhymes.
lasted, yeah. I think-
How long he lasts on the fast?
Couple of
How
hours.
long did?
No. During the day, I'm good, but at night, it's a
Good for
problem.
you, bro. Good for you.
At night, my
listen.
mom is all good with it, man. No
The
problem.
two wolves, man. The two wolves.
So
Oh my
Rob,
god, he was right. We are burning. Ah.
Rob, what
Yes,
made you use the word bullshit? Really?
I was trying to agitate him into getting a response. I wanted to find out his backstory. I wanted him to get off the Bible and tell us what was his status before his conversion, because I suspected that he's got issues, basically. And I just,
Suspected? You suspected?
no, but I wanted to hear him because I reckon if I could have heard him, I might be able to sort of give him some feedback, give him something to think about.
So what was his name? What was his name? So if maybe I could talk.
Joseph.
Really?
Joseph.
Really?
I mean, to be honest with you, Brother John, no one has more issues than me. I have more issues than People Magazine, so.
Mate, your own problem. Just drop them. Stop thinking that way, and that's all finished. Now, the Roman Empire invented atheism. No, they didn't, Benny. Or maybe they did. I don't know.
Hey, Benny, why are you cyber yelling? Please.
Yeah, I'm getting myself a beer now, too. I'm going to have me a beer. I'll be right back.
Already? Come on, I had to go get one during that whole conversation.
I'm drinking a lot of green tea.
Come on, why you got to talk about alcohol in front of Greenform, man? Come on, Ramadan.
I'm sorry.
At least wait till like August 8th so I can start. Wait a minute, hold on. So I can start.
Now he's even throwing it up on the screen there. Rubbing it in.
Great.
Look at that.
Great. What's
It's
Ramadan?
okay. It's okay. It's just
What's Ramadan?
I'm burning.
a month of fasting.
Yeah. So what's it supposed to
Say
do
again?
for you?
What I do?
What's its premise? Why does it exist?
So I could take a break
No.
from the world, yeah.
What's the theological argument for its existence? Or how did it come into being?
All right, let me get serious. Hold on.
Yeah. Just curious, that's all.
There's a lot of reasons why, but I can't think of it right now. Give me a half hour.
You got to let him
Because
recharge
right
his mental
Yeah,
faculties.
because right now, like, my head is not doing too well.
Brother John.
And plus, I have somebody behind me.
Brother John.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
Brother
world's
John.
fears.
Are you back,
What's
Brother
going
John?
on here? I just noticed something. I got
What?
Heineken. I bought some Heinekens. I just noticed. Why does it say Berlin Heineken now on the label? It's a different label.
They're
Why?
promoting the home team, man.
Is that it? What is it? Oh, the soccer, the tournament?
That's probably it, yeah.
I'm not-
That's what I would guess, right?
Well, that explains it. I don't follow.
So, Brother
Ruben
John,
might know the answer.
Yes, Michael.
what was the craziest thing that Joseph said tonight?
What?
Crazy thing that he-
I think everything he said was
No.
pretty crazy.
It's not what he said. It's what he did not say.
Yes,
Oh, that's a good
makes,
answer.
that makes much more sense.
Well, you can't judge him on that. We all say a lot of things we shouldn't say, and
It's that
No,
he would not address a question at all. 3 or 4 times, he would not address any questions. We asked him for truth, and he's making a claim about truth. He comes in here calling everybody liars. Didn't know anybody here, their background or nothing.
yeah.
And he makes claims, and I was just asking him about claims, specifically messianic prophecies, and he wouldn't address Rob's questions. I tried to get him to answer Rob's question. That didn't have. He didn't want to hear. He just kept spewing out scriptures and thinking that if you don't believe what he said, you were burning in hell.
But you know what? He has that right to feel that, though, right?
Oh, he certainly does.
Look at us and think. I would think we're all burning in hell just looking at us, and we don't even have John May here. Like, can you imagine what he would have been saying if you got a word in? But
he has that right, Michael. But just like me and you having a two-way conversation, it wasn't happening with Joseph. So
Okay, but what you're saying, lack of respect. We're not a lack of sanity.
Oh, both.
Oh, he was lacking a lot of things, and mental faculties is surely one of them.
Yeah, but that's not a prerequisite to be on the show. Come on, there's a lot of crazy people that.
Well,
go on
that's
the show.
true. Reuven allows me to come in and hang out. I have, I don't even have 2 brain cells to rub together.
Well, Michael, my issue with him is that he just cannot have a two-way conversation. That is my issue with him, and you know he can't just come in here and just say everyone is going to hell and not really listen to someone. And I think that's just really disingenuous.
See, I think what he was doing, he was bringing some joy to the place in his own way.
Well, you know what?
He certainly gave us something to talk about.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the most exciting in a while. Since I gave her, I gave her a good lick. So John said, "This is better. I'd rather burn in hell."
Exactly. Frank was bringing him in here for our amusement. That's what happened.
Can you bring him in again? Because I
Well, I actually went to his hangout and they said the party's over. Literally, says the party's over. So
he can't come back here unless he repents.
Oh God.
That's right. He's got to repent.
If I remember correctly, can't he fill himself with the Holy Spirit to deal with sinners?
There you go.
I like that.
I think
so he could be in the room with us.
I have to be honest with you, Cerberus. I think his head was filled with a lot of different persons. I think he had a lot of too many, you know.
Just tell him that we've reconsidered. We're willing to listen.
Yeah, we reconsidered. We all accepted Jesus Christ in our hearts. He can come
No,
back.
tell him that we're worried and we're on fire and we need him to take the spell off.
Well, I suggested that I'm going to convert him to Christianity.
I think he's going to be. I think he's converted to Christian insanity. That's what.
Yeah. Hey.
Yo, Norris, what you got in front of your house, dude?
What happened? What happened now? What's going on now?
Some dude with a high top fade now is coming by your house.
Oh God! Now you get. Oh, now you're getting me even more paranoid. The '80s are coming back.
You got 2 cars now in front of your house.
Now I'm just worried about Green. He's saying the '80s are coming back in style.
Look at him! Look at him!
Oh
He's
no!
high top fade, dude.
Was that a guy or a girl?
No, that's a guy.
Well, to be honest with you, it's the year 2014. You can never tell now. So.
Wait, you picked out both guys and women?
You know how it is. I'm liberal and trendy. You know how I got fitting in. I'm fitting in.
Well, he is trendy.
Go invite him in and let's have a chat with him.
Oh God, no!
Yo, Rob, man. Please.
Why not?
Yeah.
You seem pretty low to the ground. Are you on the first floor? Call him over.
I am on the first floor. Yes.
Yeah. Are you inside your
hey,
porch?
come here.
Are you on the first floor or the fourth floor?
Yeah. Thank you for the New York accent. That was horrible there, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. It's not good. Not good.
Hey, the fourth floor. Yeah,
I'm burning up though, man. I'm on fire. The roof is on fire. Burn motherfucking non-believers.
Yo.
Especially Rob, who said I was full of shit.
John May was right about you, dude.
Hey, John May is right. Period. Yeah,
yes, he is. Where's John May when you need him, man?
Yeah, he's more the new Joseph. There you go.
He's old Joseph.
He's old Joseph in reverse.
He's BJ before Joseph.
He's not the Joseph we needed, but the one we deserved.
There you go. Oh God, that was. I'm still in shock. I'll be right back, man.
Yeah, Green. So I mean, dunk your head in some cold water, refresh yourself, man. Regather yourself.
Well, Green Soul came through for us today.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Whichever one you want.
Amen. Perhaps maybe we should have just egged Joseph on. Preach it, brother. Preach it. Good. Yeah, amen.
You know what? We probably should have.
You probably got sucker punched in the face. That's probably what it was. You weren't ready. If you'd already known his script, you probably would have handled him better.
No, I threw the cat among the pigeons. I went straight after him. I think that was the issue.
I think it would have been way more entertaining though if you gave him the floor for like 5 minutes and at the very end Rob just went bullshit.
Next
No,
time.
every 10 seconds. Bullshit.
He had plenty more than 5 minutes on the floor.
Hey, wait, hold on. Here's something I'm kind of wondering. He said a night vision. Was he dreaming? Was he like just zonked over in his bed after a night of drinking and he saw Jesus?
I mean, maybe.
It's gotta be delusional. It's got to be delusional, I think. Why
What
it
if it's
happened?
all real? What if it's all real, Rob?
It
What
ain't,
if it's,
mate. It ain't.
you know, like what if you wake up tonight and you start feeling you're burning your toes and your hands and your feet and your elbows and
Well,
there's a cover above you and you go and all it says to you is you shouldn't have said bullshit. You shouldn't have said bullshit.
Nah, I'm on good terms, so I won't have any drama. There you go. Nah, it's all bullshit, mate. As simple as that. But I'm curious. What I'm curious about how people actually do this sort of stuff. How they convince themselves to have
I'm
these
sorry,
visions.
your two wolves is bullshit. Your two wolves story is bullshit.
No, it's not, mate. You like to have an argument about.
Well, you keep on forgetting the third wolf.
No, I'm not buying that third wolf. You're going to have to give me something better than just a claim, mate. I don't buy it at all.
Well, what's the third wolves?
Oh, well, the third wolf is the one that knows it's more complicated than the two wolves.
Yeah. That's the wolf that makes shit up.
He is capable of much. He is the older, wiser wolf.
Yeah. He's the one. He's the one lurking behind the bushes, watching the good and the bad wolf go at it, and just like, I'll wait to see who loses.
Well, I can tell you he'd be on the left brain. That's where he'd live. That's for sure. Hey,
Reuben,
Reuben.
Reuben,
Sorry.
go invite John May in the room, man.
We have a full room.
Oh, do we?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Steve hasn't been talking. Is he still around, or did he get arrested?
Let's sacrifice Steve. Sacrifice him for John
Send him
May.
in the god Moloch. We're gonna sacrifice you.
Is this what
Sacrifice.
come now? This family's getting too big.
Moloch demands your soul, Steve.
This family's getting too big. We gotta start sacrificing. Hey.
Oh my god.
Was that wrong of me to do that? That was a. That was.
No,
kinda
no, no,
hateful.
that was awesome. Come on, guys. We need a sacrifice every day or the sun won't rise.
Yeah.
Steve's J-Dub's Isaac.
Oh no, no.
Oh,
There's
for a
another car.
second I
Oh no,
thought
there's
that
another
was
car that
Carlson.
pulled up. Oh
Yeah.
It's the same make and model.
Uh-oh, here we go.
no. Uh
Here we go.
It's the pizza guy, no?
oh. Is it?
Did you not get an invite?
Leftovers. He's definitely carrying leftovers.
Hey, call him over. Let's get a on the street interview.
Hey, door's locked. All right, man. I'll see you later. Let's go see what my hoes are up to now. Oh, wait. He might. Oh, no. Oh, he's getting his keys
No?
out. He's your neighbor.
Oh, he's the
Hey,
piece
that
of
up,
shit.
dude.
Phone. No, I thought it was his keys.
No, that's the piece of shit that I have the problems with. He's human garbage.
Did he just hear you say that?
Yeah, don't mess with him, brother. He's got a bad vibe. And you may not be around to do any more hangouts.
That's the guy. Reuven knows who that is because he's seen the video with him. I put a video up on the internet of him calling me white trash once.
I hate racist people.
Rob, what are you going to tell J-Dubs now? First you told him to go knock at the car window. Invite strangers into his house to chat. Should he go now to this guy and tell him he's a piece of shit or something?
Yes.
For
Or
entertainment
should he invite
value.
him in?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a wise move. He
You should
looks a bit
invite him.
shit.
You should invite him inside for some 1-to-1.
Yeah, Rob can deal with him. Rob will take out the bad wolf.
Yeah, I will, mate. I'll talk to him if you want. I'll bring him in.
Says the man
Yeah,
half
it's all
away.
good.
Says the man on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
That's right.
While he
Very
was
brave.
shot.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good time, mate. You'll have to wait till he's sober.
Let him eat his leftovers.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hey, Dubs.
What's up, brother John?
Yeah, man.
What's happening, man?
What's happening with you?
Ah, nothing, man. Keeping it real.
Keeping it real?
Yeah.
So did you really have it out with that guy?
Ah, yeah. He wanted to kill me.
What did he say?
I'm gonna kill you, you fucking faggot. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Faggot.
Yeah, he used the F word, yeah.
Yeah. That's not a very nice word.
He used the C word, too.
Yeah.
Well, the second C word. The CR word.
Hey,
Why?
you know what I'd say to him the next time you see him? Honestly, I am connected to Jesus. I am the next coming.
God.
You will be on motherfucking fire, brother.
But I love you.
Your penis will be on fire. So if you enjoy that at all, it will be burning. You will not be able to give pleasure to anyone. And I have a
My
friend.
penis is already on fire. Don't you see those women coming
have-
back
I
and
have
forth
a-
out of my apartment?
I have a friend who lives in Australia, and he thinks you're full of shit.
Oh, and don't forget, you see, I speak the truth because I speak the word.
That's it, man. King James
Yeah.
only.
Screw
Oh,
the
God.
scriptures.
So,
That's my
Jay, does
word.
what sort of a... So do you see this guy day to day, or...
Yeah, he lives up there for free. Yeah. Rent
Yeah.
free.
Right.
Tell him
The
Jesus
head-
loves him and give him a nice big hug, J. Dub.
He's a bully. He bullies the there's a the son that lives with the family upstairs. He gets bullied. So he kicked him out so he can live there.
Is this the guy with the high top fade?
No, not him.
Oh, okay.
You have access to fireworks.
I do not. I live in New York.
Damn it.
I do.
I was about to
have
say, we
access
should give
to
him a
everything.
4th of July party in his pants.
I ignore him, you know.
Yeah.
So why does he call you these names?
Well, what do
Wait a
you?
minute, somebody called you a name, Norse?
Oh, all the time. It's like second nature to these people, you know.
But
Yeah, but
Yo, don't
what?
tell me that, man. I'll
I have a
come over
video. I had. Well, I think I might have took him down. A video of him saying he's gonna kill. I'm a fucking cracker faggot, and he's gonna kill me. And I actually brought it to the cops, and the cops said, no, there's nothing we can do.
there's nothing they can do unless he does something.
Well, I mean, he's saying he's gonna kill faggot crackers. I mean, you would think that would be
Yeah,
against
but
the law.
Are we
Cops
talking
answered
about
anything. It's just words, man. It's just words. The cops answered every.
Right, but John, what if I said I'm gonna kill him? He's an effing N-word.
No,
But
I
you
hear
would have
you. I hear you, but you don't understand. To law enforcement,
I totally agree.
But so it's a double standard, then what you're saying?
There's
You
no
gotta have Jesse Jackson in your house.
Exactly, yeah.
There's no crime in saying. I mean,
Of course,
No.
there's a crime.
There has to be action. He's totally right.
He says that he verbally communicated to me that he's going to kill me.
Yeah. What's his beef with you?
Did you show the cops on videotape that he did this?
Yeah, I put it up on the internet.
No, did you show it to
Ruben
the
said.
cops?
Yeah,
Did
the
you-
cops looked at it. They said, whatever. That's what their response was.
Hey, Norse, you need a place to stay, though?
Maybe. Not
All right.
not at the moment.
All right. Let me know, man.
Why is he pissed off with you though? What's the problem?
I don't know. I'm the wrong skin color, Rob. I guess.
Is it that simple? Really?
Is your
I've
neighborhood
never-
predominantly black?
No.
Okay.
I live in a rich Jewish neighborhood.
As you could see,
Are you being-
as you could see, that's people coming in this house and coming out.
Yes.
It's actually not. It's actually I live on. They're not black Jews, Benny. I live on the poorer side of the neighborhood. So you tend to see more Hispanics than blacks.
What you should
You,
do
you
is
said he was
tell him you
he
take
was a
notes
black
from Reddit.
Jew?
No, Benny said he called him a back. I said he's not Jewish. If he was Jewish, he wouldn't act that way.
So you think burning in hell wouldn't work with him?
I think if there was a hell, I think he'll be going there.
Really? Well, he looked scary. He did. He
We
had
should
like a
ask
dark.
Joseph.
I mean, I personally don't believe in a hell, so.
See, I wasn't lucky enough to be in the same energy field as Joseph, so maybe I would have been taken away, and just felt like I had to follow him.
Michael, do you
this
feel
is a
like you're one of
blessing
the
in
elect? Michael,
I
you're
am
one of the
definitely one
elect?
of the elects. I think I don't know what I'm going to call myself, but it's a beautiful thing. The most exciting thing I've heard in a long time, honestly, was Rob, who's Mr. Mild Mannered. Go bullshit. That as soon as I saw that, I had to watch and I had to come back. That was it. That was it for me.
Bullshit.
Rob says bullshit.
Bullshit. That's the second bullshit tonight, huh?
Oh no, that's like his fifth.
Oh,
I
is
think
it?
we hit a record.
I'm getting a little frustrated just by.
That's your ego.
Yeah, probably.
We should keep a little. We should keep a little.
Interesting.
We should keep a little scorecard on top of the broadcast, so like every time bullshit happens, you know.
Why are you
Bullshit meter.
Why are you frustrated, Rob?
The C word.
Share with the family.
We are a family.
We are.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
are family.
No, don't sing that to
We
her.
are the most
I
dysfunctional
got all
family I
my
ever met.
sisters with me.
No,
Well,
don't.
Here's my thing. I think I've got a reasonable, rational story, and I can't get any bastard to debate me on it and just get into the evidence.
Do you want me to debate you?
No, he was looking for a bastard. I think that's what he said.
Oh, okay.
Hey, listen,
Can't find a bastard.
you could invite your neighbor in and see if he's willing to go to hang out toe to toe with Rob.
The trouble is, it's a difficult discussion because now I'm starting to lean into the Nostradamus stuff as well. So
Oh,
here
that's
I
awesome.
am. Here I'm saying there's no God out in the sky and Jesus is real, and it's all. And I say prophecy's all made up crap. And then I want to argue that Nostradamus might have some validity.
So
it's
make a
difficult-
video on YouTube saying you're challenging all bastards to a debate.
Yes, but they have to prove they're bastards.
No, any prophecies that I've seen that were supposedly of Nostradamus, from what I've seen, it's so vague. It's so open to interpretation of these prophecies. It's like you can make these they try to make it fit. You know, it's like with 9/11, I think they had one from Nostradamus or something like that. And
Mine's a little different though because I'm writing this book. I'm writing this
really,
book and-
you're writing a book, Rob? You wrote a book?
Yeah. Well, I've got to plug the book, you know. But I'm writing this book, and I'm trying to work out what the hell's going on with these religions. It just doesn't make sense, and I finally work out a story that sort of makes some sort of sense, explains away the prophecies and all of that, and it does, and it's got backing from scholarship. I mean, who was it? Doug gave me that video that the Yale professor historian, he was basically on the same point. So, and the scholarship's really talking against Isaiah, so there's credibility there. But the bottom line, though, is that the three belief traditions as they stand today are fraudulent. They're fakes. And what the story basically says is you should shut them down. And lo and behold, I'm looking through, and I don't think that anyone would conceivably consider that as a possibility at all, right? That just seems absolute. You just couldn't imagine a world without these three religions. But I'm wading through this Nostradamus stuff, and lo and behold, there's a saying in there that says that the three temporal kings do get shut down, and the one is returned to the true seat. And basically, my conclusion was that the only honest interpretation among them, oh well, sorry, not the only one. The Torah is valid, but this Jesus character is real. So I'm looking at it and say, shit, you know, now I could tell a story that would validate that. What
So
you would
who are the
normally.
three kings? Who are the three kings in
It
Nostradamus?
looks like Joseph made a video response, but the fucker was so dumb that he didn't put the audio on.
Oh.
So there's like a 3-minute video with him not even talking.
Oh, the irony.
Wow, you pissed him off that much?
Let him know that we couldn't hear anything. Could he come in and voice through the voiceover?
Oh, it's so funny to me.
I think we could put the words in there while he's talking.
That might actually work. Invite him in here because tell him we couldn't hear the audio.
Take the video and put your own words in. Yeah.
Oh God.
But those three religions, they were Judaism, as it stands today, that's crooked. Islam, sorry, Frank, but it's true.
Christianity.
Sorry for one. What are you sorry about?
Oh, nothing. Me personally, mate. I'd like to see the back end of them. But the Gnostic.
But I want to know, how do you connect the three religions with the three kings?
It was the word temporal. So the saying uses the three temporal. So when you understand these religions for what they all have ritual and prayer and all this sort of nonsense in them, which are irrelevancy to the spiritual journey. Spiritual journey is about the still mind. It's not about the thinking or temporal mind. So when I saw that, I thought, yep, that makes sense. And there are three of them.
How do you know it's not actual three kings? What three leaders, political leaders?
The king's part's relevant too, because each of those three religions are political in nature, and they were designed that way by the emperors of the day. So it was the Flavians did it for Christianity, Cyrus did it for Judaism when he consumed that, and we had that rabbi dude that Reuben put me onto. He influenced the birth of Islam, and that's why Islam follows the Injil and the Torah, but says the rest is corrupted. So it's they're all political by nature. And besides, you know, the magic stuff's just not real anyway.
So when this prophecy says that these three kings will be temporal, are you saying these three religions are not going to exist at one time? Or?
Yeah, that's what it seems to suggest. I'll read it to you so you know it word for word if you're interested.
Well, yeah, if I can get like, you know, a line before, a couple lines before, a couple lines after, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. So, through the power of three temporal kings, the sacred seat will be put in another place, where the substance of the body and the spirit will be restored and received as the true seat.
Wait, where's that from?
Nostradamus, Century 8, Quatrain 99. Then there's this other one that mentions the Magi.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was that? Quatrain?
Century 8, Quatrain 99 of 100. But there was another one too that was interesting, I thought, and it said, "Does as the Magi did of yore in Persia," and I knew by the time I got around to reading that the Magi were associated with the corruption of the book of Isaiah. So I thought that was just interesting that he'd thrown that in there. But he's basically saying that he's talking about this father having some trouble with his son, and I think that that's the Rothschild, the main Rothschild at the moment. Might be that dude, but does as the Magi did of yours in Persia. Well, what that means is that's a con game. What the Magi did in Persia is that they conned Judaism or stole Judaism when they wrote the book of Isaiah. So, but I come across something really interesting today, and Reuben, I just wanted to mention this for Reuben's benefit because I put it on that Bible Geek site. Nostradamus talks about things happening in the beginning of what's called the 7th millennium. And when you actually work out what that date is in our normal calendar, it turns out that it's 1876 or something, 1866. And that's really actually quite interesting because that's actually where the Bilderberg group and this Elders of Zion thing starts. It actually starts at that period. So I thought, wow, that's bloody interesting. Because there is a conspiracy out there that says that the Elders of Zion are behind the 3 world wars, and it's all part of a strategy to get to world domination. And, you know, when you connect
Welcome to the room. We got a new person in the room. Welcome.
Hello.
Good without God?
Good without God.
Quite an inspiring name.
Well, till I come up with a better one.
What
As
about
long as
good?
it's not
What
Joseph.
about, what about good with God? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What did you do?
Whoa, who's that?
Oh no, round 4.
Yo, man, they keep coming back and forth in the house, dude. It's like 2:50
Good
in
with
the morning.
good without
How
God.
much are you playing with him?
Your microphone is having a seizure. It's like a dildo locked in a metal room. Oh, my ears.
You're gonna have to come up with your mic. Yeah.
Your microphone sounds horrible.
We're getting a lot of buzzing noise there.
Yeah, I think it's too close to the speaker.
Well, yeah, what happens, Benny, is that, you know, I gotta recharge my bullets, you know. I gotta, you know, shoot one, recharge, shoot another, you know.
How much is this costing you, man?
Couple of hundred each time. So good without God. I would love to talk to you, but your microphone sounds like a dildo locked in a metal room.
Oh,
do you
come
have?
on.
I don't know any way else to put it.
Nice. Come on, man.
Come on.
You know, it was pretty bad.
Yes,
There
just
it
like
goes.
that.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Well,
You
if
know,
that's
I
a cool
want to
though,
say
apparently
something,
she
but
is
I can't.
doing good without God.
No. Oh, can you mute, please?
And I feel something vibrating. I feel like I'm vibrating.
Good without God. Can you click the little wheel on top of your browser and make sure you have the right microphone chosen? Your settings might be a little messed up. Or you yank on the wire or something and
It
now
sounds
it's
like a
shorted
bad
out.
connection. It sounds like there's a kink in that wire. It sounds like that's what I mean. That's like a ground noise.
It's strange because she sounded fine at the start, and then all of a sudden it got weird.
Yeah.
It got louder.
Yeah. Anyway.
Was I too wrong, Brother John? What did I say?
Oh, I don't know. I guess, you know, as a woman, maybe should take it the wrong way. I don't know. I don't know what kind of, you know, sense of humor someone has, you know.
I'm just trying to be funny.
No, I know it was funny, I guess. But,
I'm a bad boy, I guess.
yeah, no, don't take it from me. Hey, I'm nobody to.
Is that any better?
Oh,
Yeah.
Awesome.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome
You're
to.
welcome. I'm kind of new to these hangouts, so
That's
actually
okay.
this is my first public one I've actually gotten involved in.
Oh,
We
okay.
love you, Cherry.
What I mean, J Dubs, see, it's a very first hangout.
I will give her the wrong impression if I keep open my mouth. I'll be quiet for the rest of the night.
No,
You have a
don't-
bit of an accent. Are you from England?
No, it's happening again.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
Get that buzz again.
Okay, now, how's it now?
That's better.
Yay.
What are you
Okay.
doing? What are you doing differently?
What am I doing differently? I don't know. I'm holding the end of the penis mic.
Oh.
Oh,
There we go.
man.
Someone with a sense of humor.
There you go, J Dubs. You weren't in the wrong. I'm
She's
sorry.
my type of woman. She's right up my alley.
I think
I
I'll
don't
be
know,
the one
considering
that'll
the
shut up.
prostitutes you've been hiring.
I'll be the one that'll shut up the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. What's going on? Oh, man.
You can hold it all night.
Plug. Well, she's like you said, you're holding the plug, and that's why it's a bad connection. You got another mic? Almost sounds like Skynet there for a second.
Is Ruben talking again? Love you, Ruben. Ruben.
I'm very sorry, guys.
That was the main reason why I came, to hear Ruben speak. And this is what I got.
Yeah. We've been horrible tonight for you, man. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It sounds like Ruben.
It does.
We should not be laughing at this, should we?
So.
You may be good without. Hey, you may be good without God, but you're terrible with a microphone.
Hey, welcome, Adam. How are you, man?
Hey, Adam, how we doing?
Adam, what's up?
No, I muted himself.
He doesn't look happy.
I'm gonna have. Yeah. I just. Yeah. We have to mute you for now. Good without God. We have to mute you until you fix that microphone because it's like really
Did
bad.
I say something wrong?
Adam got elected.
What happened?
Chosen.
Why did Adam leave?
I say hello to him and he leaves. Oh, Adam, you came
Oh.
back. Okay. Oh, thank you.
You feel better now, Frank?
Yes, I do. I do. I thought I did something wrong.
I think you should see a therapist about that.
Oh, I got my therapist. It's Joseph now. That's my therapist.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yo, good without God.
Now it sounds like a snow blizzard going on out.
Oh crap! Well. How do I just mute myself then? How's it?
Yeah, just mute when you don't speak.
You know what? For now, if you want, good without God until you get the mic thing figured out.
Yeah.
You could just go into chat. We could chat with you for sure. For now.
You may not know how to use that, John.
I'm sorry.
You may not know how to use that feature. Perhaps.
Yeah,
explain it?
that's what I was. Yeah, she's got it. She knows how to use it. It was fun last night. Oh, so you were on another
She
Google
knows
Hangout.
how to use it.
She lied to us.
Yeah, you lied to us, good without God.
Wait. Now she said this was her first public one. The other one might not have been live.
Technicalities.
Welcome to the room, anyway.
So Adam, how's everything hanging with on your side, man?
Yeah, man, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. I think I'm doing great.
Well, I'm a little teetering here. We spoke to a guy named Joseph.
I would say we're slowly recovering from that traumatic experience.
He said he condemned everyone to hell or something?
Yeah.
Oh, you were here?
We're going to hell.
Oh, Reuben
Well, he-
mentioned it in chat. to me.
Reuven, Adam was here in spirit.
And then also, J-Dubs, I just caught just a couple minutes of what you guys were talking about, but someone was threatening to kill you or something? Is that?
Remember, we were talking about my neighbor that I have problems with.
Is that the same neighbor that you've had conflict with in the past?
That's correct. Remember the video?
Yeah. That sucks, man. I've had people threaten my life, and it's really frustrating when people don't take it seriously, because, you know, if they're serious, it's fucked up that people won't do anything about it, you know?
It's alright. If I end up dead, he'll be doing me a favor. Anyway.
Oh, you don't talk like that.
Anyway, move on from that now.
Anyway, yeah. Oh, we lost Reuben.
What do you expect? I mean, okay, this guy said, what do you expect somebody to do?
Arrest him. It's illegal to threaten to murder someone, so he should be arrested. He should be in jail right now. And he should be prosecuted, and he should be put on trial, and all the, you know, he should be put through the system. You can't threaten to murder someone in the United States of America.
All right, let's not. He's a nobody. It's not even worth spending time talking about.
No, well, it brings up a different issue, I think, because say if like you have comedians or people even on TV who publicly say, "I wish this one," like not threat, but they'll say, "I'll wish a death." Like,
okay, hoping for something is different.
I mean, is that the same context? Would you say that?
No.
Well, it's not the same, but I mean, someone said they said, "I am going to murder Adam Lore today," and the police wouldn't do anything about it. Today, I'm going to go and murder Adam Lore. Come on now, that's a death threat.
I think it's really all how the person who's getting the threat is, you know, receiving it. Like, if I said, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," do you honestly think I'm gonna kill you? But if I come up saying I'm gonna kill you, then I actually mean it.
I don't think it happened that way. I think, you know, as my understanding, Norris, he really wanted to kill you.
I mean, as far as I knew, yeah, he wanted to kill me, yeah.
In that case, we should get the cops involved.
Can you put a restraining order on him?
I talked to the cop about it, and he said it would be too much of an issue and a hassle. And
what kind of freaking cop is this?
And the cop was talking about he didn't want to do paperwork, and he was
what the?
Yeah.
You don't need the cop though. You can just file charges yourself.
Yeah, I think he did tell me that I can go down to the police station and file charges, but yeah.
It sounds like this shit happens all the time around your neighborhood.
You know, it sounds like he could go file charges and he'll get out probably pretty quickly, and you probably might have more problems, maybe. Maybe are you trying to avoid probably more problems if you pursue this charge?
Yeah, that's I guess a good way of putting it, Brother John. Sure.
That's really understandable if that's the actual reason.
Which is sad because that's usually what people do, and then they end up getting hurt even more.
Right. So if you had the option to move, which you know probably don't now, you know, it'd be different.
Yeah, I'd like to move. Yeah, it'd be nice.
Where would you like to move?
Don't say Hollywood. Don't say Hollywood. Don't say Hollywood.
No, I wouldn't want to move to Hollywood. That'd be like living in New York, like I am now.
Except hotter.
Yeah, except for hotter. Well, I guess it wouldn't be too bad living in Hollywood because I go hang out with Reuven. He's out in Hollywood.
Reuven, is that true?
Reuven is in Hollywood?
Reuven's in L.A.? Yeah. Nowhere near Oh, okay, my bad.
Reuven,
you are in L.A. though.
Southern California is not actually as condensed as you can imagine.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
I live in really the suburbs. It's not like I'm living downtown.
Okay.
So you want to live in LA Metro?
No, I don't. I wouldn't have to.
So where would you go? Where would you move to?
I would like to move out somewhere out in the maybe Virginia or maybe I don't know, Wyoming, Oregon. You know, somewhere where it's like a lot of nature but less people. You know, that sort of deal.
Do you know anybody
like the Unabomber?
Like the Unabomber, exactly.
Do you know anybody in these states? Do you know anybody in these states?
Do I know people in the States? Of course.
No, no, in the states that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. Not really, no.
Dick Cheney, man, Wyoming, right?
Oh yeah, Dick Cheney. Yeah, I'm best buddies with him. Yeah, he helped me get that deal with Enron. Yeah.
Go
Me and him
fuck
go way
yourself.
back. What happened?
No, he goes, you go fuck yourself. That's his word. Oh man, damn.
Hey,
Oh,
J-Dubs,
God.
if you had a job opportunity to go to one of these states, would you do it?
A job opportunity.
Yeah.
Mm,
If you had an opportunity in one of those states, would you do it?
it would it definitely depend on what it is, but I would say that's a high possibility. Yeah.
Now hold on. That would involve him leaving his room.
That would be true technically. Yeah. Unless they have some sort of Star Trek beam me up Scotty thing, they could.
Yeah, but you'd go to your own room, just your new room, in a different state.
And instead, we'll be looking at a black car with Wyoming state. Wyoming.
The same damn car.
As more things change, more stays the same, huh? What happened?
But seriously, I mean, seriously, think about it though. If these states
But what type of job would I get in Oregon? A dairy farmer?
bro, that's something you'll have to do the footwork on, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm a dairy farmer's a dairy man's father.
Oh.
The dairy man's father?
No, my father's a dairy farmer. Was.
Oh, okay.
Where?
Does my mic sound better now?
Much
Sounds
better.
great.
For now.
We're talking to you.
Okay, good. All right. Sorry, what was the question?
What state was the you said dairy farmer?
Dairy farmer, yeah. Holstein dairy, beef, up here in Canada and Stratford, Ontario.
Oh, Canada, beautiful up there.
Oh, do you know Joseph?
Oh God, no.
Is Joseph in Canada?
Yes.
He's only
Don't know
been-
Joseph, I don't think.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
introduce
that's right, Green Soul. All Canadians know each other. Yeah.
No.
That's what I thought about Australians.
Yeah, John's just next door. I'll just pop out.
That's like saying all Italians know each other.
Yeah, right.
They do.
Hey,
I
you're
guess more
trying to be
Italians know
wise?
each other than. Sorry?
You're trying to be wise, huh?
Yep.
Well, I'm glad my mic's working, better not blowing your guys' ears out.
Oh no, now it's perfect. It's great. So what brings you to the room?
Well, I'm just kind of bored. I can't sleep.
Okay.
I work 10 hours a day, and I just can't sleep.
Okay, then you're in the perfect place.
I haven't slept for 3
Are
days.
you guys on Nighthawks?
Yeah, we're night owls. Yeah.
Night owls. That's the room to be.
So you guys just hanging out? You guys all know each other, or what's up here?
Yeah, we're hanging out. We're hanging out.
Oot. Hagen oot.
We pretty much know each other here. You know, we all come from different, belief systems, and we share that and whatever, discuss it, debate it.
Cool.
In a civil manner.
Yeah, that's how I like.
Except Joseph.
Today you're kind of meeting us on a cool, calm and collected night. I'm usually a wild animal that needs medication.
I get my moments too.
Yesterday, it didn't get heated until like the last hour.
So J-Dub, that means you're on your medication then, right? Right now.
Yeah, been taking it.
Mm. Yeah, dude.
And what meds are those?
Hey, we're going live here. We're live here. You might not want to divulge that information.
Depakote,
Oh God, jeez,
Oh man, that's so soft.
lorazepam,
those aren't good. Bad memories.
Adderall.
All toxic to the system.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Especially in high doses. Well, I'm not hogging the mic here, am I?
No, but what's your backstory here? I mean, obviously you're an atheist. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we at least know that much about you. And you're from Ontario.
Yes, I've always lived in Ontario.
Okay, have you always been an atheist, or were you like of another religion beforehand, or you want to share that kind of story?
Sure, if you want to hear it.
Sure. Hey, this is how we get to know you.
Okay. Well, I grew up on a dairy farm, so we didn't go to church. It's unusual, right, in the farming community. Um, I mean, I worked hard I was more like working like a man as a woman. I did all the guy chores, right?
Yeah.
And then I left the country life and got into the city, and I went to high school in the city, and that's when lots of doctrines come at you, right?
What city is that, by the way?
In Stratford, it's a small festival type Shakespearean town.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Well, let's not get too personal. This ain't the Love Boat.
Wait,
So
now, hold
a
on
long
here.
story short, there was, I don't know if you guys are aware of a church. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Oh.
I live in America, so there's a church all every corner. So.
Yeah, it got big. It's like in Toronto. It got big in Toronto. It started in Stratford. Sorry, I can't remember the name right now.
Tell me, is this the guy Ron Howard?
Sorry?
Ron Howard, the Toronto Blessing, or anything like
Yes,
that?
that one. Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm very familiar with them. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a hold of me in Stratford when they just had a little upper room above a bar, actually. And I don't know if you guys ever heard of there's a sports guys, Athletes in Action.
Okay. They're
Okay.
like Christian athletes?
Yes, and they would go around and preach their testimony and stuff through sports, because I was like huge in sports in high school. And
Okay.
yeah, so that was the beginning of my exposure to indoctrination. That's how it all began. And I had a history teacher that took special interest in me, because I was a real history buff at that time too. And so she was kind of like she tried to be a mentor of some sort, I guess, because I wasn't really close with my parents either. I was kind of a rebellious teenager. So yeah, that was the initiation of it all. And then we went over to this church. It was called the Upper Room at the time, and that's where my first time where I actually saw like what my mother called holy rollers. Yeah, and of course they have those plays of hell and all that stuff. So they really put the fear into you, right? So yeah, it was very it was quite a harrowing experience from there. Because of course, I told you I had no religious basis. I had no exposure to it before. I didn't know what the hell I was getting involved in. So yeah, so I was feared into it, you know.
So you were scared into accepting Jesus?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They were very prominent in telling the hell stories for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Joseph told us earlier that we're all going to hell, so. Coming along for the trip.
So I'm imagining now you being like a history buff, did you start going into the history of Christianity?
At that time, I was too much into sports, and it was more like it was surface stuff, freaked me out, totally freaked me out. And of course, because of family situations, I ended up in a foster home at the time through high school. I had a very alcoholic dad, so I had to deal with a lot of that too. So of course, that just added to the fear, because you're trying to look for something to hang on to.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry?
I said I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, they had me in a very vulnerable state. It was you almost think you're going crazy, and then you have that on top of you.
So you traded one abusive relationship for another.
Exactly. Yeah.
So when was it
So,
did you start actually questioning your faith?
I would have to say, oh, let's see, I got through high school. Then I got into actually some army stuff. What do you call army cadets? And because I was trying to work on my to be strong, right?
hmm.
Mentally and physically, and just stay focused on trying to figure out what direction I wanted to take in life. And then I had like I always had a science background that was hanging on too. I never wanted to let go of my science. It was because that's the only thing that ever really made sense to me growing up, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, how you doing now? Are you fine, or do you think?
Actually, it's like, okay, you know, when they talk about when you're in religion indoctrination, talk about righteous anger. Well, as an atheist, it's like the opposite now. I'm angry for what effect religion had on my life until I started realizing all the manipulation and the brainwashing that went on.
Yeah.
How long you been?
You're right. You're right. Yeah. Well, I was just going to acknowledge, you know, your judgment's pretty spot on. But it doesn't serve you well to hang on to that anger. You've got to deal with that as well. You've got to let that go.
Yeah.
Those things are not your fault, and they're not something that you really need to carry as baggage.
Like I focus my anger towards their methods and the brainwashing and the constant worthlessness, like the fact that you sin, and it's like you don't understand. Okay, well, how am I a sinner? You know, what did I ever do? Except
you would have loved Joseph in here earlier.
Sorry, what's that?
You would have loved this guy Joseph that was in here earlier.
Oh.
He did nothing but that.
Well, I'm sure he would have got a rise out of me. I'm sure of that then.
According to him, if we don't believe everything he says, we're sinners.
Right.
Yeah, well, that doctrine's completely wrong, and that's the empire and what they're doing. See, belief is an idea. All it is it's a transaction that ultimately leads to power. It's a power game. So it's bullshit.
And ironically enough, all the push they did to study your Bible, read your scriptures, and the repetitiveness and, you know, all the Bible studies, they try to get you involved and come on out, and then they would have you try and preach to other people on the street and that kind of stuff. I felt very uncomfortable doing that.
Yeah,
but
well, not the right teachings either. I mean, if you go back to the real Jesus, he's talking about it's about self-awareness, and that's the end of the story. It's not about recruitment or control. Yeah. So you've sort of unfortunately come through something that's very wrong. At least that's my view, anyway.
Yeah, I fell into some serious cracks there, and they kind of grabbed a hold of me. Yeah.
Yeah, and the true Jesus story is about gnosis or knowledge. So the science choices that you made are
science
a good
and history. Yeah, I dug into that Bible with my science and history interests. That's what eventually led me to be an atheist. Reading
so
that
you're
Bible
finding
from cover to cover.
Yeah, you're finding your feet though. You're feeling comfortable in your own skin again, or?
Oh yeah, I think I still have to work through like all the years I wasted.
Yeah, but you can't get them back, so don't labour that too much.
Yeah.
I mean, the joy in life is in the the experiences that lie ahead of you, and you need
now,
to
mind you, I was also sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay.
I also raised my son for 13 years on my own as well. It was a very long, hard road, so I'm going to skip forward to after my son turned about, say about 10 or 11, and I was probably, let's see, I was 21. So I'd say early 30s is when I actually, again, where the anger comes in about religion, because I indoctrinated my son too, so I was really angry at myself for that too. When I started I had to indoctrinate him. This is a very touching part of it.
That's
It destroyed our
okay.
relationship.
How's the relationship? Is that still a bit of a problem, or?
Yeah, I hardly ever hear from him since he was 13 years old.
Okay.
He's now 20.
Yeah, you're still on the right track though. It's so where's he at? What's his story? Is he
Well,
still?
it really confused him
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
here he sees a woman who's devoted to God and all that stuff, and into the studying of Bible and worshiping and all that stuff that you do, right? Thinking you're doing the right thing. And then when I actually really started taking a closer look at the Bible and started reasoning for myself, saying, and then putting God to the test with all I could possibly do, right? And then to have a young son who see his mother totally turn the other way, it's very confusing for him, right?
Did it have any impact on his friendships and that sort of thing? Like, did he have Christian friends? That sort of drama?
Oh yeah, yeah. And then when we came away from all that, then he lost all those friends. I lost all those friends.
Yeah, that'd be tough for both of you. Yeah.
He was 13 at the time?
He was 13 at the time when I started waking up, yeah. And realizing that I had to undo everything in myself and in him, you know, to get him on the right track. He's okay mentally now, and I mean he's a free thinker. He's like, you know, very strong. I'm very proud of him as a human being. He's a very good, strong young man. Thinks for himself. He doesn't let anybody manipulate him. Yeah. So I'm very proud of that.
What's his age now? He's how old?
He's 26 this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Actually, he's a surviving twin.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
You lost the other twin.
Mhm.
Yeah. You've had a fairly tough life then, haven't you?
Oh yeah, and that's just the surface of it. What I'm telling you guys. I didn't know what to expect when I came in here.
Well, it's good to talk openly. I think it's a positive. Yeah.
I've had a lot in over the years, and I think I'm just ready to, you know, I've been kind of an island to myself.
Well, you should be, from what I'm hearing thus far, you should be very, there's a lot of positive, you know, I mean, it's a tough road, but you seem to have handled it reasonably well, and it's tougher than many people sort of experience. Yeah. So, yeah. Sorry that it had to happen to you, but
yeah, I didn't want to come in and get, you know, pity or anything. It's just
no, I get that. You're just being honest, and you know, for me, for one, I appreciate that. I like it when people are honest.
And I've watched some of your videos. What's your name again?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm Rob.
Rob.
Beasley. Yeah.
Okay, so
I wrote a book. I'm going to plug my book.
Okay. And what faith are you?
What am I?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, man, you had to ask.
I'll try and be quick. I'll try and be short, John.
Oh no.
We all know each other well here. That we've heard this story numerous times.
Yeah. So I'm not for any of the belief traditions. So belief to me is a curse on humanity. Jesus is a real dude, and he had a good philosophy, but it was stolen by the empire. So that's probably pretty, and you know, prophecy and all that stuff and all the magic, that's all made up nonsense.
Yeah.
So I wrote a book. There's my book. Oh, and there's a free version. Thanks, mate. I'm trying to make money.
Sorry, it was my Google Rob. It was coming out.
Well, yeah, that's a group privilege. So I suppose now that you're in the group, you get a free copy. So the free copy is the one below.
Honestly, good. I have to really thank you for telling your story. I know it probably is not easy for you right now, considering you were coming to tears, but
yeah,
considering this is live, I think it's really important for people who are still on the fence, still confused about about whether or not they believe, to actually hear many people's stories to try to understand why they no longer believe, so maybe they too can no longer believe.
And I think that's why it's like important. That's why I want to come out and I want to share my experience, so that if there's somebody out there listening, they know that there is a way out of it. with reason and logic.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of doing it for yourself. You have to do it for yourself. You can't have people tell you, because that's just like indoctrination. They come along and they just...
Yeah, that's actually what the real Jesus said. He said, "Seek and find,"
Yeah.
and then he said, "Know thyself," and that's the true story. So you're 100% correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, you are. It's just simple truth. So
Mm-hmm.
just gotta know them two wolves, right, guys?
And of course, it helps to have a little scientific knowledge as well, so you can compare what you're reading on those pages in that storybook.
Yeah. Yeah.
And know
But
that obviously that's a story that you're reading and not actual fact. It's a lot of philosophy and story and poetic stuff, right?
But it's got some good stuff in it, you know, like the wisdom's still there, it's still embedded in it. You just got to pick apart the political stuff. Just get
Exactly.
that when you can get that out of the road. So maybe that's actually I don't know. I'm just you know, I'm sort of feeling for you and your son, and I'm just wondering how to bridge that gap, because it's a shame, because you both really get a lot out of reconciliation.
Mm.
He
And
would
I
too.
think the thing is, I felt like I was lost in a sea of all these brainwashed people. I didn't really have a lot of atheism around me to kind of guide me through it. Like, I remember the first person that kind of planted the seed was talking about hell all the time, and the number 666 and the beast and all that, and I would have nightmares and, you know, and watch all these, you know, these productions.
Well, 666 is Nero, so he's the birth of that story, and that was all, you know, built into the New Testament by the Romans after Nero knocked off. So that's all rubbish.
666 is the Roman numerals.
Uh-huh.
No, but it does refer specifically to Nero.
You take one of each Roman numeral, it adds up to 666.
Yeah.
I just got some visitors dropped in, and my wife's reminding me I should go and visit. So nice to catch up with you guys. Have fun.
Have them come to the camera. Let's all just get in on this.
Yeah, make it a family affair.
Yeah.
No. Hey,
don't be shy, Rob. Come on.
Hey, Rob.
Kid
Rob, tell her the family says hello.
Yes, you say hello.
Oh, jeez, mate, you get me in all sorts of trouble. Just come in here. Say hello.
Coming into these load of wankers all the time.
See?
Hey, there's a lady in the room. I don't wank. Just with my mic.
Ranking's a matter of opinion.
Gotta stop hanging around with those damn Yankees, you know?
So you can see that I need to go make peace. See you later. Bye.
Hey, Rob, thanks for talking to me, and I'm glad to finally talk to you in person instead of just listen to your videos.
Yeah, no problems. Promote my book. See ya.
Hey, Rob, it's always a pleasure, Rob.
Yeah,
Peace.
see you, people. Bye.
Ciao. Okay, so who's the next person? The young man, let me think. It says freedom on your shirt there.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you need to know?
Okay, so you're an atheist?
Yes, I, like George Carlin said, I was a Roman Catholic, and then I reached the age of reason.
Oh yeah, the Catholics tried to get a hold of me too. Not near as horrifically.
Well, honestly, I was born into it, raised by it. When I was in my 20s, I joined the military and had a resurgence of it.
Yeah.
Then I started protesting against Scientology, started questioning my own faith.
Mm-hmm.
And now you see what sits before you.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried the Catholic part too. That was part of it was like a tug and pull between the Christianity part and the Catholic when I was in the foster home. They insisted I go, and then when they stopped insisting I go, and then there was all that stuff about priests molesting young boys and stuff like that, and that really, I decided I'm not going to church with them anymore.
You know, strangely enough, I was an altar boy. That never happened at my church. What, was I just not pretty enough? Come on, guys.
Aw, you got a cute face. Baby face.
Honestly, what I like about Roman Catholicism as opposed to normal Christianity is, or at least the version I was taught, they focused more on the person's deeds as opposed to their belief in God. You like, even an atheist, as long as they were a moral person in terms of, following the Ten Commandments, they're still going to get into the gates of heaven, but someone who believes and worships God, if they're an evil person, they're still not getting in. That's what kept me in. Would you stop that, Yuval?
And they had a really close sense of community too.
Oh yes, and unfortunately, most of my family is still very much into the religion.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, lol.
I'm sorry, I keep muting myself because my dog wanted to dig.
Okay, who else is, yeah, you're the only ones moving around the screen, so who else is not muted?
I'm still here.
And you are?
Michael.
Michael, nice to meet you.
You too. I'm a spiritual kind of guy.
Okay. What do you mean by spiritual?
Well, I don't really believe in any one faith.
Mm-hmm.
I have a rough time believing that one religion is right and the rest are wrong. I'm not a Bible thumper.
Uh-huh.
I'm not an atheist. I've been known to be a little crazy at times.
Uh-huh. So would you say you're agnostic then?
No.
No? Kind of a new ager, what they would refer to?
I am so new ager. We'll call it that. But I'm not as new age as Joseph was earlier today.
Uh-huh.
No, that was a whole new experience. Did you see that? Hear that? Experience that? Feel that? Or are you tingling or burning?
No. My next thought is you were.
I didn't get all of that.
Yeah, I think she just cut out.
Mike, there we go.
There you go. See, that's what happens. You burn up. The microphone sets on. That's what really happened to Rob. Even though he's trying to sell books, he really is Satan. 666. 666.
Yeah, he just has all the signs right there.
He does. He's got books to sell. He's got pages to fill. I don't know. No, but you're a very sweet lady.
Thank you. I think this is kind of neat because it's like in my walk.
Yes.
I can almost relate to almost everybody's faith because I tried looking into almost all of it when I was on my search. Right. And so I tried the New Age stuff after the Christianity and the Catholicism and looked into a bit of Buddhism and all that stuff. I've gotten to know a lot of people through my career as well, so.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I can understand.
But you're still seeking though. I can sense there's still a lot of pain to deal with, and
yeah, recovery
and,
from religion is, I guess, is a fair way to put it.
Well, even just recovery from life. Sometimes there's just recoveries from these hangouts.
Yeah, some of them were painful.
Especially Joseph's here.
You know what though? I've witnessed worse than Joseph. Joseph's just his own delusional. Like, sometimes that's how you cope. You live in a fantasy world, right? It's all imagination and
yeah.
And I think for him, when you guys didn't fully embrace him and show him the love, and you didn't agree with everything he said,
it's too bad I missed.
It's different about agreeing with what he says, and it's different than and having an actual conversation.
Yeah, but how many people have the bravery to wear freedom on their shirt? Right? That's the way I look at it. If you've got freedom on your shirt, really.
Changing my shirt now.
Oh, your shirt's awesome.
I like it. I love it.
Your shirt. Look, she said you were cute. How much worse can it get than that?
Reminds me of Braveheart, Freedom.
Well, living in your neighborhood, you'd have to be Braveheart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so good for you.
Oh no, that's even worse than what you put on now.
Oh yeah.
I'm a proper Irishman. I don't want to see the Union Jack.
It's actually a red, white, and blue motorcycle. the Star Spangled Banner on it.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Hey, at least no one's asking you to take your shirt off. It's a good night.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not as fit as I used to be, or else I probably would. And it's actually really hot today.
I don't know your story. I haven't met you before until tonight, and you probably don't know my story either, unless. So tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I actually just did a very brief rundown. Like I said,
I'm sorry.
I did a brief overview when I was talking to Good Without God, but I could easily go over it again. I was Roman Catholic, and was that way until I started protesting against Scientology back in '08, and I'm protesting against these people and saying, you guys are believing something written by something of fiction. And then I just started looking inward, looking at my religion, trying to make sure I believe what I actually am saying, and I didn't.
So what should I call you if I want to talk to you? What's the proper name beside Freedom? Leave Freedom to me, but.
Well, you Lycan or Lycos, that's what people are calling me, and that's what I'm choosing to be called.
I think we should call him Mel.
Mel? Well,
Yeah,
my
Mel
mom calls
Gibson.
me that one dick, so.
Say what?
My mom calls me a dick all the time.
That's not good. That's not kosher.
Help me with that, people.
I don't know. Brain fart.
Well,
processing.
my mother
Is
calls
that
me Frank, so that's close, right?
There's got to be a story behind that. I'm not
Yes.
sure it's the story we want to hear. Is it?
Actually, I just told you my real name. That's the story.
Oh, Dick.
Yeah.
Oh, tricky Dicky, huh? Like Richard Nixon, huh?
I'm not a
What is Joseph's real name? Anybody know?
I think his real name was Dick too.
Dick 2, eh?
Yeah.
Dick 1 and Dick 2.
Oh, don't.
Thing
float
one,
me
thing
with
two.
that. Come on.
Next, we're going to have Addicted.
Wow. See, we can do great even without John May here, right? We haven't started C word tonight, but we're dancing on the dicks. Okay, so we were having a serious relationship or conversation, or it's been pretty bizarre in here tonight, hasn't it? Very emotional. I like the emotional part.
Yeah, I didn't expect that because I'm not usually emotional.
Well, I'll tell you, Rob brings that out in people, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I've never heard him use a swear word ever, and he's firing off bullshit all night. I was like, what is that? Has anyone else ever heard? I haven't.
Yeah,
I
Rob doesn't
think
usually
this is my
curse.
first time listening to Rob.
I think he's frustrated with book sales or something. That might have been.
Oh, no, I've heard him say it a few times. It's not all the time.
Okay,
I
who's
wish-
that? Who's that just spoke with the red ball in the middle there?
Cerberus?
Severance?
Cerberus.
Oh, Cerberus. Okay, sorry. Your name doesn't.
I like Severance better. What you said? Is that what you said?
Yes, I thought Severance. You said.
Severance pay is kind
Yeah.
He doesn't talk a lot, but when he does, it's very, very potent. I wish he'd talk more, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That's a compliment, by the way.
Don't tempt me. I hold back what I say a lot because it's so bad.
Well, you must have something to contribute to this bizarre night. It's your turn.
No. I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting here painting.
Doesn't do
I
well
don't-
under pressure. No, mommy, I can't do it.
Okay, what do you want me to talk about?
What brought you to the hangout?
Initially, way back when I started.
Sure. Wherever you want to go with this one.
I saw a video of G-Man, and that pissed me off.
Oh, gee, yeah, I've seen those videos. Oh.
And then
That's
one
awful.
thing led to another, and now I'm here.
Okay.
I went from hangout to hangout.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cerberus is the tramp of the family.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets around.
Yeah. He gallivants.
I am not a bicycle. I'm a unicycle.
Yes, but you've been ridden all up and down the street.
But only those with talent can ride me.
But I bet you get your severance pay every time, eh?
Oh, now, if you want to talk about pay after a service, talk to the guy who keeps staring at a car in front of his yard.
Oh god.
Cerebus, did you say that you're painting?
Well, yeah.
What do you
Well, show Adam what you could do, man. This guy's brilliant.
like? You're producing artwork, or are you just like painting a wall or something?
Oh no. I would go as far to call this artwork. I'm more practicing.
You would go so far. What are you painting?
Brush strokes, like, or with a pencil?
I am painting a woman with a smidgen too much skin for green.
Say what?
A woman
Green's on Ramadan, so I can't paint what I normally paint.
Well, he's not in the room, so you can show it.
Oh, he's not? He left?
Yeah, show it. Come on, let's see your talent, man.
Well, give me a second. I have to set up the stream through my network.
You better be good.
Thank you.
Adam's a professional painter, artist.
Philosopher.
That is true. Adam is a polymath. He's a master of many trades.
Are we talking like modern art, realistic art, or contemporary?
I have trouble painting things I haven't seen, so it's realistic.
Okay. You gonna show us?
Yeah, it takes a second here.
Okay.
You have to take him to a movie first.
No, it's just Windows 8 networking. It's stupid.
Okay, dinner and a movie. No?
Wow, you're a really cheap date. A little old-fashioned for my taste.
I think we're making him work here.
Oh, there we go.
That's nice.
Is it showing up?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing, man.
It's a woman with dark hair on the one side. Oh, there you go. Darkening it up a bit.
Adam can do better.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly better than what I can do.
See, I saw it for a minute, but now I don't see it. Why is that?
Click his avatar.
Oh, there it is. I see it. I got it. See? Yeah, that's why I got you there.
Mm.
Cerebus, did you go to art school or like study painting?
No. My father paints a lot though.
Oh man, you got a gift.
Yeah, it's good.
You got a gift. I date her. She's beautiful.
You should see the one I did yesterday. Yesterday I spent hours.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes things that you don't spend hours have depth in them anyways. You know what I mean? Like I could stare in her eyes for days.
Actually, I agree.
So could I. And I'm hetero.
Well, you could be straight.
I was
but
questioning
appreciate
it
the
there.
opposite.
I was questioning it there for a second. Just the way you said it. I got strangely excited when you said it. It was good.
Okay, well, it is slowly approaching 1, and wow, you certainly do have fun. Time flies when you're having fun. I must get off.
3:45 in the morning here.
Yeah,
on the
I'm a
East Coast?
quitter, I know.
Actually, no,
Good.
I'm in southern Ontario.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where about Southern Ontario? I live in Sarnia.
I'm in London, Ontario.
No, bloody way. That's where I
Yeah.
was born. I was born there.
No kidding.
That's bloody weird.
And where are you now?
I'm in Sarnia.
You're still in Sarnia.
Still in Sarnia.
Cool.
I own property in London though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, London's awesome. Some of my children live there, so that's good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So maybe our paths have crossed. There you go.
Well, I'm kind of wondering.
Canadians are awesome.
Yeah, I take care of a lot of people in this community. I'm a PSW home health care worker.
Oh, that's too weird.
Uh-huh.
That's funny.
So maybe I might have run into your family here.
Some of my family has been in that field, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Huh. Interesting.
it,
Small
well,
world.
it is a small world,
Mm-hmm.
but it's amazing. I fostered at one time for a little bit. That was interesting. It's
Okay, so
children.
you
I
were a
did that
foster
for a little
parent?
while. Not anymore.
No.
It was too hard, but I did it for 5 years. I gave it a go, and it was fun, and it took its toll. You know what it's like. If you're in that kind of work, it's emotionally draining, physically demanding, and
I was
especially when you're
also a
dealing with,
foster kid too, so I've seen both sides of the spectrum there.
well, which gives you a better insight, right? Because then, like someone like myself who's never been in care doesn't fully understand it. I
Mhm.
don't fully understand the fears. It's like one of my friends is, was adopted, and he spent a good majority of his time when he was first, when they were going to drop him off. He always, even after he'd been there a year, he was wondering if they were going to keep him.
Mhm.
So it's amazing the fears that go through young children's minds and hearts,
Oh yeah.
and how sensitive they are, and yet they may not show it, and then you always run the risk of being very attached to them, and you can get your heart broken, and you invest your time. It's like anything. So
Mhm.
so what do I call you? Goodwill? What is this? Good
Good
something?
without God.
Good without God. Now, does good without God have a name, or
You can call me TL. How's
it's
that?
not Josephine, is it?
No.
Okay.
Do I look like a Josephine? You know?
No, we had Joseph today, so I just thought I'd go with the theme.
Mm.
I wish I had talked to him. I blew that. I just. Oh, I hope he comes on again.
Is he a young fella?
He's passionate. He's they say a crazy fella. I don't
What makes
know.
what makes him crazy?
I don't know. You're gonna have to. I watched a little bit of the video, and then
Mhm.
when Rob started swearing, I had to get back on.
Rob's. Oh, that's what made him swear, eh?
Well, he
Must
said he
have
was
been.
trying to, but I don't know. So
Mhm.
how do you relax?
How do I relax? Doing what I'm
Yeah.
doing right now. I'm kind of winding down. It takes me hours to wind down actually every night.
Do you have the type of mind that doesn't shut off, in the sense you've had a lot of clutter in the mind,
Oh
like
yes.
thought,
Sorry?
clutter of thought?
Yes. Oh yes. I think about a lot of things.
Are you the kind of person that you'll rehash painful things over and over again instead of dealing with it maybe once, you
Well,
replay it?
I try to get my mind off of it by just getting engulfed in research. Like I'll be I can surf the net for hours and look up the clock and it might be 6 hours later, right? Get
So
lost,
you're
totally lost in time.
so you're addicted mostly to information that helps heal
Yes.
you or heals
Mhm.
others?
Sorry?
Yeah. So are you addicted maybe to healing yourself and others? Like, is that your path?
Healing myself and others, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah, I like having a good effect on people and I wish I had
Well,
more people around me that would have a good effect on me. It's not always so reciprocated, right?
you know what though? If you can heighten your vibration, you will get those people in your life. You know that, right?
Mhm.
And I think that process is already starting. I can actually feel that in your heart chakra right now as we speak.
Really, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you feel that?
It's I've had energy most of my life, and I can
Mhm.
sometimes feel when people are anxious or intrigued or just emotional.
Yeah.
And when we talked about, just briefly there a second ago, about helping others and helping yourself, I felt your heart open. In fact, I feel your heart open right now again as we speak about it.
Yeah, it's
And
actually pounding right
it's
now,
like
believe it or not.
but it's like a love, like I'm feeling a connection now between your chakra and mine,
Mm-hmm.
and it's opening, and it's like, wow, what is this? But it's also a little freaky, and now you're feeling a little scared. Yeah, see, and that's how it works.
Uh-huh.
But it's even better and more powerful if I'm there in the room type of thing, right? It's not as effective. Now I'm feeling like lightheaded
Yeah.
a little bit, almost like a euphoria.
Yeah, I'm going on 2 hours sleep in 48 hours.
But that's a great buzz, so sometimes
Oh yeah,
is
it's
'cause
like
sleep.
being
There's
high, actually.
It is. It's almost like more of a connectiveness. Yeah. See, and yeah. Anybody else want to jump in here? Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to get to know y'all.
Don't let the two crazy kid all over.
Damn, I gotta take my sweater off now.
Did we lose freedom? Is freedom gone?
You gotta get some
Yeah, I think it is.
We lost freedom. Yeah.
We lost freedom. We lost Joseph. Then we lost freedom.
Which one was Freedom, the artist? Or
No.
the baby face?
Baby face, I like this. No, that was Sybaris, but you called him something else.
He had Freedom written on his shirt. Is that the one?
No, I can't remember what his name is. I met him for the first time. He was Lycris or something like that.
Oh,
Did I say
Lycris.
that right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I have an eye right now. That's okay.
Sorry?
I think it's just us talking right now. Can you hear me okay, or am I cutting in and out?
I'm wondering.
I can hear you. You're tapping your microphone.
Yeah, I'm holding the head. So it doesn't blow your ears out. It's like a long.
Well, sometimes you need that little chamber on it, right? So that wind canal to stop it.
Yeah.
So will you sleep tonight?
I don't know.
Are you one of those people that you'll go 2 or 3 days without sleep and then finally sleep?
Yep. And I'll sleep for like 12 hours straight once I do crash.
So what you have to do is you have to wear yourself out to the point where the body surrenders.
Exactly. Yeah. 'Cause the
Um,
mind's always going.
have you ever tried meditation? That's not me. That's her, I think, cracking up.
Oh no.
We're losing her.
Is she gone?
Am I gone?
No, you're still there. You're just crackling up her, though, or something. The way you're holding the mic, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. There, how's that?
That's way better. Whatever
Okay,
you
there.
did there. That's way better. What are you doing differently now?
I let go of the head. I'm holding the shaft now.
All right.
Well, at least you know how to
There you
work it.
And it's not
Well, I should
99
at my age.
and it's not 99 cents a minute.
No.
No. There you go. Now there's a guy that's usually on here. His name's John May, and he would be very, very excited, elated to talk to you. Trust me.
Oh yeah, the yellow ball.
No, he's an Aussie that usually comes on, and every other word is the C word, the worst
Oh,
word
yeah?
in the world. Yes, or effing, or what's the other thing he says? I give her a good lick. That's his other. Yeah, so you have to have a sense of humor with him. But I tried to get a hold of him tonight, but he's not available. So he might have maybe connected with someone on a deeper level than Google Hangouts.
Oh, that's funny to me.
Oh, well, deeper. Why is that funny?
No, not that
Yes.
it's deeper. It's that the him's connecting with someone on a deeper level.
So you don't think he's ever had sex? He has children.
Well, I don't think sex is necessarily deeper.
Doesn't have to go deep
Okay.
to have sex.
Yeah, tell him to go deeper. Deeper. Go on. Don't stop.
You want me to
see
tell
all,
him on here? Okay.
see all that foreplay and no action. Come on, let's go.
Okay, John May. You need to listen to me if you're watching this. You need to
Yes.
go deeper.
What, with you or just the world?
Oh, with everything.
With everything.
Yeah. Except for cigarettes. He needs to lay off the cigarettes.
Oh yeah, and too many Coronas.
He's too deep in the cigarettes.
Yeah, I smoke cigarettes.
You know, why is that? Is it because the it's a way of relaxing, you know that, right? It's a yoga. It's another
Yeah.
form of. Did you just say yeehaw?
Yeah. I'm stretching now.
I'm a cowboy. I like to smoke because I'm a cowboy.
Michael, do American accent for me.
Which one do you want?
New Yorker.
I can't do a New Yorker. I'd sound retarded when I do.
Instead of saying R, like car, like a Canadian would say, cur, say ka. Without a no, say instead of replace the R with an H.
See,
So,
I used to have an American girlfriend way back in the day, before I was married, and she used to. Everything was like, you need to give me $1 if you want to make me holla.
yeah.
To college. And I used to go college. No, college.
College.
I don't like the way you talk. You don't talk down to me. You got too many words. That was the other thing I used to get. Too many fancy words.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Nothing.
Words, not words. Words. Yeah, that's good.
College was my favorite. College. I go to college because I'm very educated.
We call it edumacated up here. Getting edumacation.
Have you ever heard of someone called Panache Desai?
Panache Desai? No.
Panache Desai. Do you want me to write it down? You can see what I write here, right?
Can I see if what you're writing something?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
What do you need help with, John? John needs help.
Which John?
Well, I know. I mean, I know you already need mental help, but what other help do you need?
Thanks for asking, but
I can vouch
this-
for chakras.
it's kind of serious.
Up, man.
That's why I had to step away from the computer. And I think
You okay?
perhaps Cerberus can help me out here.
What?
Cerberus, you're a paramedic, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna share something with the family. I just experienced what I call I call it an episode, and I've had a few of these over a number of years, and it's where I can kind of I mean I'm at the point where I can anticipate what's gonna happen already. So and it usually happens. It's just weird. Okay, granted, hey, I just had my birthday here. I had a couple of tokes of weed. I've had 3 beers over the course of many hours. But these episodes happen, usually when I'm partying like this. But it doesn't seem like it's much. But I get a lightheadedness, and I feel like I'm gonna faint. So I know I need to definitely lie down. And then when I lie down,
Diabetic, are you?
I'm sorry.
You're not diabetic, are you?
Not that I know of. But I lie down and then I break out in a cold sweat, because if I don't lie down, I feel like I'm gonna faint, and I feel at the same time I feel like I have to go to the bathroom, and usually and then I was able to get I was on the couch, and then I was able to get to on the floor near the fans because that's just to feel the coolness, to feel better, and then it takes me a while just to get a hold of myself.
Has anyone ever taken your blood pressure while that was going on?
No.
you should probably go to the doctor to see if you have a herniated major artery somewhere.
Okay.
If you have, I'm going to say stressful, but when I say stressful, I mean like excitement. Really, if you have a really good time or a really bad time, and does it hurt?
No.
It doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Okay.
You said you get dizzy.
Is
Does
it
it affect your coordination at all?
Well, I feel like I have to lie down, or else, just sitting will not do it. I have to like lie down, and
Like you're
then
gonna pass out?
yeah, right, and the cold sweat comes.
Well, what I'm thinking, I've been trained to think it's the heart first, so I would always take you to the hospital, telling them it could be a heart problem. But the brain is very sensitive to a change in blood pressure, and you could have multiples of things. You could have a herniated blood vessel somewhere. You could have a bad heart valve. Whatever heart valve. There's a bunch of them.
What
Or
about iron or potassium levels?
now potassium levels wouldn't come on and off that fast.
No.
So is this like a signs of a sudden drop in blood pressure?
If it comes on rather quickly, yes.
It sounds like it, yeah.
So is it? I mean, it can be attributed to like saying smoking cigarettes and smoking a joint. I mean, because it always seems to happen. Sometimes. And like I said, this is only like a handful of times over very many years, but it happens like when I'm smoking weed.
What are your eating habits like?
Well, today I think today I had eggs and pancakes with real blueberries, and my wife cooks good, and she made I had a half a hamburger today, homemade carrot raisin salad,
How about
homemade
fluids?
fluids. Maybe I didn't have enough water. That's why I'm drinking water now.
Well, does anyone in your family have a history of stroke or seizure?
No.
Okay.
Dad had heart problems.
Yeah.
I had to go to ER for dehydration once. I didn't even realize I had dehydration, but the symptoms you're describing were very similar to what I had. But my blood pressure was really high, though. It was very elevated.
Yeah. I mean, you said like 3 beers, didn't you?
Yeah, over hours.
Over
yeah,
a long period.
3 beers in an hour wouldn't dehydrate you. So.
No.
But
he said hours. Like, how many hours are we talking?
Let's see. Right now it's 4:00 in the morning. Let's see. Stars. Oh man, you're talking 10 hours easily.
So only 3 beers in 10 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the weed. I think it's the weed. No, I'm serious. Who knows? Maybe it was laced with something.
Well, here's another interesting. Let me add another interesting.
Or John,
Yeah.
you know what it could be? The curse of Joseph.
Oh God.
Joseph underestimating the true power.
Well, here's another interesting thing. I hear you, but it wasn't even that. What's interesting is sometimes something will trigger it, and it's usually something like if I'm smoking and someone gets into this really detailed description of someone getting injured or having major health, something really, I don't know, it will trigger that, or it could be something.
So it could be psychosomatic.
Alakazam. Okay, go ahead. What could it be? Could it be as simple as someone, a female holding a microphone? The head to the shaft. Could it be
Michael, actually, you triggered it, Michael. I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out why, because it wasn't really anything as like in the past. I mean, sometimes it's just the conversations, but I'm not trying to attribute to the conversation. I'm just saying at this point, when Good Without God was asking you about like what you believe, and you started talking about your new age stuff,
Yeah.
and then boom, then that's why I said, man, I'll be right back, and because I felt it coming on.
But both,
Yeah,
but both
if-
her and I were feeling dizzy when we were talking about that.
You want to make a joke out of it, I know, but
if
it's
it's a
you
if it's a
know.
Being
physiological
serious, we
problem,
were
it's
actually.
probably a drop in blood pressure.
Maybe it's the adrenal glands.
Oh, now everybody's throwing everything at me. Yeah.
Fight or flight response.
You know what, John? We love you, man.
Wait,
we
okay,
love
this
you,
is
John. We do.
Yeah,
This is a
sir.
serious
Let
question.
him
You don't take any like male enhancement anything.
No. I
Not
don't.
today.
No.
Oh,
Do
sorry.
you take any blood pressure medication?
I'm totally no. I don't like taking prescription drugs.
Good man.
Yeah, I totally
If
agree
I
with
have to
Matt.
drastically change my diet, then I do that.
So any vitamin supplements or natural?
Irregular basis. But I do take a lot of, yeah, irregular multivitamins. I take my zinc, echinacea for immune system. Fish oil, eat fish. Yeah. I mean, I have my share of junk food. Granted, I like my sugar. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's I mean, I think it's your blood pressure. It's either your blood pressure or you have a repressed memory of something.
Could it be possible diabetes? How old are you?
I just turned 49 yesterday.
Uh-huh. Have you got diabetes in your family?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Well, I know you all throwing a lot of things at me now. You gotta imagine. So I'll have to get my blood pressure checked. Go for a checkup.
You said it doesn't happen very often, though, right?
No, not at all.
Well, that's good.
No.
It should be something maybe you should just keep an eye on, though.
Well, no, I would still go to the doctor. You have to be an advocate, though. If it's something that doesn't happen very often, you really have to tell the doctor that you want it checked out.
I agree. I can come alongside with that one.
But how do you explain that? You go to the doctor and said, I had a Google Hangout hangover.
Google hangover.
This guy, Michael, started talking about his spiritual head, got dizzy.
Yeah.
Another lovely woman from Canada was playing with the microphone. Head, shaft, head. I don't know. I fell on the ground. I was sweating.
I gotta admit, the laughter is good. The laughter is good.
I stuff around me, and I repented. We got to get him back on, and I promise I will stay. I don't care how many people call me. I will. I need to hear the glory of Joseph.
So we've got John, and who's beside you?
Who's beside me?
Yeah, who's beside the owl head there?
Oh, that's Reuven. He doesn't talk. He's always in chat. He's hosting the room tonight.
The one giving you medical advice.
Oh, that's Cerberus.
Oh, I'm next to him on your screen?
Oh.
Yeah, he's right next to the owl head.
Oh, not on my screen.
Oh, John just got lively. He's not just a picture anymore. Green shirt.
No, that's me. That's Michael.
Oh, Michael. Okay.
That's me. See, that's.
Yeah. Waving your hand.
Usually on your screen, whoever's talking usually pops up on your screen. Usually, unless you click on.
No way. Mike Phelps is in the room. Hey, Mike. Are you there, brother?
I'm here, Mike. What's up?
I miss you, brother. I tried to call you.
Yeah, was tired.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike.
All right.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi?
It's another girl from Canada, so we're friendly, Mike. You know that.
Hello, A.
So what's your story? We're sharing stories tonight.
My story's not for the faint of hearts.
That is so
Uh-oh.
true.
Then the owl man's got to close his ears for a minute.
That's John the Deist.
I wish I could hear Reuven's story, but he would have to have a mic for that to happen.
Oh.
He does have a.
Did
he
you feel a
does have a
cold
mic.
breeze? I felt a cold breeze. Hey, Mike, have you met Joseph?
Wait, when was I raped in my story? When did that happen?
Oh my God, what's that? That's awful.
That is awful.
That's awful. I didn't write that, man. You know that I write that.
Wow, that's kind of.
No, do you know of the Joseph guy that was on earlier? He's a little out there.
The same could be said for Reuven, but that goes without saying.
This was a beautiful harmonizing hangout of hangovers, and now we're getting ugly. You don't need Mike.
That's what happens when you block 2 channels of mine.
I didn't block you.
No, Reuven
I mean,
knows
I guess we. I mean, I guess we could make it a third.
We're good.
No, don't block anybody here. Come on.
Yeah, being blocked is no fun.
Okay.
Who's being all upset now? What? I was listening, but I felt like I missed something.
I don't know. We got some blocking, and then we got something. Someone said something awful about raping, and it's just. It's night between heart palpitations, microphones being caressed, and now feelings being hurt. I think so. We have to be nice to each other. Reuben's a good guy. Mike, you're a good guy. Kiss and make up. Is he gone? He might be gone.
Oh, no, Mike's still in here.
Is he?
Oh,
That's not-
his mic just got muted.
Did it?
Yeah.
I'm not kissing a neck.
Did he mute himself? Oh, I'm not kissing a neck beard.
What does that mean? Help me. Go deeper.
It's like when men grow here on the neck.
John
the Deist, are you feeling any better, buddy?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you.
Could you could you just say go deeper one time for me?
Wait, he said it's a derogatory term for atheists.
It's supposed to be a derogatory comment for atheist. It's supposedly directed at me because I haven't been the most respectable towards his lack of speaking in his own hangouts.
Oh.
He does speak.
Okay, here's the dilemma behind how I perceive this situation. Now, how do you host hangouts and not say one damn word in your own hangout? How the hell does that even work?
He's spoken many times tonight.
It's called freedom of no speech.
Freedom of no speech. I've heard of freedom of speech, but damn, freedom of no speech, that's a new one for me.
But
Sometimes you just gotta take in the temperature, you know? Sometimes I sit back and just listen.
Let me see if I understand the reason he's given me in the past for not speaking. The words he says are to have meaning themselves, and no voice can actually be representation for them. Or he has to protect his identity from speaking and all that happy horse crap.
Uh-oh, Reuben, give it to us.
Somebody's saying, shut the fuck up.
Or sometimes
Reuben,
here they go.
Reuben, are you there, Reuben? Should I do the Lord's work, Reuben? Okay. Well, my master speaks, and therefore I act.
And you bend over and basically take it. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what the Lord does. That's what I do for the Lord.
Oh, why?
Oh,
why
no.
Else has been removed from the video call.
Wow.
That wasn't
And
very
thus the
loving. I
Lord
didn't feel the love
says,
there. Did you?
Remove from the call.
I-
It's okay. We sent him to YouTube purgatory. He'll be back in an hour.
What's the beef with Reuben and Mike?
He's just belligerent, you know. He comes in here, he accosts us. I mean, there's no reason for that.
So is Reuben a theist or?
He's a non-believer.
He's an atheist. Okay. Is there any believers in the room?
I believe. No, okay, sorry.
I'm a deist.
Believe it.
Deist. What's a deist exactly? I've never heard that.
They believe
People
God,
being from
created the
the-
universe, but now they're over on Pluto watching reruns of the X-Files.
No,
Oh, like a Scientologist type of thing?
no. See, you know, Jacob.
Dianetics?
I'm busting your balls, brother John. Come on.
I know. I know. Wow, this is a complicated answer. Good without God.
I'm a God believer. I accept God.
James, you're a Christian. Ha! There we go.
There you got Christian.
And
Yeah.
what do you think of all of us people of non-gods?
You're normal people. Haven't heard too much religious conversation tonight, but yeah, you're all pretty normal.
And how did you come to kneel at the feet of God? Were you forced, or was it a free choice of yours?
Free choice of mine. However, my father is a pastor, and he has 9 brothers and sisters, and all the males are pastors. But I came to make my decision myself after asking, well, maybe the Muslims are right, or maybe the Hindus are right, or maybe nobody's right, but we can't all be right. And after a lot of, I guess, investigation, comparative religion, blah blah blah, just looking at the science and looking at facts and prophecy and probabilities and blah blah blah. Yeah, I believe 100% that the Bible is from God, and I could not be convinced otherwise. And I think my life is better for having followed the ways as best I can. So, yeah.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I asked a question in another hangout that I just was typing and I didn't get on the mic. And I'm kind of curious as to you being a believer,
Mm-hmm.
and you said you studied science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how deep did you get into science? Like, what kind of science did you study?
Well, so I looked at evolution, trying to understand how that, if that made sense or didn't. Origin of life, origin of the universe, um, those areas.
Is this like in school, or what, did you go outside of school and dig a little deeper?
Yeah, outside of school, just personal research, just looking at the discussions, the debates, whatever controversies existed, and hearing both sides of it.
Okay, so did you ever think to compare what you know about science as you're reading the scriptures? Like the stories, I guess, not so much the scriptures, but this actual, like, they say, for example, the story of the ark and the flood.
Yes.
And your thoughts are?
There are different ideas of what would remain, or how the world would look after a flood, and what we see today is not necessarily inconsistent with the flood story. So I don't know if that's what you're asking.
Well, I was kind of going to try and make it real simple. How do you see it possible? Did you look at the measurements? I don't have it in front of me or anything right now, but the measurements of the size, supposed size of the ark that was built,
Mm-hmm.
and then how is it possible to fit two of every creature in that ark and still cohabitate for how long was the flood took place?
It rained for 40 days, but they were in the boat for like a year, something like that, if I remember correctly. But the idea would be that whatever those animals were that were on the ark, they would have been what would you say, the progenitors of all the life that we see today. So it's not necessarily that
Well, back
like
in that time period, there wouldn't be all the creatures that are today.
so, for example, I would say that there was probably one dog kind of animal, but we do have diversification at this point. We have Chihuahuas, Great
Many
Danes.
species, right? Yeah.
So it would have all been condensed into those ancestors on that boat.
Okay, so how do you suppose that all these creatures cohabitated together without killing each other? And what about all the waste and the food? Where would they have stored all that food to feed all these creatures for that
on the
period of
boat.
time?
On the boat, but I don't know how many animals it was, so I couldn't say.
Does anybody else know how many animal species there were?
It just said 2 of every kind and
Every
7
kind.
of every clean and unclean. I don't know.
And of course,
The
what do you
Bible
suppose they
doesn't
did
say
with
how
all the
many.
waste material?
In the water.
Well, that's what they ate. Did you know that?
What?
All the waste. There wasn't any more room on the boat. They had to recycle that stuff.
You telling me they ate their excrement?
Yummy.
Yeah,
It would
that's on page.
save lots of space.
That's on page 39. He's correct of the Bible. That's page 39.
Really, eh? I missed that part in the
It's
Bible.
on 39.
Yeah.
What version of the Bible is that? King James or?
I'm joking.
The Bible according to Rick James.
Right.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
She's a freak. Girl's a super freak. Yow yow.
But if you know, if we're like, if a person believes that God has raised Jesus from the dead, or parted the Red Sea, or done the other miracles that He's done in the Bible, like Noah's flood is probably like down there at the bottom of like, why do you believe this? So you probably want to ask me why I believe that God can, I don't know, do all types of other stuff, virgin births and whatnot.
Well, the virgin birth has got to be another one of the most far-fetched parts of that book that I had a hard time wrapping my brain about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because if it happened back then, why doesn't it happen now? There's no virgin births happening now, right?
He doesn't need that.
It's not genetically possible.
Well, I mean, not in humans. There are some frogs, I think. No, lizards. That's what it was. There was a lizard that can basically breed itself.
Isn't that a species of frog that's like a hermaphrodite?
The frog one is, but there's a lizard that's all female, and in absence of partners, they can fertilize themselves.
Is this a new species? Do you know what species that is?
No. In fact, I just remember hearing it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching some Nat Geo show.
Who just dropped off the screen?
Michael
Getting back to the Noah story, if this is like at the bottom of the list of, easy miracles, I guess, for God, I guess if we're gonna go with the, all kinds of animals and everything kind of evolved from there, I guess we have to determine how many different kinds of animals are there. I get this, and then see if that number can even actually fit in the ark. But then we still have to deal with, again, how did they eat? How'd you get rid of the waste and a lot of stuff? I mean, you need certain plant life too that has to grow. Besides the animals, you need plants to be grown as well.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh water. I don't know if that water outside the ark was fresh or salty. I think these are questions that need to be asked if we're going to take the story literally.
Exactly. I hear you there.
You're asking me? Are you asking me to answer the question, or you just
Well,
present?
I guess the question is, have you ever given thought to how many kinds of animals were actually existed? And if you're gonna, okay, even if we came up with any kind of number, and I'm going to imagine, I'm just speculating here that it is probably more than that could fit in the ark. If that's the case, then the miracle would be kind of fitting, 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5 pound sack, kind of deal.
Yeah, we don't know how many there were, but if the Bible's if the Bible's true, that that would be the case. There were all the animals that we see today had ancestors that were on that boat.
Hmm.
James, I have a question for you that I couldn't get answered earlier. Perhaps you can answer it.
Sure.
Do you believe the prophecies, the supposed prophecies in Isaiah about Jesus?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and I think there's one in Isaiah 7, one in Isaiah 9, I think 14 as well. And there's certain names that are attributed to, the Messiah, I guess, because, these scriptures are taken, as you believe, as messianic prophecy. So, it says that Jesus is, or the Messiah is going to be called Wonderful Counselor, Everlasting Father, also Emmanuel. Can you point to me in the New Testament what cases that Jesus is called these things, according to fulfill these prophecies?
So Emmanuel means God with us. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So it's not necessarily a name, but a title. It's not saying that his literal name would be that same way that it said, Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father. So when in the New Testament he talks about, I am in the Father is in me. If you have seen me, you have seen the Father. I do not do my will, but the will of the Father.
Okay, can I just Can I just stop you there for a second?
Sure.
Okay, so that would mean then he's stating there that the Father is separate from him.
Yes.
Okay, so how could he be called the everlasting Father then?
That for me is an interesting question. I haven't seen where he's called Everlasting Father, so I couldn't explain that to you. But I don't believe that Jesus is the Father. No.
Well, I'm just saying the prophecy though in Isaiah states that he will be called the everlasting Father, right?
Right.
If you believe the prophecy, I'm saying.
Right. So we have yet to see that part of it. For me myself, I don't see that part of it just yet. As far as the interpretation, I don't see how that interpretation works just yet for him. But it could be. Don't take my word for it, but it could be that all things were created through him, by the Father, and that could, by extension, somehow because he's by him, through him, things were made. He could be the Father in that sense, but I haven't seen the specific reference to where the everlasting Father part is fulfilled.
Okay. Fair enough. Thanks for your
Okay, since we're kind of going back to the beginning, can I interject a question?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. How old do you think the Earth is?
The Earth itself. I couldn't say how old the Earth is. I would at the least I can say Adam and Eve, I believe, are the two humans that you, me, everybody in the hangout, everybody in the world are descendants of, and I believe they lived 6,000 years ago. But as far as the Earth itself, I couldn't say. But if the Bible, if Genesis is literal, then it's about 3 days older than Adam and Eve.
So you're roughly saying about 6,000 years then, roughly 6,000 to 8,000 years.
Right, but the way the Bible reads, it says the earth was without form and void, and so it's almost taken as a given that it was already there. So I don't know.
Okay, so how old do you think the oldest fossil is? Have you ever asked yourself that?
6,000 years.
You think the oldest fossil is only 6,000 years?
It could it could at the most be 6,000 years old.
And what creature is that? A dinosaur or just one of the species that was on the ark?
Anything, any fossil we could find. If the Bible is true, is 6,000 years old at the most.
Have you ever looked at any Dawkins or anything like that? Any scientist studies? Fossil facts of fossils that were actually found in evidence?
And what was the dating method for the age of that's given?
Oh, they have found fossils that are 40 million years old.
Right. No, my question was, what's the dating method for the dates that are given?
There's carbon dating. There's all kinds of methods.
And how reliable are they?
Every level of the Earth, like all the levels of the rock and sediment and Earth layers.
Right. But those dating methods aren't necessarily as reliable as they're presented to be, and the scientists know that very well. They understand
what
that
scientists?
People that give you the dates that you're referring to.
I don't have. I'm just talking off the top of my head here. Like I've got all kinds of stuff on my YouTube channel.
Right.
From all the scientists that I respect. Many years of study and research and methods.
Yes,
that have actually solidly proven that their fossils are a lot older than 8,000 years old. A lot older.
So with those dates, they're selected dates. It's not even necessarily estimation, but
it's not an estimation.
All right. So how does radiometric dating work?
I don't know too much about that off the top of my head either.
Right. So when you're taking their numbers at face value because you respect them and whatnot, that's fine. But you should at least understand why a person might question the dates that are given. So it's not an infallible system where you take a bone out of the dirt, you send it to the lab, and conclusively a number comes back of 40 million years. There's a lot of other assumptions that have to be made about that object
Okay, how about
to get you to that date.
How about the size of the fossils that they found? How do you expect that they fit on the ark?
The size of the fossils. So
well, the dinosaurs that they found, like the T-Rex, and then they've got a new species that was in between that was larger than the T-Rex. At one time, they thought T-Rex was the largest meat-eating dinosaur, right?
Right. So
now they've just recently found another species. I forget the name of it. I just saw a video of it not too long ago, and it was a meat eater, and it was bigger than the T-Rex. And they found actually a whole family of them in a site, and they all died in that one site. Baby species, like the babies and like a family of them, and they discovered that possibly that they actually ganged up on the Brontosaurus, the largest plant-eating dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. So for me, it could be a couple of things. So the Ark story, the flood occurs 1656 years after Adam. So you have 1,600 years from creation to that event. If the same way that there are animals going extinct, every 10 years, just now, I don't see any reason that there couldn't have been animals going extinct before the flood event. But even if dinosaurs were still not extinct at that time, yeah, I don't expect that it would be full-grown dinosaurs to be consistent with what the Bible says. It could have been baby dinosaurs. You know what I mean? So
But they found plenty of fossils that dispute that.
dispute what?
That it's not just baby dinosaurs that existed at that time.
No, I'm not talking about. No, I'm saying as far as
In
going on the
fact,
ark.
dinosaurs didn't even exist 6,000 years ago.
I said going onto the ark. You're almost making the statement that they're so big. That's like assuming that they had adult elephants or adult, you know what I mean, things like that.
That's
So
actually
you're
a
saying
really good
all?
point.
Are you saying all the creatures were not fully mature?
If
They were
you
all
have
baby. It was all baby creatures on that on the ark.
if space was an issue, I would assume that if you, I wouldn't think that you need to have baby rats if you were trying to preserve rats. But if you were trying to bring elephants, I would think logically to save space, you wouldn't bring the full-grown version of that animal.
Okay, that's an interesting take. Throwing me off because you're giving me some stuff I haven't heard from
Yeah, I've
a
never
lot of
heard
the
that
debates
either.
I've heard.
That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's a clever response.
Yeah.
Can I interject something?
No.
A
Sure,
baby
who's that?
elephant. Oh, Cerberus. A baby elephant is still huge.
And an adult elephant is a lot bigger.
Yeah, a baby dinosaur is bigger than an adult elephant.
Depends on
A lot of them are anyway.
What about rhinoceroses and giraffes?
And eggs. Yeah.
Was the eggs mentioned in the Bible?
No, they're not mentioned. And I don't even know if that would make sense
Oh.
because they said male and female. I don't know how the distinction would have been made in the eggs. But
Sorry, say it again.
I'm saying to even counter my own point, if it's eggs, then you'd kind of want to know how the distinction was made for female and male eggs, like since you couldn't tell. But yeah, I don't know.
Because if they were wrong, then that creature would never reproduce.
Right.
Be extinct immediately after the flood was over.
Right. But no, I don't have any problem with the flood idea. When you look at human writing only goes back 3,000 or I'm sorry, 5,000 years. When you look at let's say the oldest tree is about 5,000 years. I think if let's say the way science presents it, humans being 200,000 years old in our current form, the idea that for 200, for let's say 195,000 years, humans left no trace of their writing capabilities, or maybe didn't develop the ability to write and communicate that way for 195,000 years, and then all of a sudden we have this record starting in Mesopotamia, where we have all this writing, tablets and etching in stone and walls and caves and artifacts from those civilizations, and it only goes back 5,000 years. I think that raises questions. You would expect to at least that. Why not go back 10,000? Why not find things? So the reason I'm okay with those dating.
That's what science does. It raises questions about everything, not just certain things, everything. And that's how it comes up with empirical evidence.
Right. So
facts are facts, right? Truth are truth, whether you believe it or not.
Right. And so if you're not finding, but I'm saying if you're not finding human writing before 5,000 years ago, that if they're telling you that humans have been around in our current form for 200,000 years, I don't know. For me, that raises a question. Why would that be? You know what I mean? Or how could that be?
Yeah, because how old was the Earth when Adam and Eve came about? And I've got another question I'm leading up to about that too.
Let's say 4 days old. I don't know which. Yeah, that was like the first question you asked me.
So Adam and Eve came about when the Earth was just roughly, say, 6 to 8,000 years old. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Is that correct?
I'm just going to take the literal interpretation of the Bible for this discussion. I don't. 4 days. You got another question?
Yeah, I'm just thinking for a second.
Hey, good without God, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How old do you think the universe is?
The universe?
Yeah.
Oh man, there's no number. I don't think we can come up with a number.
Do you think it's older than the what conventional science thinks, about 13 or 14 billion years?
Yeah, I would say so, because there's not just one universe. It's a multi-universe, I believe.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So how old do you think our universe is then? If there's a multiverse, how long has our universe been here?
I don't know. I can't give you a definite number because I don't know. I don't think science really knows.
Well, science claims to know. Very precisely.
Have you got the answer for that?
I have the answer of what mainstream scientists claim. It's like 13.74 billion years.
14.6. It varies.
I know it's in the billions. I know that.
It varies. Yeah, about 14 billion years old.
Yeah.
Just this universe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe there's other universes besides ours?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know, actually. I think that the universe is infinite in size. I think that within an infinite universe, there's going to be a lot of, sections of it that would have different qualities. But as far as like a multiverse, in different like dimensions or something, I think it's possible. I don't really think that there's much evidence to believe that, other than scientists using that as a reason not to believe in a creation event or a god, or fine-tuning, that sort of thing. I personally think that we just have the universe, and it may have more dimensions than we think. But if the universe has, say, if we think that the universe has 3 spatial dimensions, and it ends up having 6 or something, that to me is still one universe. It just has more dimensions.
Let me just look up something here. Multi-playlists. That's my YouTube universe.
Yeah, so origin of life and origin of the universe type of questions, to me, are the most persuasive of all the issues.
Can you say that again, James? They're the most what?
They're the most persuasive arguments for a creator.
I totally agree with you. I'm an atheist, and I totally agree with that. When I believed in God, that was like the hardest thing for me to get over. Like, that was the primary reason for believing my whole life.
Yeah, like so the intelligent design arguments. There are different areas of intelligent design arguments. So there's the whole Goldilocks zone of the universe, where the Earth is in the right place at the right time, in the right part of the solar system, in the right part of the galaxy. But then there's also looking at biology, where they look at biological mechanics and saying that certain biological systems are irreducibly complex, meaning that the way Darwin proposed that you should be able to show how a structure could have developed from successive slight modifications to end up where it is. there's that area of study where it shows that there are some biological systems that could not have come about from slight successive modifications, um, and so they're irreducibly complex. Like all the parts have to be there for it to be a fully functioning organism. And then there's the other area which I'm the most interested in, which is the origin of biological information, and that's looking at the DNA, looking at the sequencing, and asking how is it that DNA sequence, where would DNA sequencing have originated, and how could it have originated from any natural process? Because it is, in a sense, a storage of information, and it's actually digital. It's not. It's it's four bases used as almost like alphabetical characters in the language, and they form the proteins that have to be formed in a certain way to perform a certain function. And so the idea that you could randomly have generated the sequences necessary to make these proteins over time, it's hard to show how chance or necessity or the combination of the two could have produced the code. Whereas for all the lower levels of the DNA itself, the chemical, the molecule, and um, the bases themselves, the way they're constructed, chemistry explains that. Necessity explains that. It's not chance. It's just it has to be that way. Um, but once you have the bases to sequence them the way they are, you just can't explain that um, with chemistry or chance, necessity. It would have to have been done intelligently. So I think for me, yeah, biological information and the origin of that is super persuasive. But then the Big Bang or the creation of the universe, that's like it's cool too, but obviously there's less to investigate, really.
Hey James, um, going back to the biology and mechanical stuff and the metabolic stuff that you're talking about, um, why is it that every living thing that we know of has the same basic metabolism, the same, if it's an animal, the same basic mechanics,
DNA structure.
the same, and if you go right down to the molecular level, yeah, the same DNA structure, the same tool. It's the same everything, you know, like why, I mean, okay, if it was just kind of created, well, they could be created to suit the environment a lot better, or they could be created differently, or whatever, but why do they all look the same, or they look like they came from the same thing? I think biology is very persuasive in the other way.
Especially vertebrates versus invertebrates. They're all very similar in their structures, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Like invertebrates, I mean, they're basically flipped versions of vertebrates. They just evolved a different way, and every invertebrate is like that.
Yeah.
Well, if you're asking me from as an intelligent design proponent, if I feel that if there was one designer that they couldn't have used the same DNA for everything, or use the same type of structures for arms and limbs for humans, apes, lions, and everything else.
Whales. Yeah.
Whale. Like I wouldn't. Are you saying that it'd be hard to believe
mammals in general,
that an intelligent designer could use that across species?
No, I'm saying that an intelligent designer wouldn't. If I were an intelligent designer, I wouldn't have designed it that way. I guess.
It's like motorcycles and cars, and saying that, well, look, there's metal here, there's an engine here, there's tires and rubber here, and then not, you know, he doesn't necessarily, right, it doesn't have to be the same guy, but
yeah, why isn't there like one made out of wood, you know, or one made out of a different metal, say aluminum, one made out of steel, you know, one with like totally different, but no, they're very similar.
Because they're going to be in the same environment, they're going to be performing similar functions.
But they're not going to be in the same environment.
Well, we have the common ancestor of the Earth, you know.
Right. It's in the earth, and carbon-based life is structured a certain way, and it's perfect for Earth. And
Sure, but a giraffe with 3 legs might be better than a giraffe with 5 legs. You know, why do they have 4 legs like us? We have, you know, same type of things. Why do they have 5 fingers? You can very clearly see in every freaking animal. Why do we need that? 5 fingers on each hand, 5 toes. Like, why couldn't it be 6 or 10 or 50?
Some with opposable thumbs and some with not.
Some with, yeah. I mean, why?
I believe that, like, so theology, like, I'm going to go into theology. Like, I'm just going to talk about God as God because I don't think you're really asking me scientifically. I I don't think I don't necessarily think it's arbitrary, but at the same time, I think he could have done it in any number of ways. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, exactly. He could have made every animal suited for his or her or its environment. But it seems that they're not suited for their environment, that they're kind of taken from a mold and turned into something that's best suited for their environment. It looks very much like evolution, but it doesn't look very much like it was created for that environment.
And can I make an extra point on that?
Sure.
We were all creatures were also built with it. Let me think, and inbuilt with adaptive ability to their environment.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, we're very adaptable, changeable.
Mm-hmm.
Who's adaptable?
Every creature on Earth.
Why would we be so adaptable if we were created for, you know,
Like
a specific environment that we live in?
Well,
No generation is the same as the previous generation, right?
You know, why didn't a bird? I mean, they have like 2 wings or whatever. Why don't they have 2 wings and also 2 manipulative hands and 2 feet?
Excellent.
Well, if you're asking me the intentions of the designer, I can't answer that question.
Well, I would say it's because what they came from, an animal, you know, had 4 limbs. They turned 2 into wings. It's just, I mean, they didn't do it, but it happened.
Like,
but if I were a designer, I wouldn't have designed it that way. I would have designed a bird to be more perfect at flying. Say a bird that can fly forever, or a bird that's more has hands that can do things, doesn't have to peck at everything, you know, or whatever. But every bird is the same, you know, all of them. Why is that?
Well, not every bird is the same. That's not true.
The mechanical things that I'm talking about, though.
Mechanically, they're the same. They have 2 wings, 2 feet, a beak, small brains.
Well, that's not being that mechanic.
Metabolically, they're the same. Genetically, they're the same. How do you explain that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean by any of what you just said. Mechanically, genetically.
Well, mechanics are the easiest to kind of get across. With I'm talking about 2 wings and 2 legs and type, you know, 4 appendages and a beak and whatever. You know.
Well, like ostriches and penguins they're both birds, but they're not mechanically the same. They're not genetically the same. They have features that allow you to classify them as birds, but one is an aquatic animal and one is a land animal, and you know, like the penguin is really, it's an awesome swimmer. It's not even that it's an awesome swimmer. It's more at home in the water than it is on land. It's more agile in water than it is on land, able to hunt in the water for fish and dive deep and hold its breath and all this stuff.
But it still has 2 flippers and 2 feet, and it does a really pathetic job of being on land to do its egg thing. Like, you know how penguins walk and stuff like that.
Right. So I don't understand what the point is with birds. What's the point you're making?
Well, if I were making an ostrich, I wouldn't make it with 2 useless wings. I would make it, you know, with 2 legs and then, you know, something that it can do something with. It's got basically 2 useless appendages.
Well, you don't. That's not necessarily true. I'm sure ostriches use their wings for certain things. I know
Yeah,
they
sure.
cover with them. Pardon?
But not what birds typically use wings for.
They use them when they're running real fast. They will pull them out sometimes just to kind of steady themselves. Did they use them for anything else?
So it's almost like
Mating
pinky.
rituals.
That's almost like pinky toes or something. It's like to say that you could live without them means you don't need them.
No, you're strawmanning. You're not answering the question itself.
You're asking
How about another example? How about an appendix? What the heck is that for? We don't need it anymore. Why do we still have them?
what's the function of the appendix? Or does it have no function, from your understanding?
Not anymore. It's a useless thing in our body.
So are you saying that we can survive without it, or that we?
Yes, we can. Many people have it removed.
Well, this is.
And they do fine.
Listen to the question I asked. I'm asking, are you saying that it does not have a function, or that we can survive without the function that it does have?
It's not a necessary function. How about that?
You're dwelling on minutia. Look at the larger picture.
No, but because I think she was. I don't know if she has the understanding that there's no function to the appendix.
It wouldn't matter. That's a typical diversive tactic. Just look at the larger picture that I'm talking about here.
In our earliest ancestors, there was a function for the appendix, because in our earliest ancestors, their diet was highly vegetarian. So it was necessary, as I understand it, for it aided in the digestion of a high vegetarian diet. But as we evolved, we didn't need. We developed, meat, carnivorous eating habits and vegetation. We didn't have a high vegetation diet anymore over the years. Where appendix is not required any longer.
Yeah.
That's my simple understanding of it.
Well, but that's like I'm saying. It's like saying pinkies aren't required for you to survive or live.
Again, minutia. Look at the larger picture. We're talking about the whole animal kingdom, the whole plant, the whole biology of Earth.
No, I'm addressing her statement. So I'm just saying that just because you don't know what the function is, or that you can survive without something, doesn't mean that it doesn't have a function.
But I stated I simply basically understand the function of it, and also stated that there's no necessary function now. But we are still all born with one.
Well, again, that claim that you're making, that. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Just because something isn't necessary for living, right, doesn't mean that it doesn't have a function or play a part. That's all I'm saying.
That's all you're saying without answering the question.
And repeat your question.
So every living thing that we know of on the planet has the same metabolism, the same catabolism, the same way of building proteins, and the same genetic code. Sure, they all have minute details, but they all operate on the same 4 nucleotides, the same reading mechanisms, same transcription things. But mechanically, all birds are the same on a template, cookie cutter picture. If they were created, you wouldn't expect that.
Well, that's your expectation. That I don't have that same expectation.
So you would expect that they would be like this, exactly how they are.
No, if they're created, I could expect them to be created a number of ways. And the way it is as it is now, I could see it being that way too.
So why weren't these niches in creation taken?
Why weren't what?
Basically, you could see a bunch of different ways to create something. Why is there one creation that's, say, all carbon-based or whatever? Why couldn't we have incorporated, a steel arm or
You
whatever?
know, God was lazy that day. He just didn't want to get off his ass and
Why
put
don't
the
we?
work into it. Yuri.
Yeah, he was lazy, but he created the whole universe and every living thing we know of.
Before he created sunlight.
On a lazy day.
Yeah, so you'd have to assume the intention of the creator or designer.
That's what I'm trying to do, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't go there with you.
There's an infinite possibility that's not an infinite, but billions of possibilities that were not taken, and kind of a few possibilities that were in creation of life.
Bottom line, why is there so much imperfection from a perfect God, a supposed perfect God, right?
Yeah, sure. That's bottom line. Why do we all work on the exact same, on a metabolic level, exactly the same?
Well, when you say metabolic level, like you mean like plants when they
On a
absorb.
molecular level, okay, there's a chirality to molecules, left, right-handed stereo specificity or whatever. But everything that we know of is right-handed. Could have been left-handed. Why not? Why is it all right-handed? Our molecules, our proteins, everything that connects, every receptor, every protein, DNA, I don't know, every molecule.
That's how, if there's an intelligent designer, that's how he decided to design it.
It's a 50-50 chance. It's because left-facing molecules don't interact very well with right-facing molecules. So if you start left or right, you gotta continue left or right, all the way up. So everything we know of turns out to be right, just by fluke.
And then
As
what
a
was the
creator,
other question?
you would expect some things to work very well as left. I mean, if a snake had left-facing poison or whatever, we'd have no antidote. Because we have right stereospecifics. Anti-poison doesn't work. Useless against left-facing poison. I don't know. That's an example. It's off the top of my head.
I hear you.
You lost me on that one.
And what was the other question, Good?
Mechanically. Try to think of the bigger things that people know more things about. 5 digits on each hand. You could see that in every mammal. See that in a horse. Why is that?
A horse?
Yep.
Now there's a perfect example. Horses originally didn't have one hoof.
No. Do they need 5 digits that are fused into a hoof? Or can you just make one solid hoof? Might work a little better.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the previous question was imperfection. You said why did the perfect God?
No, I'm not
Create
talking about
so much imperfection in its creatures.
Diversity. Diversity is like this huge arena, and yet we've taken this little sliver of it.
Was that how you put it? Good. You said why is there imperfection if God is perfect?
Yeah, why did he create so much imperfection? Hypothetically, here I'm speaking. Why did he create so much imperfection if he, in fact, created every creature? And why were those imperfections over generations? Why did everything have to adapt? Why didn't God just create everything perfectly from the get-go without any imperfections? That's my question.
What would be an imperfection as an example?
Again, that would assume God's mind, right? And that would also be placing a judgment on what's perfect and what's not perfect.
Right.
Like you wouldn't know, right?
Right. Good. You understood what he said there?
I have to explain that again.
you'd be placing a judgment call on what's perfect and what's not perfect. There are a lot of dimensions to perfection.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so. Something could be perfect in one environment, like a penguin or whatever, but when the penguin's in the
Let's
water,
start.
it's not
Let's
perfect
be more
anymore.
specific. Like, give me a creature.
A penguin, who's got
Okay.
doesn't do very well on land, kind of runs around on his belly and waddles, but in the water he's at home. So he's got these fins on his like 2 arms, great in the water, but they're kind of useless on land. So he changed
In other words,
environment.
why didn't he create a penguin just for water and forget the land aspects of the penguin?
Just by using the terms perfection, you'd have to. Things are perfect in one environment, but things don't stay in the same environment their whole lives. Wings are great for flying, but they're sucky for defending against a predator.
So I think it's like assuming that the designer didn't need something to just be adequate, or didn't intend for something to be adequate for its environment. So it's not saying that every animal is invincible and can't be killed, and that would be the only way for something to be perfect.
No, not to make can't be killed.
Well,
just
no, but
function
I'm
better in environment. Ultimately,
right.
in environment.
Right. So if you have a penguin, then and the penguin is very good in the water, but it walks very slow on land. If the designer's intention was exactly that, then that's perfect for the designer. But if somebody else wants to make a judgment call and say, well, why doesn't the penguin run 50 miles an hour? It's not perfect. Or say, or make some other. It's like, well, you don't know what the intention
perfect
was.
for wherever he is, whatever environment it's in.
It's not just that. It's about the intention of it's about the intention of the creator.
Yeah, you're assuming intent. So you wouldn't even I wouldn't even use the words perfect and perfect. I just use the words diversity. There's a large arena that could have been chosen, but a very small section of it was. And just don't say perfect. That's a judgment call.
Mm-hmm.
He's letting you know.
Well, I'm just kind of going by isn't what the Bible says about God, that he was perfect, that he's perfect in every way, he's most powerful.
Right. So
he falls short. He falls short in his creations. He falls short in his function.
But you haven't. But again, you're going back to what he just explained to you. Is that you're making the judgment that he's fallen short in his creation. You don't know what his intention was for creation. So, for example,
the mind of God typically is,
if man is,
you don't know the mind of God.
No, I don't. I don't claim to. I'm not a God believer.
No, it's a typical tactic, though.
So yeah, so if humans are able to choose, right? If humans can choose to do good or choose to do bad, do you consider that good or bad? Good. I'm talking to you, good. Is that a good or a bad thing?
James, there are more questions without answering my question.
Well, no,
answer his question first. One question at a time.
I've asked this question like probably 20 times now in different ways.
Yeah.
Ask the question again? Because she was asking a question, so I'm okay. So go ahead.
I'll back off. You answer his question.
Ask the question again.
Okay, there's a great many ways to build things, but there's one way that we know all life to be built.
Oh, the same designer.
Why? It's the same designer with infinite power.
Right?
Yes. Why would I guess what would be your explanation as to why that would be the case?
You're asking me to tell you why God chose to make things the way he did?
No, I'm asking what would be your explanation as to why that would be the case.
As to why it would be the same designer?
No, I didn't say anything about that. I'm asking you your opinion. I'm not talking about God or design or anything. Why is that?
Why is what? Say it again. Why do we see?
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, Adam Lohr creates things all the time. He's an artist. Adam, do you create things differently every time you do it, or is it the same type of style?
I try to maintain like an overall recognizable style, but I also try to have different variations and keep it, switch things up as much as I can.
So Adam,
Good answer, Yuri.
a God with infinite power and infinite ability. He's got a style that he's very good at, but when it changes to sculpture or something else, he might not be as good at it, or he might not like it. God would have infinite power, would have the equal ability to use any medium.
I'm not hearing the question. What's the?
Okay, so the question is, there are lots of forms of art, all right? Why are only sculptures seen? Why are there no drawings, paintings, or anything else?
Without the metaphor. Ask me without the metaphor.
Metaphor, I'll ask you a question in so many different ways. Same question, though.
Yeah, ask me the question without the metaphor. Restate it.
I don't know how many times I can restate it. This is off the top of my head, right?
No, you can repeat it the same way that you did the first time. Just say it again.
Metabolically? Mechanically? I don't know. Diversity.
Yuri, can you give just like a very literal...
Yuri, there's no God's just particular towards carbon-based life. That's what he did,
He's OCD, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which part of my response you're considering a response. Like.
No, I'm just asking your opinion on why do you think that is? Why aren't there...
He's just asking, like, why didn't God create things in different types of forms? Like, why is it just carbon-based? Why is it just, why does everything have two eyes and a nose and a mouth? Why, things like
why
that.
aren't there like 3 tentacles on, some animal's back? Why? Why isn't there a 5th eye or whatever?
Well, we do have that happen with mutations, but why isn't that? Why is you? It's almost like asking why evolution doesn't select for that if a person believes evolution. I can't tell you why God decides to give some animals 100 eyes and some 1 or 2.
Can I just clarify something about evolution? It's not a belief. It's based on fact. It's a fact. Whether you believe it or not, it's not a belief.
It's a theory.
No, it's not even a theory anymore. It's been proven fact.
Evolution has not been proven fact.
Yes, it is.
It's the best explanation that they have.
Well,
that's why it's a theory.
Isn't that what fact is?
What do you mean by evolution, though? Like, what aspect of it? Do you mean like natural descent? You mean or natural selection? Do you mean common descent? Do you mean?
No, she's talking about our view of evolution today. She's not talking about Darwinianism or how it was or what we thought of it, in the past. This is a culmination of science, like as we know it today.
Yeah, it's been updated. Science is always updating itself with fact and research.
To an extent, but so good without God. When you say evolution is a fact, what is your definition of evolution that you feel has been supported by science to a point to where now it's considered a fact?
Because it's true whether you believe it or not.
No.
Truth is truth. Evolution happened whether you believe it or not.
Right, but that wasn't my question. My question is, when you say evolution is true, because a lot of this is the thing is, I think there's in these types of discussions, there's always a lot of miscommunication between believers and non-believers, because a lot of believers believe in certain aspects of what we call evolution, right? Like a lot of believers believe that a species will adapt and change and mutate and stuff. They just believe that it will. Most believers believe that it will stay within a certain kind, right? So when you say evolution is a proven fact, what do you mean by evolution? What do you exclude from your meaning of evolution?
What do I exclude from it?
No, more simply, good without God. What does evolution mean?
Yeah, what does it mean and what does it not mean?
So let's do the first part of that. What does evolution mean, good without God?
So you still haven't answered my question. So am I right in saying that you've been dodging my question ever since I turned my mic on?
I feel like
derail you again, but I just want an answer. Like, what's your opinion on it?
Yuri, what was the question?
God. Very,
really given a clear
For the
question.
20th time.
Look, his question is why is it only carbon-based life form? Why isn't there other variations?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Why is there only 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? Why isn't there variations?
great diversity that could have been there, but there isn't.
He's asking why isn't there even more diversity than there already is?
Right.
No. Why does every mammal have 5
Can you
fingers
answer that though?
I answered it 5 or 6 times.
on each hand?
I
It's a very
responded.
simple question.
I mean, it's kind of weird because we don't know. I mean, there could be other non-carbon-based life in other parts of the universe. We just don't know.
But he's asking me as a person who believes in God, right?
I'm talking about like a horse's hoof is fused, and you can see a vestigial thumb on there. Why is that? Why not just create a hoof?
There actually are non-carbon-based life forms on the planet Earth.
For example?
Methane-based.
Yeah, for example. You're trying to derail. I just want an answer.
His answer was he doesn't know. He doesn't claim to know.
Right, but I'm not asking his knowledge. I'm just asking your opinion. I'm not putting God in anything. Like, why would you think it would be like this?
I would think it would be like that because when an engineer designs a house, it's always similar. Or Van Gogh, painted his pictures similarly each time. So if God's a creator, he's going to create things similarly. He's the
Right.
Van Gogh of the universe.
It can't be made of anything else either, right? And it can't have
Maybe
any other function.
maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just can't. I don't know. To go outside of that. Maybe.
That's right.
You
It's
know.
got a cookie cutter template.
Well, carbon is a very useful molecule, right? I mean, there's certain properties of carbon that interacts with other chemicals that most chemicals don't do. Like,
Sure.
Be right back. I'm going to get a bagel. Hold on.
Again, our nails are made of keratin, carbon-based, or hair. They don't have to be. I mean, we could have, say, a silicone-based nail or a tin nail. That would be great.
So Yuri, what is the point with your question? What is it ultimately? What is the point?
In other words, why didn't he create humans that didn't need food? How about that?
No, I understand the question, but Yuri, so
The point is, I'd say the biology that we know of, everything that we know of, looks very much like it came from a predecessor of some type. It doesn't look like it was created individually. If I could just create one thing, I would create it, and then I would create another thing, and it would have a different signature to it. But everything has the same internal signature on all levels, molecular right up to the giant, mechanical level.
doesn't that almost imply a creator, though, rather than the opposite? You're saying every organism has the same signature, as if it came from one creator, right?
Sure, like it's like a DNA strand. Every organism has that.
Yeah, but I mean, compare a banana to a walrus. They're completely different.
That's true, but they both have DNA. They both metabolize energy in same basic mechanism.
Yeah, but that's what life is. You're selecting a category that you consider life, and then you're asking why is it similar, when that's the reason why you're grouping those two things together is because it's life.
Okay, let's narrow the focus then. Let's separate it by kingdom. The fungi, animals, plants. They're all quite different. They all do things very differently.
But that's still life. He's asking you about, let's say, rocks. Let's compare rocks and fish.
No, I'm talking about life.
Yeah, comparing rocks and fish, there's no comparison.
But Adam's
Fish is a
point,
living organism. Rocks are inanimate.
but Adam's point was that you're talking about one group, which is life, and then talking about the individuals in that group and trying to compare them and say why are these similar? Why wouldn't these be similar?
Rocks aren't a living organism, though, so they're not similar to anything that's living.
Man.
I'm trying to narrow the focus then. So it's compare just plants and animals. They're very different. There's nothing similar about them. All right, but on the molecular level, they both have DNA. They both
all
use it in the same way.
And all living things depend on, every single thing depends on light, oxygen, proteins. Is that what you mean?
Sure,
Welcome back,
they've got
Frank.
lipids, proteins, and nucleotides. They've got 3 basic molecules that everything on Earth is made of.
Right. And depends on to live.
Oh, just wait. And carbohydrates.
Yes.
So what's like
Without
the
protein,
point
there'd be
though?
no life.
Are you guys getting to like some kind of point?
Yeah.
Eventually.
The point, if I were to create anything, or 2 things, they would be different in a core signature. You know? Okay, let's say we have 4 nucleotides that we use to read our entire genome. Every plant, animal, bacterium, everything is like that. Why not use a different nucleotide, say a 5th nucleotide with a different structure in a bacterium versus a human? It would be a lot more efficient this way.
I mean, okay, you seem to know, understand this all. Would that make sense logically to do that way? Is it even biologically possible?
Oh, hell yeah. Like I was talking about, say, snake venom. Chirality of molecules, all right-handed. It doesn't have to be left or right, but I could imagine toxins that would make very good poisons that if they were opposite. Why not? Why can't a snake or any toxin-creating animal create a left-handed molecule poison?
Adam's question was, what's the point?
Well, the point is, why do you think that is? I would assume that...
That's a question.
Yeah, that's been the question since the first time I turned my mic on.
All right. So, I mean, I don't know, Adam, do you want to help clarify or take a stab? Or, because I feel like it's a big circle.
I think that the state of the way we see things, both from a creationist standpoint and an atheist standpoint, the philosophical overview of it, of, oh, well, why is it, does it, like, it seems to support both sides. Like, having everything be similar but with variation would fit with evolution, and it would also fit with a creator who was a single mind who created many different things. I don't really see the point of of repeating the same question over and over again.
I agree.
Okay. I think I'd be interested to hear what the response was to my question about sorry, I forgot your name. Good without cause.
Yeah, okay.
As to what you meant by evolution being a proven fact. Because I actually agree with that. I'm just curious to hear what you mean by evolution when you say that.
What I mean is from evolution. Okay, so this is what I understand evolution to be, is every creature evolved initially from a one-celled animal.
Common descent.
Right? So we went from a one-celled animal, and those cells split and split, kept splitting into different creatures, right? First it was worms, and then I'm thinking, then from worms, then fish came from that, and then branched off different species of fish, and then the fish grew limbs, and we went from fish to land animals. So we have the invertebrates and the vertebrates, and then just goes from there.
Okay.
Does that kind of answer your question?
That's pretty much sounds like what the Bible says. Genesis says you got plants, then it moved on to fish and birds, and it moved on to land animals, and then it moved on to people. Pretty straightforward. Don't you think?
So, but the key point being the common descent, right? That it started out as a common ancestor.
A one-celled animal.
So how do you know, though, that maybe there weren't 2 or 3 different animals that started out? I don't think we know that for a fact, that there was only one.
Well, you can't get smaller than a one-celled animal, an amoeba.
It would
Right,
get
but
that.
let's say
Is there a creature, such a thing that existed that was smaller than a one-celled animal? I don't think it's possible biologically.
What if it's the case that life arose on the planet Earth multiple times, or maybe maybe if life came from some comet or something, maybe that happened several times and it wasn't just one common ancestor. How do we know for sure that it was only one?
Okay, let me backtrack there for a second. You said that it says that in the Bible?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a scientific viewpoint, you're saying we know as a fact that evolution is a fact, right? And you, as part of your definition of evolution, is you said there was one animal that started out. And what I'm asking is, to me, my understanding of science wouldn't rule out with any kind of certainty the idea that there may have been many different animals that started out. Like life could have arisen on the planet multiple times. And it may have. I think there's actually evidence that it may have arisen more than once.
But Adam, the way from what I read recently is that there's the most recent common ancestor is what all life on the planet today would have come from. So
Right.
There could have been prior or older ancestors and different branches that had spread out. But the way science explains it today is that we're all descendants of a most recent common ancestor. What that means is that the most recent common ancestor doesn't necessarily have to be that one life, that first life that came about.
Right, but as we mentioned before, as I mentioned before, I seem to remember reading about methane-based life forms. I think they're not just based on methane, but
Talking about archaebacteria.
What's
And,
that?
they're still carbon-based life. They're not methane-based. They just use methane metabolically.
Oh, okay. That sounds probably like what.
That's why I was lost.
Right, but they're still carbon-based metabolically. They still use carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, and nucleotides for everything about them.
So I guess
Right.
my point was, how do we know that life only comes from one source and not multiple sources?
They're all right-handed molecules.
Is it possible to include that in the definition of evolution, that it's possible that there were multiple sources?
Yeah, every time you create life, you'd have a choice between left and right. You would think. I guess there could be fluked that it was all right-handed. But, a lot of things point to it in my comments here. Sedentary animals, why doesn't any animal have the ability to photosynthesize or digest methane?
Yes, okay, I'm getting you now. Okay.
Like, it would make sense if there was a lot of methane around, for something that lives in a tar pit or whatever, to be able to metabolize that tar or methane. But it can't, because it came from a common predecessor.
Right, but okay, so you're saying it came from a common predecessor, but that's one of them. How do we know that there weren't many of them? How do we know there was only one?
Well, like James was saying, everything we know of looks like it evolved from one ancestor. There could have been many, but they were outcompeted or could have went extinct. They could still be around. There could have not, if they ever existed.
Okay, but how would we know? Let's say that let's say just two similar life forms started out on the planet Earth very early on in two separate sides of the planet, and say insects come from one of those organisms and most of the rest of everything else in plants come from the other thing. How would we rule that out, whether there was one or two or 18,000?
Well, we would look at them. We would look on a genetic level. We would look on a metabolic level. The insects and the animals on both ends of the planet do things in the same way. Like, say they both eat grass and they both metabolize grass in a very specific way with the same molecules.
Yes.
Okay, but I think I'm not making my question. I think, here, let me be a little more specific, because I think there's a part that I haven't explicitly said out loud that I was just assuming you thought I meant. Let's say that a type of single-celled amoeba a very specific type of amoeba, or I don't know if amoeba is even the right name, but just a very specific type of single-celled organism forms on one side of the planet. And then thousands of years later, on the opposite side of the planet, the same species forms, but it didn't come from the first one. It originally formed itself. So they both formed, but it's the same species. How do we know that doesn't happen? How do we know that didn't happen 80 million times?
It could have. It's just we look at everything that we know of, every animal, and it looks like there's one way to do it, and so it looks like a rare event. Chances are it might have happened 80 times. We don't know.
Okay, so let's say there were 10 of those things, and then they gave life to these other orders and phyla and species and all that stuff, and because it started out as the same thing, we're assuming that we share a common ancestry. Like, for example, right now in mainstream science, it's assumed or stated as a fact that bananas and humans share a common ancestor. But what if bananas came from one side of the planet and humans came from the other side of the planet, and we never actually shared a common ancestor with those at all, and scientists are just assuming that they do? We don't know that as a fact, right?
But no, wait. But the thing is, the way you just stated it, you answered your own question, because that would qualify as the same ancestor, even if because what you said is it's the exact same thing on two different sides of the planet. That right there, you've defined it as being the common ancestor, even though they were members of the species spread out across the face of the planet. So
that's not an ancestor, though.
You're talking about the abiogenesis event itself.
Sorry, say
life from non-life.
Because like that's like saying, Adam, if you have humans on North Pole and they end up mutating into this weird type of human, and then you go to the other side of the planet and you have humans that end up mutating into this completely different looking type of thing, would you say that those two things now have a common ancestor?
They don't now. I mean, they already started out as a common ancestor. What I'm saying is, okay, using the concept of abiogenesis, I'm saying there's multiple abiogenesis events. If there's an abiogenesis event and then another one happens, there's not going to be common ancestry unless the predecessors come and mate with one another. They're not going to have common ancestry.
Well, if you're saying that the abiogenesis event produced the exact same organism, then it's a moot point. Then it's like, okay, you're just going to consider them common ancestors.
Look, this is all this stuff before mating and all that other stuff. I guess if you go back far enough, you see different. You see one organism that could have created all of life, and we actually don't know if there were multiple abiogenetic events.
That's what I'm saying. An amoeba did not breed with another amoeba. I think this is where we're getting all mixed up here. An amoeba simply mutated and reproduced duplicated itself to create two amoebas.
But what Adam's saying
nowadays.
What Adam's saying is, why assume that event only happened one time with everything?
No. That's not abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is life from non-life. So like function or purpose from non-purpose. That had to have happened at some point if there was no life on Earth.
Right, but I think you're missing. I mean, are you missing the point? If we are to assume that all life is related to one another, and that if we trace it back far enough, we all have a common ancestor. If abiogenesis occurred more than once, it's very possible that we're not all related to each other at all, any more than we're related to Martians or, aliens on Alpha Centauri or something that started out as the same amoeba.
It's true, but as James was saying, if we both evolved on Earth, or we both were created on Earth, and we fused into an animal, say abiogenesis happened with proteins and it happened with nucleotides at the same time. Those are two completely separate abiogenic events, but they fused into one common life form that we know now. everything that we know of has proteins and nucleotides.
Okay, but I feel like everything I'm saying is being misunderstood, or the point of what I'm trying to say is being missed. Good without God, your definition of evolution stated as a fact that there was one
That
species.
started from a one-celled animal.
Right. So, but then when we discuss it in depth, you guys are all, if I understand correctly, agreeing that we have no fucking clue if there was 1 or 80 million. So how can you state that that version of evolution is a fact, a proven fact? It's not a proven fact at all. It's purely speculative philosophy, and we have absolutely no idea.
Right, but I wouldn't say that. Like this was before animals. This is like before protobacteria. This is before anything we know of. This is a purposeful molecule, a molecule that can replicate. Okay, it has nothing to do with animals or life as we know it.
Has nothing. DNA has nothing to do with animals and life.
Not as we know it. No, this is like say a peptide that replicates itself. You know, it came into existence at some point and created all life as we know.
No,
and
you're assuming
some of them survived.
We know it. We don't know if it created all life as we know it because we don't know if there was 1 or 2 or 800 billion. Like, you don't know, so you can't state as a fact that it's a fact. That's my point.
Well, the problem is, Adam, the likelihood of non-life becoming life is so small that scientifically or statistically speaking, it's better to just say it happened one time.
Yeah, I disagree, though. To me, if it's so unlikely, it should be more scientifically viable to say it probably happened hundreds of times over and over again, and finally 1 or 2 of them, you know, was able to live on. That to me makes a lot more sense. If it's almost impossible, if the statistical likelihood of it ever happening is so unlikely, you know, it's unlikely that it occurred.
No, when I say occurred or that it happened, I'm talking about the success of it. So it could have happened a million times. That's not what scientists are concerned about. It's about the success of that. Exactly. It's about that success of that one to avoid extinction, to develop ability to metabolize and to reproduce not asexually, but self-replicate and blah 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 blah, and avoid extinction for the next 8 billion years, and then become all the life. You need to just. All you need is that to happen one time.
You know, a million times, and it could have just happened again and again and again later. Like,
it could have failed again and again, over and over and over, until it succeeded to survive.
Yeah.
It could have replicated and died off, and still have one living cell, and then replicated again and died off, right?
Or it could have died off entirely, and then 1,000 years later, it all happened again in a different way.
If I got a nickel for every time everyone said could have in this conversation, I'd be a millionaire.
Right, it's all pure philosophical speculation.
Yeah.
When we started out, you're claiming that this is a proven scientific fact. It's not a theory. When this is like metaphysics, this isn't even science. What you guys are talking about?
You guys, I never said anything about this.
You never said anything about this?
No,
haven't they done experiments in the lab with one-celled animals? All you got to do is take a living thing and take one cell from that any living thing and create it in the lab. Isn't that how they discovered it?
No.
That's a possibility, you know. It's a theory.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm not equating abiogenesis with evolution at all. Those are two separate facts, separate things.
Okay, so what's the revised definition of evolution that's approved?
Oh, it's not revised. Evolution never included abiogenesis. Never.
That's not.
Adam is asking about the 2014 definition of it because it changes every year.
No. What Yuri just said is absolutely true. Origin of life and evolution. you need origin of life, obviously, for evolution to take place, obviously, but that's assumed. So evolution is one thing, origin of life is a whole other ball game.
A whole other ballpark. Yeah, God could have created life, but evolution still happens.
Okay, but what I'm going off of is Good Without God's initial definition of evolution that included not the word abiogenesis, but explanation of what we call abiogenesis, right? So
No.
you're not
No.
including that in your initial definition. What's your
No, if I
revised
remember correctly, she said the diversification from one life form.
Right,
Yes.
and we just now discussed how we don't know at all whether it was one life form. It could have been multiple life forms.
Yes, because it can still be proven by taking one cell from any living thing, and it can replicate from one cell to two cells, and they keep splitting, and they can create a whole new life form. Isn't that what they're doing now?
Her statement is one possibility or part of evolution as a whole. That's not her definition doesn't encompass all of what.
Yeah, it doesn't encompass my definition. My definition, actually, the definition of evolution has never, not even since Darwinism, included abiogenesis. Never discussed it.
No.
Those are separate things.
Correct.
Okay, but you're still saying one organism when we just now discussed the
One organism landed on this earth, and the environment continually changed, and that one organism had to adjust to it in order to survive, to fight, to survive. And in that replication that took, we're not talking about like one day or 1 month, we're talking over numerous years.
She's not talking about how it landed here either.
No.
So that's your definition of evolution, is that
how it began.
Over numerous years, it landed on Earth, and that's how it began. That's what evolution is?
No.
No, I would say
so give me your definition of evolution, man. That's what I'm trying to understand here.
Let's get good.
With how it got here.
I need a definition.
Nobody has any solid proof or evidence how life initially began, but when it did begin, it started with, we know how it started, but we don't know what initiated that process.
Right.
Like what created the amoeba? We don't know what created the amoeba.
Okay. So
right?
What's the part that we do know? Give me your definition of the part that we do know, that you said evolution is a proven scientific fact.
We know that life began with a one-celled animal.
No, we don't. We just now discussed how we don't know that at all.
Yeah, we don't know that. Life began about 4 cells entirely.
Oh my God.
Just like protocells, before protocells. This was like peptides.
So which part is the absolute fact part of that you stated?
Evolution is a change over time.
Right.
It's like my computer evolves, the weather evolves, everything that I know of evolves.
Our species is evolving.
Everything evolves.
Okay.
Everything. Every living thing is evolving.
Every non-living thing. This rock evolves.
Okay.
This river
Darwinian evolution.
evolves.
We're essentially talking
All
about.
right, Yuri, back to reality, Alan. Adam, what's your opinion?
I just think that I might as well be just like talking to a fucking wall. Like, what
are we missing?
Talking about?
I'll respond to you, Adam. I'll answer your question. So when I talk about evolution, there's 2 parts. Darwinian evolution would be natural selection acting on random variation, meaning that you have some population of organisms, and as you have reproduction taking place, there's going to be slight variations, mutations, changes to the genetic code, and that's going to produce effects or changes that allow one member of that population to survive better than the other ones that don't have the change that that particular organism has. And with that success, you're going to have a better chance, or that organism is now more fit to the environment than the others, and so it has a better chance of surviving, and thus having a better chance of passing down that advantageous trait that it now has. And that would be natural selection. That means that naturally it is selected because of the random variation that it has. And so what evolution can then mean after that, where some people extrapolate that to mean that that process, that mechanism, can produce from that single-celled organism, you can get from that to a giraffe, And what that would require is new information in the genetics, in the genes that wasn't there prior. So I think that's where some intelligent design proponents, some Christians or whatever, say you would have to show how new information could arise from a random mutation. And so that's where we say no, evolution is not proven to produce, or Darwinian evolution is not a mechanism that has been shown to be able to produce new genetic information and new body plans and new types of animals from one type of animal. That hasn't been proven. But yes, you can start off with, let's say, two middle-toned people, and over time, 2,000, 6,000 years later, you have black people, white people, Japanese people, but you're still working within the same genetic code, and there's variation, and you can start with one type of dog and end up with Chihuahuas and Great Danes and whatever, but you still have a dog because you're still working with the same genetic information that was there previously. Some stuff is being turned on or diminished, some exaggerated, some whatever, but you don't get something different than a dog. So that would be microevolution. Microevolution is just the change within a species or variation within a species, but then macroevolution, or the evolution that I believe everybody here accepts, would be changing from one type of animal to another type of animal.
Now, I have a
was good.
question.
You wait, it's 1 second. That's an incorrect definition, but
I would
Yeah,
agree with that definition, though.
well, no, because what is random? What do you mean by random?
So when you have replication of the DNA, you're going to have mess ups. There's going to be some parts of the code not put in, or some duplicated improperly where it shouldn't have been, and that's just going to happen. And so that's going to produce, let's say, a darker skinned animal, or maybe lighter eyes, or a taller animal, or a shorter animal. Not by much, maybe a couple centimeters shorter than the other ones, or maybe slightly darker than the other ones. And if that provides some type of advantage to that animal, and it has a better chance of surviving, then that random variation that it has is going to allow it to survive and pass down that particular trait. So it's just a random thing that happened to be in that environment advantageous or good for that organism.
But then it's not random because something is actually changing its code.
No, it's absolutely random. Copying that mess up is not planned or preordained.
So you're saying that this happens in a vacuum, like just appears?
Yes. Like the DNA is able to, it sees errors and it tries its best to fix copy errors. It almost has like a spell check function. But there are times when there are situations where stuff falls through the holes, falls through the cracks, and the code is messed up just a little bit.
But then how could it be random if it's fixing itself?
No,
in order to adapt within its environment, in order to change that code to adapt to it.
No,
Frank, the funny thing about it be like someone burning a Britney Spears album a million times, and eventually it burns into a Christina Aguilera tape. You know what I mean? It makes no fucking sense what people are saying in this room.
No, that's just genetics.
Norris just stopped me.
You alright over there, Frank?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you laugh.
Let me go use the bathroom. Hold on.
Yeah, genes don't copy perfectly. That's why there's variation.
Your mic's crackling again.
Oh, sorry. There, how's that?
That's better.
Okay, so Yuri's typed, and I think this makes sense. Evolution is very simple. A change over time, everything that exists. Life, I've never heard of rocks evolving, but okay. The sun, the universe, everything evolves. Everything living. Everything I can think of that does not exist but is real, economics and thought, theories, language, etc., also evolves with new information, I'll add. So, yeah, and he states that James likes to focus on minutiae to divert the larger question. And he adds, God in a biblical sense does not evolve, yet God in a theoretical sense evolves.
Right,
Is that
but
making sense?
we're talking about biological evolution, right?
Thanks. I'm up to
Yes.
that, though, guys.
That's what biological evolution is. It's all living. Biology is all living things, right? We're talking about everything that's living evolves.
Sure, you could
It
say
has
the
to.
planet
It has
evolves,
to
the sun
evolve
evolves,
to survive.
the universe evolves.
Yeah,
If
but
it doesn't evolve, it dies off.
Yeah, but the examples of rocks evolving and planets evolving and Ford trucks evolving and stuff, Mickey Mouse evolving, none of that is biological evolution, which we're discussing biological evolution, right? We're not just discussing the term
That evolves
evolution in general.
Which is what I stated. Like I never heard of rocks evolving. I'm talking about living biological things.
Rain hits a rock, and it changes it to a more round rock. A rock rolls around in a stream, and it evolves to be a...
That's not evolution.
Well, no, that's
that
not.
is evolution, but it's not biological evolution.
Evolution only pertains to living things, biological things.
The sun evolves.
Sorry?
The sun evolves over time. So does the whole universe.
Yuri, I think you just need some sleep, man. You're just a little overtired.
Sun does not
You don't have
evolve.
all your mental faculties at the moment. Take some rest. Get some sleep. We'll talk to you tomorrow, all right?
Sounds good. Later,
Have a
Jacobs.
good one, Yuri.
It was interesting. I have never heard anybody say an inanimate object evolves. It's like
No,
saying my computer desk evolves because I put water on it.
No, but good.
That
but
makes
good,
sense?
But good without God. What he was talking about was the word evolution itself, and then what Adam is referring to is evolution can have multiple meanings.
Right. Yeah.
He was asking about the biological sense. When people say evolution, they're not going to take the time to say biological evolution. They're just going to say evolution and assume that you understand that
I'm
you're talking
assuming
about
we're talking about living things when somebody mentions evolution. Yes, correct.
this. So, that's all that.
Welcome to the room, Benny. Welcome back. How did you enjoy the video? Oh, thank you.
Was that the video of your neighbors, Jadas?
Yeah, I showed him that one. I got this one here. This had nothing towards me, but one time he fucking got into the fight with the brother. That's that video. That's fucking hilarious. He talks about. I think he says he's gonna chop him with an axe.
Holy shit.
Yeah, mental issues. Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw that one. That's your neighbor?
Yeah. What do you think, Adam? You gonna come over, hang out?
I don't know, man. That sucks that no one is doing anything.
But anyway, James. I mean, it's no point to go anywhere. I mean, people think millions of years of squirrels jumping out of trees, killing themselves. Eventually, one of them sprouted skin underneath their arms and flew away as a flying squirrel. And I mean, this is silliness.
Wait, are you going to disrespect your monkey brethren again?
Yeah.
No, well, no.
I'm gonna burn a Britney Spears CD a million times, and eventually one of them's gonna turn into a Christina Aguilera disc. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah, no.
Flying squirrels still exist, and so do non-flying squirrels. There's a point.
Right,
that point.
but dead things didn't create living things. That's the point.
Nobody said that.
Well, that's evolution. Yeah, it is evolution.
Nobody
It's the
said
one that
anything.
survive creates more living things. That's what evolution is.
Right,
Yes,
millions
dead
of
things
years
die
of
off and can't do anything. They die just like we do. When we die, we
Right.
can't do anything.
That's
No,
right. Millions of years of squirrels jumping out of trees, killing themselves, created flying squirrels. That's how they evolved.
But it's not the dying things creating flying squirrels. It's the living things creating flying squirrels.
No, what?
Right,
what
and they did that by killing themselves. They had to die.
No, what it would be,
No.
I'm not saying that this is how it happened, but let's say there was only
Well,
one.
James, then I don't want to hear it then. If that's not what had happened, then I don't want to hear it.
Well, no, so you understand that it's not necessarily the way you're saying it. So if it was one type
It
of squirrel that
changes all the time, James, so it doesn't matter. They're going to come up with another theory that means something else.
Squirrels still jump out of trees and die.
Okay,
Their species didn't die off because of that, though.
but that's not. But evolution is simply saying that if there were squirrels in a tree, and there was some advantage to having a little bit more fat or flaps under their arm, and some of them had a little bit of a flap, and then they had a better chance of surviving. Eventually, if that trait was passed down, and there were more flappier armpits and more flappier, that you would eventually have the squirrel that was the
Flying
result of that.
squirrel, new species.
Right, because the other ones didn't have as good a chance of surviving, and that one with the flaps in that environment was better suited.
Right. I think.
Okay, I guess, James. I mean, it sounds like malarkey. What do you want me to respond with?
No, I'm just saying evolution doesn't make anything happen, and it's not about the dead things trying to dump
Okay,
out.
so what's your point, James? What are you arguing for things that you don't even agree with? I don't know. Just it would be annoying, or
No, just so that you understand.
Making sense.
I do understand. It doesn't make right exactly. It doesn't make sense. That's why it can never be understood.
No, I didn't say that. I
Like,
said
what,
he's
a
making
dead
sense.
squirrel's what communicating spiritually to the ancestors, saying, "Carry these new genes over. This is going to help you." I mean, it doesn't make. I don't know. Doesn't make
No,
any
that
sense.
didn't make sense.
Right, a squirrel dying is not going to change anything. It's not going to happen.
If all the
A squirrel's never going to breed another squirrel that has wings. It's just not going to happen. Never going to happen. Species don't create new species.
all those squirrels in that environment that didn't have the flaps, they died. But then the ones that did have flaps, they were still alive. So guess who is going to pass down their trait?
Right, but you would have to get oh god, it's tongue twisters now. Flying squirrels from the squirrels.
Yeah, that's
In
the
other
idea.
words,
Make any sense, James? No. The
in
answer's
other
no.
words, what you're saying is that squirrels with flaps and squirrels that don't fly, the ground squirrels, have to eventually mate to create a new species. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not what he's saying.
Okay, because all right.
I
think we're all tired.
My impression of what J-Dubs was saying, or Norse invasion, is that flying squirrels don't come from normal squirrels.
No.
They'll mate.
Like they're different kinds of animals, right?
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that.
Okay, put it this way: all squirrels, no matter what they have on their bodies, can mate with each other. Can we agree on that?
I don't think so.
Every species of squirrels can mate together.
Can they?
Just like
Well-
every species of human can mate.
I don't think that's true.
That is,
Are you
yeah, that
saying
is
there's some
incorrect.
humans that can't mate with other humans?
There are extinct humans that might not be able to mate with.
All the humans alive today
Give an
are the same
example of what kind of human can't mate with another human.
Well, we're all one species, first of all, today.
Right. Just like squirrels are all the same. They're all mammals.
Right, but squirrels aren't
Squirrel
all the same species, though. Humans right now are all the same species because we're the only species that has survived. But there used to be other species of humans that we may not be compatible with.
So you're saying, say, a species of flying humans with humans with wings, with humans, regular humans, just hypothetically.
Yeah, probably could not mate. Yeah.
And that's actually sometimes used with species, is once you have the inability to interbreed, you can safely say it's a different species of the animal.
Not true, actually. There's the higher up you go, you can still find cases where animals can reproduce and have fertile offspring.
But that's why I said sometimes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I missed that part.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I guess the point I was trying to get to was, I guess I've said this over and over again, but was this idea of trying to pin down what is it that we do know with certainty as a fact about evolution, and what is more speculation and theory. I
That
don't really.
elephants can't mate with whales.
Are you asking the non-believers, the believers, Adam?
Oh, my
Your mic. Good without God. Your mic.
Yep.
Can all felines mate with felines?
Yes, I would say yes.
Tigers and lions can make ligers, but I think I don't know that they can. Can they reproduce?
Yes, I would say yes.
I don't know that ligers. I think they're what's that stuff called? Sterile.
Oh, they're sterile?
Yeah, they're usually sterile. Or they can at all, and the ones that can are sterile.
In that case, that's why they're extinct now, right?
No, they're still they. You can still pop them out. 5% of the time.
Yeah, there's ligers alive today.
But the ones that are born can't reproduce, right? If they're sterile.
Not necessarily. I think what it is, it's not like 100% on or 100% off. It's like they're far less likely to be able to. But you can actually get interbreeding all the way up to a difference in order, which would be the same for us. The order we are is primates. So all primates. Not that all primates can interbreed, but there are animals that have that big of a difference in their genetics to where they can still reproduce and have offspring.
That makes sense.
It doesn't really make sense though if we go with the standard definition of species, which is that they can't interbreed.
It's not a standard. Well, there's a problem with people trying to categorize animals and species in the first place. Like, there's a couple ways I think that they try to do it, but I know that can be one of the ways. So, for example, they talked about some type of hare, a rabbit, in Canada that migrated to North America, and then some years later it migrated to Mexico, and in the ones in Mexico can interbreed with the ones in America, in the United States, and the ones in the United States can interbreed with the ones in Canada, but the ones in Canada can't interbreed with the ones in Mexico. So
right, yeah.
So they figured that that's a different species.
What animal were you talking about just there for? Sorry.
Some rabbit, North American hare or something. I don't know.
Hey, I have a question. It's not a scientific one. It's more of a philosophical one. So what if evolution is true or not? What does that have to do with theism?
Good question. I like it.
I think it has a lot to do with theism.
Frank, thank you.
Like, you could be a theist and believe in evolution. You could be an atheist and not believe in evolution. What's the big deal?
I don't think science and theism have anything in common, actually.
Well, yeah, I agree. Because it's theism. And
right.
Evolution is a science.
Right.
As simple as that. I don't know.
Thank you. You made that very simple, and that's exactly right.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Good one. Good point.
Well, if a God exists, then science and theism have a lot in common, wouldn't you say?
You said key word, if God exists. No, there's been no evidence. Empirical evidence is very seriously lacking to prove that there is a God.
But two problems with that. One, you use the word proof, which is not a word that we use in science, right?
Evidence. How about evidence?
But secondly, what type of evidence would be supportive evidence of the existence of a God?
Well, first, science needs a subject to test. Has anyone?
You're saying there's no evidence for God, right? So what? Let's say if you were to try to find evidence of the existence of God, what type of evidence would you seek?
Oh,
Sorry,
hold
I have
on, hold
eyeballs
on, hold
really
on, hold
throwing
on,
me
hold on.
off.
Everyone, hold on. Now we're going to metaphysics and philosophy now.
Yeah, I
We're going
know.
into that realm.
I don't
Now,
like that realm.
science is different. You know, it's not the same thing. You know, when you're talking about philosophy and metaphysics and religion, these are abstract concepts. Now, when you're talking about science, you're talking about a method. You know, it's something that we determine what's real physically.
It's evidence.
Exactly. So, you know, we could debate this all day, and we're going around in circles here.
Correct.
And that's all I have to say. I might say something. I might say something in 10 minutes, but I'm just going to
Circles
sit
make me
back.
busy.
I asked a new question. How is that going in circles?
Repeat your question again.
Okay, you're saying there's zero evidence for the existence of God, and that science is incompatible with theism. My question
Okay,
is.
stop there. Stop there. There's zero evidence for God. Has anyone ever come up with any evidence for God? Because if they have, there would be a Nobel Prize.
Let me actually ask my question though, okay, before you start talking. If you were to find evidence for the existence of a God, what type of evidence would you require? What type of evidence would you look for? What would count as evidence to you? That's my question.
How about DNA?
Okay, well, DNA exists, so therefore God exists.
To prove anything living exists, it has to have DNA, a blood type. How about a voice?
But DNA and voices do exist.
No,
So let
she's
me
saying-
ask you a question. Good with God, without God.
So God has a voice. God has DNA. Whoever said that?
What
Whoever
if
claimed that?
God, without God, if God spoke to you today, would you accept that?
I'd have to test it.
So you would deny it, right? You deny the evidence. See, so there's no point in this conversation.
I wouldn't automatically dismiss it. I'd have to test it like any scientist would.
So how would you test it? What would you accept as evidence? That's the question. Let's say that it was an absolute fact that God existed. What would convince you that that was true?
Well, I'd have to be able to ask this being a question and have an answer. If they can't answer me, then how can I? I mean, how can I test it?
What if he did? What if he answered your question? You know. What if he? Okay, you asked him, "What's your favorite color?"
Again, going in circles again. What if? What if? What if?
Right. That's what we've been doing all night, haven't we?
Yeah, pretty much, and that's what's kind of driving me crazy.
So you're saying
I think more than
I don't go by what ifs. I go by
if I may, part of this
absolute.
If I may, part of this discussion started because we're questioning James's beliefs and others in Christianity. I think, I mean, if that's still the initial thing, because I'm quite tired of the evolution creation debate. It doesn't matter to me, but if the question is of Christianity or theism, then perhaps it's better to challenge specific beliefs in those religions. So, I mean, as far as like say the questions of Jesus and the miracles and resurrections and stuff like that, I mean, like to the point I was making earlier about the prophecies and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of where the the conversation started there, I would say, and then we got into the creation debate. I guess one of the other questions I would say is, can there, aside from any religion, are you open to the possibility of a God? So those are my
Okay, so you're asking me, am I open to the possibility of a God? In other words, you're asking me if I could stand as an agnostic, not believing in one until it represents some evidence that it exists, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I could be convinced with some evidence that God exists, Would I believe in it? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking. Well, aside from even getting the evidence that you're expecting, because I think maybe sometimes you look into the glasses of theism. Most of the time, a lot of people come from atheism. They come to atheism because of a lack of a belief in the gods of certain religions. So, aside from the definition that religion imposes on a god, uh, would you be open to that possibility of any god, say, or any creator or source or beginning?
No, because evolution and science have been sufficient enough proof against the existence of God. For me, I'll speak on my own behalf as an atheist.
I find it very interesting that you would admit that no evidence would ever convince you, though. Like, don't you feel like you should be
No,
open?
I didn't say no evidence, but there's been enough sufficient evidence to already negate that.
But what if that ends up being
Okay,
wrong?
put it this way.
What
Okay,
if that ends up being
the
wrong?
Earth has existed for 6,000 years at least, right? And in 6,000 years, there has been not one iota of evidence of a God ever existing, or Jesus even existing. Has anybody ever come up with any DNA for Jesus? If someone come up with DNA for Jesus, which hasn't happened, then how can I be open to the idea if it's taken 6,000 years and no one has come up with that evidence?
But
Isn't
J-Dub's
it long past due? Isn't
they're not
evidence
asking,
long past due for God?
but they're not asking you about Christianity. They're
Yeah.
talking about God, a God.
Yeah.
So forget the Bible.
Aside from religion.
Right, you're thinking of God as being a white man in the clouds that grants wishes. Is there another possibility?
Right.
Yeah.
So good without God. Just to reiterate, kind of my point here, you're basically saying there's no evidence. You keep saying that, and when I ask you, well, what type of evidence would you accept? You say, well, none. There's nothing I would accept for evidence, and then you say there's never any evidence. Don't you see how you're just starting with your answer and then you're ending with your answer without being open to any possibility that your position is wrong?
It's kind of funny too, because Without God also said that early in the night she said it's always changing science, but then she went on to say it's 100% certain. So that doesn't make any sense. It's gonna
As of right now,
answer, right, but it's going to change tomorrow. I mean, things can
something
change
would have
tomorrow.
to change tomorrow. Yeah, something would have to be different. Something would have to come forward and be presented in a tangible way in order for me to change my view on that.
So a voice from heaven. A voice
from heaven.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would have to. There would have to be more than just me hearing that voice.
Okay, because
oh boy.
So what would you accept as evidence?
More than just me as a witness. There would have to be more than just one witness to it.
Okay, but people have claimed that has happened, right?
As a group?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 million Jews witnessed God on Mount Sinai.
That's in the Bible.
It's a fact. A group of people
It's
witnessed
words on a page. That's it.
No, it isn't words on a page. The Jews exist today. You can ask a Jew, and they'll tell you, I was at Mount Sinai. I experienced God.
But she answered Adam's question. She said if she heard a voice from God, from heaven, and everybody else in the United States heard that voice at the same time,
right.
Today, not 1,000 years ago, but today, that would be evidence for her.
Thank you. That's exactly what I meant.
Good.
Okay. Now my next question is, how would you know it was God?
I wouldn't know it's God because I don't know.
So then the evidence is
what
still.
God's supposed to. Do you know what God sounds like?
Um.
Aha. Do you know what God sounds like specifically?
No, wait, hold on, because it's a loaded question for me. Because I'm only I can't see. I'm not here to prove God to you or anything. Because I
Okay,
mean,
put it this way. Do you have a voice imprint for God to verify that it is in fact God's voice?
100% certainty? No.
Okay, so then it's not fair to press the question to me then after I
No.
already answered your question.
No, I just think the most honest answer for anybody is I don't know. But you know, when someone claims they do know,
I can't be more honest with you. I'm a very honest person.
I'm just saying, for one to claim that they do know either that there is no God or that there is one specific God, to me, you know, that is unacceptable.
Did I claim there is no possibility of a God? Did I ever say that once?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you have. Yes.
You needed sufficient evidence. You said no. There's no way you believe in a God
There's
without
no sufficient evidence. But
Without
did I ever say there's no possible way to have evidence in the future?
That is the impression that you have left us with. You may not have explicitly stated that, but I think that's the impression that the entire room.
That's an impression, but that's not what I said.
Because you said that science has already sufficiently answered all the questions, therefore you don't believe in a God. There's no reason to believe in a God.
Up to this point, yes.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
God is dead. He used himself to kill Satan.
So would you define yourself as an agnostic atheist?
Define myself as agnostic?
An agnostic atheist.
Please don't say that. Just say you're agnostic.
Okay, agnostic. All right.
At this point, I am not agnostic. At this point, I am an atheist, meaning simply I do not believe in a God at this very moment.
You don't believe there's enough evidence to believe in a God.
That's right. Because no evidence has been presented to anyone on this earth at this very moment.
So you honestly believe that people haven't presented evidence?
There's been a lot of evidence.
Yeah, that's silly.
Some people call evidence, though, like the Bible is not evidence.
So what? Again, we're like talking in circles. People have been asking you all throughout the night. What's your evidence? What would you accept?
Yeah, the thing that you claimed you would accept as evidence is in the Bible written about accounts like that.
Yeah.
But it's not up to me to provide evidence. I'm not making a claim that God exists. It's not up to me to provide evidence for a claim that I did not make.
She's explained to you guys that it would be some situation where it wasn't just her testimony about it, but it would have to be a lot of people, and maybe it's her being levitated into the sky, and there's no other way to explain it, but a million people saw it, and she can't deny it, and God from heaven speaks and says, "I am now lifting you up here," and I think she would believe at that point. I think, right? Would you believe at that point that it was God?
I would have to take it one step further and rule out some kind of weird anonymity.
No,
Exactly. So she's saying, but
make sure it's not an alien force or some kind of force that the universe, like a force field, bringing me up.
Exactly. So she's saying if she could rule out every other possibility, and it was only left to it being God, she would accept that there was a God.
Correct. Who's saying that?
James.
James. Which one are you, James?
But even if it was a force from a universe pulling you up in the middle of the sky where everybody could see you, could not that be God?
Say that again. Sorry.
You said unless it was some kind of anomaly like a force pulling you out from the universe, right?
Right.
Who's to say that?
It was ruled out that it wasn't an alien from another universe with advanced scientific technology. Right? I have to rule that out before I would just automatically accept, oh, that's God. Just because that's the mistake we made in the beginning. Things we can't explain, automatically that's God, right?
Okay, so you have to be able to observe God then. That's what you're saying, because I mean an alien you would have to observe. So you would have to observe to see
an alien could be mistaken for a God.
So now here's a better way. I'd say, and this is the way God
If
uses
you
does
can't
it.
observe it, then how do you know? You're
Well,
saying unless you observe it, then how do you define, God? Maybe God is unobservable with
here
the naked eye.
here's a better way. This
Doesn't
is the
that
way
sound
God.
a little insane?
This is the way God does it in the Bible. So what He says is, I'm gonna tell you about the future before it happens, so when it does happen, you'll know that it was me. And so if somebody walked up to you, good without God, and they said, God has given me a message for you, the God of the Bible, in fact,
I've
and
had that happen.
okay, well, let's say this happened. Let's say this person says, okay, God says this is what's going to happen to you tomorrow. This is what you're going to do for the next month, and they tell you by the second all the things that you will do and other people will do, blah 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 blah, things that are going to be outside of your control that are going to happen, and all those things end up happening for the next month. Um,
Precise, exact, to the detail, no mistake, right?
exactly.
Time traveler.
Yeah.
Would you say that it could have been a time traveler, or would you say that was God?
Again, I'd have to rule out that it's a time traveler or someone
Oh.
with a higher technology that can predict the future or an alien. I'd have to rule
Awesome.
all that out first before I could accept that that's a god doing
Your
that.
standard.
Good without God. Can I ask you a question? Or actually, this is more just a comment. To me, it seems like you have a preconceived viewpoint, which is you're good without God, right? You're atheist and you're proud of it. You're happy. You're content being an atheist. But it sounds like what you're saying is even if there was a God and a God existed, and you were presented with first-hand direct evidence, in a special, unique, rare way that very few humans would have ever experienced, you still probably would never believe in a God because you would say, oh, it might have been a time traveler, it might have been a dinosaur, it might have been the universe belching, whatever. Like, you're going to find any excuse to deny God.
It's not an excuse. It would be fact-based.
Right, but why be that skeptical about God and not be skeptical about time travel, for example? Why are you more skeptical about theism than a magical time-traveling dinosaur or something? It might have been an alien, it might have been a time traveler.
I think that statement is equally skeptical of all options.
Well, you're kind of relying on the absence of fact. Good without God in those special circumstances. It's like saying, well, I don't know that it wasn't the tooth fairy that did it, or I'd have to rule that out first.
Well, tooth fairy I would put that in the same category as a god.
or time traveler or alien.
No, time travelers and aliens. Well, yeah, aliens I can't. I mean, until there's
Wow, she has more faith that there's aliens than there's a god.
J-Dubs, what was that story? You had an anecdote or a story about someone being rescued. You know what I'm talking about? They pray to God to be rescued, and then...
I pray to God to be rescued. I do that all the time, man. I wish someone would fucking rescue me from this fucking hellhole.
Yeah, I just saw that video, J-Dubs. It really concerned me.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's ironic because if he did fucking take me out, he'd be doing me the best favor of my life, which is ironic.
Dude, don't say that, man. Stop.
Benny's gonna rescue me. So yeah, Adam, I can't think of the moment. Is it Torah or Talmud based?
I think so. I think it was like a Jewish saying or...
Oh yes. In the Talmud, the Israelites, God destroyed an ancient alien planet because they did not rescue the Israelites in their time of need. Is that what you're talking about?
No, what?
Well,
No,
the Bible teaches that there's aliens.
Huh. No, I'm talking about there's like a guy and he's like on an island or something.
Oh yes. Okay, there's a man. There's a man on top of his roof. The town's been flooded.
There you go.
And he's asking, he's praying to God, rescue me. So a boat comes by, and he goes, nope, I'm not getting on the boat. I'm waiting for God to rescue me. And the guy goes, okay, goes by. Another boat comes by an hour later. He goes, nope, I'm waiting for God to rescue me. Eventually, the water gets to the roof. He drowns. He dies. He gets to heaven, and he says, "God, I've been praying. I wanted you to rescue me. What the hell?" And God said, "Well, I sent you 2 fucking boats. What more do you want from me?"
I like that story. I've heard that one before.
I heard that one. That was pretty funny.
I mean, that's when people say, "Do God speak to me?" I think God does speak to us all the time. I mean, the actions that happen in our lives, things that we interpret, maybe misunderstood, but somehow had deeper meaning. I think that's God speaking to all of us. I mean, that's what I personally believe.
Hey, good.
So, James,
Yeah.
being in your present situation.
I mean, I think even that, yes, John, brother John, even you have to mute for I can't hear. Yes, brother John. Even when that guy, my neighbor, accosted me, I think that was God speaking. He wanted to give me a message, and I might not be able to interpret it right now at the moment, but it was there. If that's what you were trying to get at, yes.
Hey, good. I have a question. Like, what is your definition of God?
I don't have a definition of God because I don't believe God exists.
If you had one, like if you could imagine what a God will be. Let's say you had the opportunity.
You're asking me to use my imagination.
Correct.
Isn't that a point right there? God is in the imagination only?
No, I just want to know, like, if you created this God for yourself, like, how would it be? Like, how would it look like something, or like when you think about the concept of God, what do you think about?
I don't.
All right. Before, what is God? What is that?
When you say God
I
doesn't
can't
exist,
think about God anymore than I can think about unicorns and fairies.
Yeah, but
So
what do you what do you not believe
I mean,
in?
that's a very I don't want to derail the conversation, but that's a very positive claim. I know atheists like to say this is a straw man, but you're making a positive claim. God doesn't exist. I mean, you're reaffirming that. You have to back that up.
Because there's no God doesn't exist, therefore
You're saying
because there's no evidence,
Christians
therefore
and Bible.
God doesn't exist.
You're asking us Jews and Christians to prove evidence for God, sure, but you also have to
Because you're
back it up
making
too.
the claim. It's
Right,
not up
but
to me.
okay, you're
It's not
making
up
a
to me to
claim.
disprove your claim.
You're making a claim God doesn't exist. That's a claim.
Well,
Adam's not making that
do
claim. He's an atheist. Adam's a true atheist. He lacks a belief in a God. He
Do
doesn't make any
unicorns
claims.
exist?
Possibility, yeah. I don't disrule it out. I don't say they don't exist because I don't know.
how do you define unicorn? Good without God. How do you define
Okay, how
unicorn?
about a flying unicorn? How about that?
No, what's
Something
a unicorn?
that's so far-fetched.
What's a unicorn?
Okay, what do you guys believe that doesn't exist?
No,
Let's talk
wait.
about
No,
something
good
that doesn't
without-
exist.
Good without God. What's a unicorn?
Sorry?
What's a unicorn? Good without God.
Well, the Bible talks about unicorns.
But so good without God. What's a unicorn? When you say unicorns don't exist, what's a unicorn?
It's a horse with a horn.
Right? So,
It's in fairy tales. That was created in fairy tales.
So good without God. When you say you don't
There's no
believe
DNA for a unicorn, therefore it doesn't exist either.
Yeah. So when you say that there's not sufficient evidence to believe in a God, you have to have a definition of a God, because if I say
I
God
don't.
is
No, I don't. There's where you're wrong. I don't have to have a definition of God because
Right,
I
okay.
don't claim a God exists.
Listen. God, good with God. I don't believe Badabadujya that doesn't exist. I'm not going to give you the definition of Badabadujya. I'm just going to say it doesn't exist. You think that makes sense for someone to do that?
Is God a blue car?
Say Dabba doesn't exist, and I'm going to believe you that Dabba doesn't exist because I've never heard of any evidence of that either.
That's a good
Well, that's
reason not to believe in something, because you haven't heard of evidence for it. That's the perfect
But
sign.
we have heard of evidence for God, throughout human history.
You'd have to provide, if you claim something exists, you have to provide, it's up to you to provide evidence that it exists, not up to someone who doesn't believe it exists.
Right, if you were neutral, like someone like Adam, for instance, who just lacks a belief in a deity, he's not making claim either way. Someone who says, I know for certain God doesn't exist.
I never said I know for certain that God doesn't exist.
You've been saying that all throughout the night, yes.
No, I
There's not
haven't.
enough evidence. There's not enough evidence, he said.
You do keep saying that God does not exist, not just that you don't believe that God exists. You've said that several times.
Okay, I guess I'm meaning that I don't believe God exists because there is no evidence. Therefore, in my mind, God does not exist. How is that wrong?
To the point James was saying before about the unicorn and everything, that pretty much you have to define something to even prove that it doesn't exist. There has to be some kind of definition. Because if I say a unicorns don't exist, you have in your mind what a unicorn is, and you know whether or not it exists or not. There's a certain definition around it. So here, therefore, that's why we're trying to get. What would be your definition of God that would or would not exist? So we need some kind of definition. What would you think, God looks like? That's what we're trying to get at. There has
Well,
to
the
be some kind
definition would have to come from the believer, would it not? It wouldn't have to. It wouldn't come from a non-believer.
Not the characteristics and like the personality and what kind, but there would be these basic traits, basic things about it that makes it a god. When you're saying God doesn't exist,
right?
Okay, if I say omniscient and a person that knows everything, a person that started the universe, do you believe that that entity exists, or would you accept that as a god?
I can't accept anything as being a god.
There you go, right there. You just said it all.
Anything, right there.
You can't accept anything, no matter what.
I didn't say no matter what. So you're adding to my words. I
You
can't
have a
accept
dogmatic
anything
belief.
that exists as of this day to be a god.
No. We're asking your understanding of how could you recognize it? Like
I already answered that question a long time ago.
But you don't have a definition of what it is.
There'd have to be more than just me as the witness. There would have to be several witnesses along with me to witness exactly what I would see, without a doubt. I mean,
right.
zero doubt.
3 million Jews and Noahides witnessed God on
That's
Mount
3 million
Sinai.
Jews years ago. That's 3 million Jews years ago.
So
That wasn't me. That wasn't me and 3,000 Jews years ago.
So what does that mean? Just because it happened in the past, it doesn't mean anything? I don't get the point.
Well, because you're directing the question at me, right? What would it?
Right. So people did experience
convince
God.
me that a God exists, you right? I can't go on what is in the Bible that is written in a storybook.
All
Right?
right. Well, let's not be assaultive. Let's not refer to the Bible as a storybook, but.
Well, it is full of stories, isn't it?
Well,
Stories
the way
that
you
men
mean.
have told over years and years and years of time.
It's a historical document in parts. So not just stories.
What kind of historical? Okay, what do you mean historical document?
It's the documentation of things that happened in the past, or it claims to be. So it's not. It doesn't claim to be a storybook.
But is it accurate and true?
Or fiction? I'm sorry. He's saying don't make it seem as if it's fiction.
But in my mind, it is fiction.
Well, there's a lot of things in your mind that doesn't. I mean, I could be insulting to you. I mean, you could be insulting
I'm
me.
not trying to be insulting. I'm being honest.
Faculties, right? Well, what you believe in just storybooks too. So, Richard Dawkins.
I don't believe in any storybooks. I believe in evidence. When evidence is presented to me, I have no choice but to believe it. It's fact whether I believe it or not.
Yeah, that's we all do that. Yes, it's correct.
So it's up to us to either accept it or not accept it.
Right. I'm not delusional. So when I see evidence for a God, I accept it. Yeah. Sure.
What evidence do you have besides what's written in the Bible that was written thousands of years ago? What evidence do you have? Tangible evidence.
The fact that life exists is facts for me that God exists.
Right. So he's not saying he has proof that God exists. He's saying that the evidence for him is sufficient to convince him beyond a reasonable doubt that the God of the Bible is real.
So how did God initiate life,
He
scientifically
said,
speaking?
he spoke it into existence.
That's
The,
not scientifically speaking.
the Bible doesn't give it the
How does
scientific
science initiate
science
it?
of it.
Has somebody proven that God spoke life into?
The Bible doesn't give that information. No.
Does science give that information?
How was
Um,
life initiated?
no, science does not. The origin of life and abiogenesis is a great mystery in science. So I think there's like 7 theories or ways people have proposed that it could have happened, that non-living matter became living matter, but no, that is yet to be solved in science.
Right, and it's
So
really, and science has never claimed that God exists. So
no, but here's the problem: either non-living matter became living matter on its own, or it didn't. So if it takes more faith for some people to believe that it happened on its own than to believe that there was an intelligent agent that made non-living matter become living matter. So you're on the side that believes that non-living matter became living matter on its own, and the people that believe in the Bible believe that the Creator took the dirt to whatever, blah blah blah, and made it living. Because
correct.
obviously,
Well, not only people in the Bible, but that believe in the Bible, but I hear you.
so for example, you're in your desk or in your bed or wherever you are right now. You are made of iron, calcium, and blah blah blah, all these atoms and whatnot, and you are a living thing. And let's
Right.
say you died where you are right now, and your body was still there. You still have all the things necessary to make life. Your body is still there. Obviously, it's going to decompose in a couple weeks and then return to whatever. But
Correct.
for the next couple minutes, you would still be everything that is necessary for life. So
On a cellular structure, yes.
right. But life wouldn't be produced from where you are right now, or you wouldn't evolve into something, or you would just decompose. So the idea that something that was already alive cannot produce life from itself, the idea that can't happen from you, but it could happen from something that was never alive before and spontaneously became living matter. I think that's an interesting idea. How that could happen, I don't know. If even something that was already alive, once it dies, cannot produce living matter from itself, why expect that dirt could have done that, or a combination of dirt, gas, and water, or something like that? And electricity maybe, and time.
Yeah, I mean, science has proven that things have a vibration, a wavelength to them. Sound, observing. Things need to observe themselves in order to know that they exist. That's been proven. What is God more than just sound and observing, right? So if
But
that's a creator of the universe, go
Isn't
ahead,
that
James.
pseudoscience?
But good without God. You see how you believe in something. You believe that non-living matter became living matter on its own, correct?
Non-living matter. Say it again. Non-living matter. What?
Became living matter on its own.
On its
believe
own?
that. Right. Because otherwise, that means somebody else did it. So you don't believe somebody made it happen. You believe it happened on its own, correct?
Yes. I guess you could say that's correct.
And we don't have evidence for that. So
Yes, we do have evidence for that.
No,
Going back to the one-celled animal.
No, ma'am. We do not have evidence for that. So you believe in something that you don't have evidence for, and you have to take it on faith. You have to believe that happened that way. So either you say you don't know how it happened,
not faith. Science and faith. No.
You don't have evidence for something, but you believe in it.
To believe science, it doesn't take faith.
Scientists don't believe. Well, scientists are going to tell you that they don't have evidence for abiogenesis or how it happened. They have theories about how it could have, maybe, but there's multiple. some of them contradict each other. A lot of them,
Abiogenesis is not was not the beginning of life.
that's what abiogenesis means. It means life from non-living matter. Abio, non-life, genesis.
You're talking about GNA.
No, ma'am. Abiogenesis.
That's a new thing that's coming. That's new stuff. That's
No, James is talking about abiogenesis. Yes, that's what it
Origin of
is.
life. Origin of life. The origin of living things from non-living matter is abiogenesis. That's the only way the process could have started.
But I'm not claiming that life came from a rock.
No, but it's whatever it was, dirt, gas, a mixture, liquid, whatever. It wasn't living. That's why it's the origin of life. So whatever you want to say it was, rocks, dirt, whatever, it was non-living, and you believe that on its own.
No, I'm not claiming it came from dirt. Life didn't come from dirt or rocks or any of that.
It was what were the
Came from a
molecules?
biological cell.
Well, ma'am,
Living matter.
How could that one cell come from something that wasn't living?
It duplicated itself.
So,
that duplicated itself.
Duplicated itself.
From what? Everything was okay. Once upon a time, nothing was living. How did nothing living once upon a time become one cell organism?
When carbons and proteins and such came together.
Right. So lightning and some mud is what you think happened.
No,
which
not
has
mud.
been proven wrong.
No. That's not. It hasn't been. Well, but good without God. What you just said, carbons and proteins and whatnot. How they would have been arranged and
electricity.
But you don't have evidence for that having happened.
I don't, because I'm not a scientist.
but the scientists don't have evidence for that.
Sure they do.
No, they do not.
If I Googled it, I bet you I could find it.
Go, okay.
Please do it.
I don't feel like it right now.
Right, I'm sure.
I'm going on 2 hours sleep in over 48 hours now.
But you wouldn't find it. You'd find
I
theories.
wonder I can even talk right now, actually. Maybe God's talking through me.
No, you'd find theories about it.
Right, yeah, sure.
Well, again, to the nuts and bolts of it, good without God. I mean, you're saying that whatever the single cell, wherever the life came from, it came from nothing. Even the carbon, electricity.
But even nothing isn't nothing.
No, but we're talking about life. So that point right before life, there's no evidence that non-living matter became living matter on its own. So just understand that as it stands, especially with the fact that you just said you don't have the science for it and you don't, that means you believe in something that you don't have evidence for personally.
Yeah,
So,
if I could find it, I would, but I can't
but
right
you
now.
still believe,
I didn't
but-
come prepared to argue that here today. I was just hanging out.
but you've never looked at that.
James,
So-
can you?
I didn't come prepared to debate this, really.
James, can you define non-living matter?
Certainly in a moment. But you believed in this conversation, you still believe that, but you have never looked it up. You do understand that?
Yes, I have looked it up.
Okay. All right. So non-living matter. When we say that, it's before that organism that we're talking about.
Something
That's
brought life to that organism.
that is able to self-replicate, metabolize, and I think there's a couple other criteria for life that some scientists put in there, but you would need those two things. So
Right.
it's not just a molecule.
Which
It's not just.
I'm prepared to present that
I'm
to this
responding
hangout.
to.
I've been here for a few hours.
I'm responding to. I think it was J-Dubs that asked.
No, it's me, John.
John, sorry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those two things. Be able to
Replicate themselves, and what's the other thing?
self-replicate and metabolize. So, yeah, taking energy in from some source and being able to constantly keep yourself alive with that energy source, and being able to make copies of yourself, obviously, so that you can, so you don't go extinct. And then there's more. I'd have to look it up. Adam, do you know what the criteria are for first life? I'm thinking the ability to metabolize and also self-replicate, and then what are the other criteria?
Protein, carbons.
Can non-living matter exist without its environment?
Um, can non-living matter exist without its environment?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Of course. Well, yeah. Rocks and dirt and planets and
Without the
metals.
environment.
asteroids can be they exist in space, and
But I mean, it's still dependent on outside of itself. So I'm saying, right?
I don't understand. I don't understand the question.
I'm trying to get. I'm saying, one can't exist. Uh,
I actually like where Brother John is going with that. Keep going, man.
yeah. I mean, like an asteroid, it can't exist unless there is some space or gravity. You know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Matter requires space for there to be matter. Absolutely.
And in other instances, oxygen. I mean, certain atmosphere.
No,
right?
just space. Well, just space. But the space that we're aware of, does include all those things. But matter would simply require space without anything else in it. In our observable universe, there is energy in every square inch, and there is, gases and whatnot. But no, matter doesn't need those gases and all that energy and stuff. I don't know if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm trying to see if there's a interdependence between even non-living matter and its environment on a whole. Even if you took one part of that environment away, would that non-living matter still exist? And if not, then there's a certain dependency on the environment, as well. And you know what I'm saying? So I guess that's what I'm trying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when talking about origin of life and talking about non-living matter, obviously, if we were to break down everything that you are as a human and I am as a human and pull apart every atom in you, you'd end up with those constituent parts, which in themselves are not living. It's more so that you somehow have arranged Lego blocks to be able to grow and digest and to breathe and to think and to be conscious. It's not about the Lego blocks; it's how they're arranged. And so that's really that's what makes life interesting, is that it's made up of non-living parts, per se.
Okay.
That's fascinating, ain't it, James?
Oh man, it's persuasive as heck for a person who's trying to understand God or trying to see science and trying to ask those questions. Origin of life is a crazy one.
See, I mean, as a deist, I have the common ground with you, James, as far as seeing like a first cause or God or creator. I mean, at that ground, I have, I'm in the middle here, between the atheist and the theist. From an atheist point of view, I'm against the religion, the dogma, and special revelation, and all that stuff. Or putting God in like a box, say, what I would say. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And, and I'm not here, good without God. To me, it doesn't matter whether you believe, is a God or not. I have no dogma. I'm not here to convince you. You live your life as a good person, and you just, that don't matter. To me, there's no there's no hell. I'm not preaching no hell or anything with that. You have to believe in a God to, gain anything.
Yeah.
See, that's why I like you, Brother John.
Yeah, I like about how there's no personal attacks. This is a good chat because nobody's personally attacked anybody intentionally, right? Can we all collectively agree on that?
Well, that's not the intent, of course.
Oh, it's about time we solved that. Let's see. I don't want to personally attack.
Except these interesting drawings somebody's making, and eyeballs popping out of heads and teeth and.
That's Benny from Europe, our resident artist.
Hi, Betty. Are you the one who was drawing the girl too with the long hair, or painting? He's not speaking.
Oh, he doesn't speak. You haven't heard him speak once yet.
There was one guy in here earlier drawing on some program, painting.
That was me.
Oh, that's
Oh, okay. So you're a black box right now.
Oh, that's
what
because
I'm
I was sharing a video visually,
Okay.
and it was a nude subject, so I turned it off for the Muslim in the room.
Mhm. Okay, since this is my very first, I'm not sure if you guys are all aware, this is my very first live hangout I've ever gotten involved in. So I'm wondering, how would one share a video so that all of you can see it?
Copy the link, post it in the chat.
You do
Oh.
it by screen share.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and you
Would
can
you
do it
mind
that
if
way.
if I played a 10-minute video for you guys all to watch?
You can, but we won't hear it.
Oh,
Screen
how
share is only visual.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'd have to give you the link. All right. I can
No,
do that.
there's a YouTube button on the left hand side.
Yes, I see that.
But I wouldn't stick around. I'm so tired. But yeah, you can use that YouTube thing
It's
over
just
there.
a 10-minute video. It's here. It's from Philin. Have you ever heard of a fella named Philonines? I'm gonna put it in the chat, the link, so that y'all can click on it.
Hey, good. Could I ask you a question? Why do you have your names in all caps?
I don't know, because I like to type in caps.
Okay. All right.
There's no particular reason. It was a random thing when I was creating my name. I'm not gonna stay with that name. I want to create a name that's more creative.
Oh, the Big Bang. That's a touchy situation there.
I was waiting to bring that up. I didn't want to just go outright and ask that question, but since you posted a video about the Big Bang, I wanted to ask you, without watching this video, what do you? So I'm assuming you believe in the Big Bang, right? Good without.
I trust the people that present it know what they're talking about in depth when it comes to that. Yeah.
So you trust the authorities.
You trust the authorities, huh?
Do you think that that's a good reason to believe something? Is just because you don't personally understand
because they're experts and it makes sense. What they present makes sense.
Right, but do you think that's a perfectly good reason to believe in something?
Well, nothing else has really presented itself. I really don't want to get into all that again. Watch
Here
the
we
video
go.
first.
We'll turn on the merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's fine. I mean, you accept the gods and prophets of atheism. That's fine. You put their faith in them.
No,
That's
they're
cool.
not gods. They're not prophets.
Sure.
So let me. Okay, so I'm not gonna grill you on like the foundations of your beliefs, but let me ask you this.
Yeah, please. I'm only going on a 2 hours sleep.
Are you aware of any of the problems with the Big Bang Theory?
Right at this moment, no.
Are you interested in any of the problems, or you're just going to take it on faith that the authorities are right?
No, I don't take it on faith. I don't take anything on faith. Faith is for believers. Scientists don't have faith. Atheists don't have faith.
Hey,
faith
good.
is blind belief in something, right?
Yes, I'm sorry to cut you off, but what do you think about people who believe in God? What is your thought on that?
Okay, specifically, what do you mean? What do I like? I mean, that's a pretty general question.
Like Christians or Jews or Muslims, anybody who has like a theistic belief.
Does it have to be theistic?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we put it this way? I think a lot of the believers, the population of believers, pretty much are going by imaginations. Because a lot of believers talk about how they talk to God and They hear his voice. So that all happens in the imagination center of the brain. That's one belief I have about that.
Oh, that's something else.
And that's not meant as an insult. That's just.
Okay.
It's insulting, but it's
Yeah.
not an
But
insult.
that's.
You're delusional. That's another way you're going to put
You're
it.
taking that as an insult, but I'm not meaning that as an insult.
Do you think a person with, let's say, a wild imagination is beneficial to society? That something's wrong with them, or you think it's like an evolutionary trait?
No, a wild imagination is a very artistic. I mean, arts benefit from imagination, right? Storytelling
Now,
benefits from imagination. Without an
so
imagination, you can't tell a story.
okay. So if a person believes in God,
Facts aren't required to tell a story. How's that for a
okay,
statement?
okay.
Facts aren't required to tell a story.
Hey, good without God.
Correct? Do you agree with me on that one?
I can't disagree with you there.
Hey, James, that sounds like a challenge to me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Just stick to that statement. Do we all agree in this hangout that without an imagination you can't tell a good story?
I don't think that's true.
Without an
So-
imagination, you
so-
can't
so you
make up
can-
a good story.
Right.
You can
With-
tell a good story that happened.
Right, but that took place with someone else's imagination, right? A
Do
good
you
story had to be created by a great imagination.
do
No,
you
well-
think?
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I was gonna say, like, do you think religion has its benefits for society, or is it more of a problem?
Oh, there's definite benefits to an imagination.
No, I'm talking about religion.
Yeah, I agree. There's some benefits to religion. Yeah,
Does it do more harm
I
than
can't
good?
say 100% benefit, but I can say there are some benefits.
Now, if there was no religion in this world, like let's say religion was done and over with, how
You can live
how
without it.
you could live without it, and how you think the world is going to be without religion?
I think it would still carry on just fine.
What, just fine?
Yeah.
Will it be better?
Oh, don't ask me that.
No, just a question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
Put it this way, if I could tear away the bad about religion and just leave the good part about religion,
And what is
yes,
the bad?
then yes, it would be a better world.
And what is the bad?
The bad stuff, I think the horror stories. If you took out the horror stories of the Bible,
The horror stories. But how about the belief in God in general?
that's not for me to say, is it?
Do you have any thoughts on it?
If people would keep it more to themselves instead of trying to push people to believe in God, just because okay, put it this way, if a person believes in God without evidence, but it's beneficial to them, right? Then who am I to say, to come and tell you you're not allowed to believe in God? But if that belief is forced on other human beings in a harmful way, then I'd have to say that's the part of religion I don't like. Just like I don't force my lack of belief on anyone. I'm not sitting here trying to force my lack of belief on anyone. That's your choice to either believe or not believe.
Well, first, definitely I like to say, like, when you first came, you had a very, sincere story that you told us, and I really appreciate that. It was, it was an experience for you, and I'm sure that, now let's say this: if you never had that experience, do you think you still be a believer?
That's kind of hard to say. I don't know. I can truly say I don't know.
Do you think because of that negative experience that that you actually made that decision because of that experience itself?
No, I can honestly say not just because of that experience.
Was that the main component, though?
I can't say it's a main component either. No.
Okay.
To be fair.
Okay. No, definitely, that took a lot of courage, really speaking about that, and I really do appreciate it. That's all I really have to say, though. It was cool.
Because I must state, too, it wasn't just religion that damaged parts of my life either. It wasn't just religion.
Okay.
I won't put the blame all on religion.
Hmm.
I'll be fair in saying that, too. Because put it this way, I know a lot of religious people that are really sweet and good people. Okay? I will state that, too. It's not religion that makes religious beliefs that make people bad. In my view, my worldview, it's what they do with that religion. That's what makes things damaging to other human beings.
Well, you have a very nice worldview. I like it.
Thank you.
No problem.
I hope I showed everybody here, like, that, us atheists, we have big hearts for people. We have a lot of heart. Just like just the only thing that's different is we believe in one God less than you. That's our only difference in our whole human race.
Well, first of all, I never really thought you were different than anybody else. You're human just like us. We're all the same eventually. We have different thoughts about different things, but as long as we're respectable with each other and we communicate with each other, I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, the fact that we can connect no matter what we believe in or what we don't believe in, that is huge.
Even if we believe in fairies and unicorns, it's okay.
Exactly.
Well, Adam isn't really. I think Adam's an atheist or agnostic. I think he's atheist, and I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think he agrees. I don't think he agrees with the way you, good without God, rationalize your atheism necessarily. But I don't want to speak for him. But
no, that's spot on. That's exactly accurate.
That's okay. That's okay.
But you definitely.
I'm not going to hold you I'm not going to hold that against you. Just like I hope you don't hold that what I believe or don't believe in against me.
Well, I think the first and foremost is that you kind of change your text "good without God," because it's very in your face in a way.
Okay, I respect that, and that's why I want to change my name, because I don't want to be the atheist that's in your face, okay, and arrogant. I'm definitely not arrogant about it. I hope you guys sense that.
Well, I got to know you a little bit better through this hangout, so I know that initially you're not like that. So,
and
but
that's
definitely,
what these hangouts are about.
Yeah.
With all debates aside, as we just discovered, we're all human beings, and that's what matters most. How we treating one another, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen, sister.
Right.
Yeah, I want to be clear. If I came off as being hostile or anything, I think you seem like a very nice person. You seem like a genuine person. This is kind of the tone of, you debate a topic, but it's not a personal attack or something.
Mm-hmm. And I have a well debater inside too, but with severe lack of sleep, I'm like very sleep deprived. So I didn't come prepared to be involved in any debate. I was just here to hang out. And I just did it randomly. I just thought, I looked at the thing in the Hangouts, and I just thought, you know what? I'm just gonna join a Hangout. I don't care who's there and what they believe. I'm just gonna come in and I'm just gonna hang out.
I am apparently getting really tired because what Adam said made me laugh. So I have resting bitch face, and Adam has resting bitch mode.
I think you guys are all cool and feel welcome to send me an invite or whatever. What do you call it in Google Plus? I'm fairly new to Google Plus, so what do they call it? A friend a circle?
Yeah, add to the circle.
Add to the circle. There we go. Circle of life.
Already
No matter who created it.
already added you. Already added you, and I'm happy to have you.
That's cool. Right on. And be prepared to be offended by what you might see on my page and stuff. I mean, I don't blame me if you get offended.
No, I don't get offended.
Because I can be pretty militant on my good days on here.
Without God, are you?
Okay, what will make you militant? What is the antecedent there?
When I actually look up some facts and I fight fact against fiction.
So
I fight fiction with facts.
So you're a fiction fighter.
I do not. I'm a fiction fighter. There you go. That's a good word for it.
The fiction fighter. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's your new name.
Fiction fighter. That is good.
Fiction fighters.
Yeah.
Are you good without God? Are you friends at all with the Idol Smasher?
No.
You know who that is though?
Idol Smasher.
I just saw that you had one of his videos on your channel.
Okay, so I'm probably subscribed to him then. I've got like many subscriptions and stuff, so I'll look it up.
Cause yeah, he's a good guy. He's a friend.
Mhm.
I think you have him on your insanity playlist.
Oh, do I?
People who are insane or what? Let me see.
Oh, was he challenging somebody that sounded insane?
I'm not sure if you have what he's saying as being insane or
what he's challenging.
The insanity of other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's my boy.
I say, don't take it wrong. He can sound insane sometimes. But he's still a nice guy.
Yeah, like if anybody ends up on that list, it's either because they're challenging somebody that I want to show what insanity looks like, or they themselves are portraying an insane person, or somewhat insane.
Yeah, just take him off that list.
Take him off that list?
Yes.
Well, the video that you have on there it's Idol Smasher criticizing the atheist community, so it could be. Do you remember that video? I think it's one of his videos.
I'd have to go look at it. Let me just take a look.
The selective science of atheism. I thought that was a good video.
Yeah, you will go. I saw. You could read some of her comments that he left on the video, Adam.
Have any of the believers or people who are not atheists in the room have had supernatural experiences?
I've had things very similar.
I just had one like 2 hours ago.
Explain.
Say that again. What was the question I asked? About supernatural experiences?
Oh, yeah. Say I'm gonna make a video.
Okay, I'm just going through the list here. I'm going to say. And what was the title of the video?
The selective science of atheism.
Oh, there it is. The Idol Smasher. Okay, let me take a little review of that.
What was your supernatural experience?
IdolSmasher@yahoo.com. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in.
Oh, are you talking to me?
I really like participating in my space on Facebook.
What was your question, James?
Yeah. Who has anybody in here had a supernatural experience?
The texting.
Yes.
Okay, what was yours?
I split into 3 people.
2 hours ago?
Yep.
During what activity?
I was half asleep and half awake.
I say the words, I don't know. And I do believe it.
And what happened when you split into 3 people?
One did my homework, and the other one was listening to the Hangout. That's awesome.
All right. So you're joking?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
joking.
Okay.
My bad. Just trying to make light.
That's
No,
cool.
but I did have supernatural experiences. They're very intimate for me, so very intimate.
Okay. Do you want to share any details about that, or just for fun?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay.
Anybody else? Any other believer?
I've had an experience. I wouldn't describe it as supernatural, but I've had an unusual, what some might refer to as a spiritual or mystical experience.
What was it?
It was kind of like a state of egoless, infinite consciousness, like where I felt like I wasn't myself. I just felt like there was only one self, and the entire universe was all just one connected thing without distinction.
Oh yeah.
It was crazy. It was like the most ultimate, wonderful thing I've ever experienced in my life. But
During what? What was the situation?
it was just a moment of contemplation, and it just kind of hit me. So I was contemplating that topic. Like I was reading about Eastern mysticism and enlightenment and that sort of thing, and I just kind of like had a shift in consciousness where it was like myself was not associated with my body. I think it's the simplest way of putting it.
Okay. Cool.
Part of the experience, though, was a very clear feeling or understanding that not that God doesn't exist, but that the experience itself, the source of the experience, had nothing to do with God or anything supernatural. That was like a feeling I felt like that was made very clear by the experience.
I've had similar experiences like that. Yep.
Like
And I would call that oneness God. And see, that's how I would just say that's, source. That's what I would call God.
This is gonna throw you guys off. What I'm gonna say next.
It won't be the first time.
Talk about insanity, right? Back when I did thought I believed in God, I had quite a few what they labeled back then as spiritual or supernatural experiences.
You're speaking in tongues?
I tried to. I think I faked it just to blend in, to be honest.
What were your experiences?
Things like visions, and I never heard any audible voices or anything like that, but I later discovered scientifically that I was lacking a lot of vitamin B, which can cause hallucinations and various things of that nature.
Did they predict the future?
But guess what? I had dreams like that.
And they actually came to pass?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Okay, continue.
So, but then again, the church explained that away. Some of them did, as that I was hearing from Satan and demons and all kinds of other shit like that, right? The wrong supernatural sources. So, yeah. But then the split, because some of them would say, "Oh, you're very prophetic and this and that," right? And I have gifts and all this stuff. So, I mean, I heard good and bad about those experiences within the domain of the church. But then
How
I
would you?
went to science to explain it away, and then I started taking vitamin B, and I never had those experiences anymore.
Wait, you said you had a dream. You had a dream, and then it came
Several
true.
dreams. Several dreams, not
And
just one.
they came true.
Well, some of them did, and then some of them were. I think some of them came from just stories, like you know how when you're a kid and you see a horror story and you get nightmares, right?
Uh,
Before I even knew what the devil looked like, before I even knew that a devil even existed, before I even seen any horror movies and stuff, I had dreams of devil-like things and demons that I would see later up on TV screens, and you know what I mean, that kind of stuff.
I hear you. About any positive dreams that came true? Positive?
Positive dreams. I'm gonna have to like search my memory for that at another time. If I
Okay.
come up with something, then I'll be able to tell you about it.
Okay.
That's why I brought up the conversation. So yeah, I've had multiple prophetic dreams. It actually started in 2013, so last year, February. So I had dreams before that where they were just very super clear, and I don't know, it just seemed like there was way too much of a narrative. So I started praying for the understanding of dreams and visions and stuff like that. So the day I did that, I found all types of weird videos, but I found this girl's videos on YouTube where she's talking about um, dreams and interpretations and understanding and all that. She was just like, pray for the understanding, pray for dreams, make sure you have a notebook because you're going to start getting all types of crazy dreams. I didn't really believe that, so I didn't do the notebook thing, but I did pray for dreams, visions, and the understanding of them. And so immediately that week, or that first night, yeah, I had like 7 or 8 dreams. It really messed me up. And then I think the day after that, I had this dream about my friend where we're in a car and he's knocked out in the car. He looks like he's asleep, and we're in the middle of the road. And a lady walks up to the car. She's talking to me, and then another guy walks up to the car. And he starts pulling my friend out. And I said, "Hey man, where are you taking him?" And they said he's going to the concentration camps. And I told my friend the next day, I was like, "Yo, I don't know what this means, but I've never understood words in a dream before. But in this dream, they said you're going to the concentration camps." So we laughed about it for a little bit, and then 3 days later, he got served for something that happened 4 months ago that we thought he had gotten off with, and they took him to court for four of these charges. He was driving without a license, intoxicated, without insurance, and on probation. so so what had happened was he knocked himself out when he reversed out of a parking spot at like 45 miles an hour, hit a tree, wrecked the car, and knocked himself out. And the paramedics came, took him to the hospital. And so 4 months later, I had this dream like this, and I told him. And then that was my first prophetic dream for another person, where it was saying that something's going to happen to you. So he ended up in jail for actually more than 3 months. It ended up being like 6 or 7 months. And then I had dreams about my coworker where he walks up to me and he has this box full of 2 deer heads, hunting guns, deer urine, and deer meat. And so I thought that one was a non-prophetic dream, so I didn't say anything. I just thought it was really too weird. So I didn't say anything the next day, but then 2 days later I was like, man, what if it actually means something? So we're here in South Florida, mind you. So I emailed him. I'm like, hey, Joe, we don't work in the same office, but we work on projects together. So I was like, do you know anything about deer? I know this sounds like a random question, but do you know anything about deer? He's like, yeah, I know about deer. I go hunting once a year back in Indiana, where I'm from. Why? I was like, okay, that's crazy. I said, well, because these guys kind of joke around. These guys are kind of funny. So I said, are you serious or are you kind of pulling me along? He's like, no. He's like, I have 2 deer head mounted because in 2011, one of the deer that I caught won Deer of the Year. One of them is at my mom's house, one of them is at my dad's house, and blah, blah, blah. So then I told him what the whole dream was. And I said, do you know what deer urine's about in that dream? He's like, yeah. When you go hunting, you use deer urine, and you put it up and it attracts other deer and stuff. I was like, yo, that's crazy. And so he ended up 3 months later moving back to Indiana. And I don't know if it was because of my dream, but he left on really short notice. He didn't even have a plan when he went out there. And then he ended up being actually like the senior web developer at Angie's List like shortly thereafter, and found his, I guess, love of his life there and stuff like that. So it was like he was meant to go back to Indiana. Um, but then I've had other stuff where I saw stuff before I saw it in real life. I had the voice of God speak to me, not during that same time, but a year before that. It said, to define an artist by only one title is an impossible compression. Meaning that if you can't say that somebody's only an illustrator or a designer or just a painter or just, or musician. People who are creative or who are artists are creative in many different ways. And I'm a graphic designer and I play music and I do all this stuff. But I think at that time I was trying to pin myself into one category. I was about to graduate from design school, and I had that dream like, or not that wasn't a dream, first of all, but I did have it while I was asleep. That experience, I was dreaming, and then the voice interrupted the dream, and it spoke. It was like a male voice, but it was really, it was, it was smooth, but it was firm. It was crazy. Um, and then the craziest experience to finish off with.
James,
Um,
what was the voice? What was the sentence that it said?
um, to define an artist under only one title is an impossible compression.
Huh.
And the last two words was what got me. So the whole night while I was asleep, I started dreaming again, but during my dreams I was memorizing, trying to make sure I didn't forget the statement that I had heard. It was crazy. So the first thing I did when I woke up was I Googled that sentence, because I was like, man, what if I heard that somewhere before? Maybe, yeah. But in those last two words, impossible compression, that had me so messed up. I was like, why would you word it that way? So that was the first time I heard God's voice like that, or the Holy Spirit, or whatever you want to call it. And the last experience, which was the craziest of them all, this was, and that one was like right after fasting, or during that time, and this experience also was. Um, I was fasting for several things, understanding, wisdom, guidance, and all that stuff, and it was like I did, I think, 3 days no food, just water, and it wasn't hallucinations. It wasn't any of that. I've done this before, and things happen automatically. Like you get raises at work and stuff, and people come into your life. It's weird, but this particular time, not only did God use me at my job to help a couple people with certain things, but I had this experience in my room where I was laying on my bed, and I know Green just made a joke about splitting into three people, but I wouldn't even have, I would have believed them, because what happened to me was I was in my bed, and then I got stood up in my bed. So I'm not saying it happened in the physical, but for me to tell you I was asleep or dreaming would be a lie. That's not what it was. Something stood me up in the bed. I guess it was in the spirit. I don't know, but it felt completely real. And then I started getting laid backwards, like with my hands across my chest. And at first, I thought I was falling. So I tried to put my hands down so I could catch myself, but I couldn't move anything. So I'm getting laid down stiff as a board backwards, and it was the coolest sensation floating down like that, right? So I get laid down, and then I get rolled over onto my left side, and then it's like a 2,000-pound ball of air is moving up and down my side. It's like it's crushing. It's really heavy, but it doesn't hurt at all. But it's super heavy. So it's like going up and down my arms. I'm looking. I'm like, my eyes are open, but I can't really move my eyes. I can breathe, but only shallow breaths. And I'm just experiencing it. So it's like up and down my legs, up and down my arms, and then it rolls me onto my back. And now it's on my chest. It's on my chest and my thighs and stuff. It's going up and down, and then it stops on my chest, and then it starts getting super heavy. Now, I wasn't scared. I wasn't like, I didn't think something was bad was gonna happen, but I didn't know what was going on. So because the whole time I was sitting there, I was like, okay, is this a demon or is this God? I'm like, what's going on? So I just said, in the name of Jesus. Like, it came out just like that. Like, I couldn't actually scream. and then it didn't stop immediately, but it subsided, I guess you would say. And then um, after that, I saw like these two weird images. I can't really remember right now. And then I had like 30 dreams. Like it felt, it was crazy. Um, so that situation led me to not pray or try to interact with God for the next 6 months. Like,
Hey James, can I ask you a question?
yeah,
What time did that happen?
what time? So that was the end of like March of 2012.
No,
What
what time
time?
during the day?
Like it might have been like 5 a.m.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. You went well. I used to have this book called Out of Body Experiences and How to Do It, and I actually could do it because this book actually showed you how to like leave your body, but it usually happens around that time. I think those are the times of sleep paralysis when you're between the awake state and the sleeping state, and that's why there's a compression there because the part of your brain when it's going to sleep, it kind of stops the body from moving in order for you to go to sleep. So it's kind of between those states. But definitely, I do believe it is it is a type of spiritual experience because you're actually going almost beyond yourself in a sense. You're going to, you're I was, you was able to leave your body in a sense. Like it was weird because like if I wanted to go left, I end up going right. It's you end up going up, you end up going down. Like it's a really strange, way of doing, and it usually happens around that time. But you know, there's a lot of theories into that, but there's people that actually do it. But this is back in the days I used to do stuff like that, but
Well,
not so much so.
I've experienced sleep paralysis before, though. So I understand not moving. I understand not breathing and all that stuff. I've had that. I've had sleep paralysis happen. Like it was more so as a kid. It happened like 3 times, and maybe as an adult, like maybe once. But I know what that feeling is. This wasn't that feeling. Number one, I got stood up. That usually what happens with sleep paralysis. It's more like you kind of wake up and you can't do anything. This wasn't that. Like I said, I got stood up, got laid on my back, got rolled over, and then it was like a big hand massaging me for like 15 minutes. It was crazy, and then rolled over onto my back, and then all this other extra stuff, and then me trying to scream out. It was a whole different thing, but yeah, I understand sleep paralysis and that whole idea, and I don't discount that. Um, and then like
And I saw some crazy visions too. Like I actually found out, because I seen a guy actually kill himself right in front of me when I was doing that. And I found out like a week later that somebody actually committed suicide in the bathroom in the house that I was living. Um, so you get these crazy visions, but it's all hypothetical. So, but I don't know if it was coincidence.
And can I? Yeah, you just brought the word coincidence because
The way I saw it, and the way he actually killed himself, it was almost the exact same way that the cop actually described it to me. It was really strange, but I don't know.
dreams are no joke, and visions are no joke. Like, yeah, I could get into the visions and stuff too.
The
I
microphone's out again. Good without God.
Okay. I don't know who just said that or what just
I
happened.
did.
What was it? What did you say?
No, good without God on mic's is going out again. The noise.
Yeah, you're having static. Good without God. You're having static on your mic.
there. How's that?
You're good now.
Okay. I just wanted to say, just to make a statement, and listening to all this is, I can truly say, and I think a lot of people, it's the brain is a very, what was I gonna say? Something about the brain. A complex organ. It's the most complex organ in the human body, I think.
Yeah, and those
I
experiences.
thought it was the stomach.
It's
I have to
crazy.
say the brain is even more complex.
I don't know. I think we think more of our stomachs. I don't know.
Those experiences, especially the one where I was in the bed and all that stuff happened, it, like I said, it led me to not interact with God for like 6 months. But I pursued the understanding of other people's supernatural experiences, because before that I was like, yeah, dude, I understand that happened to you, but I don't have any reference point for that, and it didn't happen to me. So hey, if you believe it happened to you, it's like a alien abduction or something. It's like, yeah, dude, whatever. But when it happened to me, now I'm the crazy person. So I started investigating other people's claims about visitations, angels, demons, and whatever, blah, blah, blah. There's this show called It's Supernatural with Sid Roth, and they just have people who um, claim to have had the Holy Spirit do things with them, prophecies, visions, dreams, blah, 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 miracles, and all that stuff. And I started noticing that, and I think I watched every episode that they had from like 2001 to 2012, like in the span of like 3 months. And I found that those people, they were only concerned with explaining how important Jesus is for a person, and that's what the experience led them to, was their affirmation and confirmation that God is real, and that you need to trust in Jesus and whatever. It's, as opposed to Hindu, let's say, miracle where somebody is able to float or something, where they say somebody floated, where it doesn't have any purpose for the person. Um, it doesn't bring them back to anything. Whereas, let's say a miracle of Jesus feeding 5,000, there's a purpose to it, or healing the sick, or miracles of whatever. It's like there's some way that it helps, or parting the Red Sea, it does something for someone. So anyway,
So hold on, James. So you're saying that a Hindu that's having a spiritual experience, it has no purpose?
No, I'm saying that the purpose from biblical from experiences in the Bible, or miracles in the Bible, or whatever supernatural events, there's a purpose. There's immediately you recognize that this is not a self-serving miracle, that it does something for somebody else, or it provides some, not a service, but it does something. Whereas floating and just saying, oh look, he's floating, it's more like, what is the point of that? If that is truly happening, so what?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. This dream that you had, where you stood up and kind of you were pushed down and
Wasn't a dream, but yeah, that experience, yeah.
that experience, okay. And then you like cried out to Jesus, right?
Hmm.
Okay. What made you assume that your experience was one of bad or evil, in need to cry out to Jesus?
I didn't know, but the whole time I was laying there, I remembered, um, like people saying that, like, oh, if you're in those situations, say, in the name of Jesus, or whatever. And so before it stopped on my chest and started getting really heavy, I wasn't sure if it was bad or if it was good or what was going on. And when it started getting really, really heavy, even then I wasn't sure that it wasn't a good thing. It's just that I I was like, okay, let me just try to get out of it, because it was getting so heavy. And so I said, in the name of Jesus. And like I said, it didn't immediately do anything, but shortly thereafter it did go away. And then I didn't. It's not that I woke up or whatever, but I immediately went into seeing these two images, and then going into sleep, like going into dreams. But I didn't think it was bad necessarily, but I did panic slightly. But yeah, man,
Certain level of like fear or something for you to
yes,
cry out.
I will admit, yes, yes. So, yeah, man, I could go on and on and on, and um, but that's after seeking God and trying to understand all type of stuff. So for me, with my logical brain, and having stuff where I was 16 and having people walk up to me and my friends and saying, "Hey, you," and they point to my friend and they're like, God has something for me to tell you," and they pull him over for 45 minutes, telling him stuff that happened to him when he was a kid that nobody should know, stuff that's happening in his life at that time that nobody else would know, and then stuff that's going to happen to him in the future. And me, as a I was at that time skeptical about all type of stuff. I'd always play devil's advocate in conversations, be like, how do you know God actually did this? How do you know the Bible is actually true? And blah blah blah. And then when I started having those things happen around me, where I know this person personally and this stuff is happening, that messed me up. So I had to really reconsider my whole leanings toward skepticism and atheism or whatever, and just be like, okay, how can I test this, or what am I really looking at here? So when I started having my own, like, it's happening to me, and it's from me pursuing God, the God of the Bible, and prophecy, and who can control that, who can control the future, and the Bible showing that Satan can't give you a dream. Satan can't do anything with the future. Satan can't command the future. Only God can do that. I realized that every dream, at this point, I'm convinced that every dream a person has some prophetic significance. So, I mean, that's just me. You're talking about vitamin B and all that other stuff. That's cool, but I believe every dream that you have, it has something to do with the future.
Can you believe that someone can have that same dream, the same experience, but not attribute whatever relief to Jesus, but God, like a generic term of God?
Say the first part of that question. The first sentence.
Like if I had that same experience, but I didn't cry out to Jesus, I just maybe I don't know, meditated or use a different word for God or another religion even, and they attribute that, I mean, would you accept that they had a God experience, even though they don't attribute it to Jesus, say, or the Bible?
Well, for me, it was in a time of pursuing God. So, and all those experiences really were in those times. So I know who it was coming from for me. But yeah, like I said, I've heard of sleep paralysis. I know people talk about spirits or beings being on their chest or not being able to move and breathe, and all those things.
Were you
And
pursuing other religions as well at the time? Or because I mean, like I'm trying to get like maybe have them, some subconscious going. I'm just, like you say you were pursuing God, but at the same time you were like hearing other Christians talk about stuff. I mean, do you think that played an influence in interpreting the dream as one, I mean, you're automatically gonna like go towards the Jesus thing because that's what you're hearing while you're in the pursuit of God. You know what I'm saying?
well, I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Well, by this time, yeah, by that time, 2012, I was a Christian for many years, but I hadn't gone into fasting and really gone into pursuing like that at that
Oh,
depth.
you were a Christian already then.
Right, so that's 2012.
Oh,
Now, when I talk about the people coming up to me and my friend and prophesying for 45 minutes, that happened in 2003. So, and then I mean, I've had other things happen at church and stuff like that, where I was skeptical around that time, but those types of experiences started to pick up 2003, 2004, and me myself, I was prophesied to, and then stuff happened, and so yeah, it started knocking off the little tidbits of doubt and whatnot. So at this point, I'm 100% all in. Like, there's no way the God of the Bible is not the true God, or the only God, or whatever. So that's where I'm at now. Very simple.
I think
That's
that's some
amazing
pretty,
stuff, guys.
yeah, pretty compelling testimony, I think.
Yeah, and then so for me, for my own personal experience, I can't deny God. So I can't present that evidence to be accepted by anybody else in the room, right?
Right.
But I can't. It would be dishonest for me to deny what has happened to me. Like, I had to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, experience is totally subjective, and it's not going to be a, you know, factor for truth. So, I mean, that's part of why I believe in, still believe in a God or a source. But I mean, But I have this question for you, James. I mean, I was a Christian for 30 years, different denominations and everything, and then questions arose and skepticism, um, and I went through a 2 year period, and I was praying, asking, Jesus, what's going on here? I'm seeing things differently, and I didn't get no dream or any kind of affirmation, saying that I was, going the wrong direction. And then, I mean, I mean, I was coming to my own truth. So, I mean, I don't know if you have an explanation for that. I mean, some Christians would just say I'm deceived from the devil or something like that, but, um,
I would ask, when you, for those 30 years, did you, how familiar were you with the Word, with the Bible itself, and like,
pretty familiar.
pardon?
Pretty familiar. I mean, more so New Testament than Old Testament at the time, but pretty familiar.
Okay. Um, uh, I don't know. I would say that, and then I would ask, was your relationship with God intimate, and like, were you fasting? Um, were you?
Oh, I could tell you I've shared here in the chat before. I've had some profound spiritual experiences, actually. Yeah, even how I met my wife. I mean, yeah. Um, I can say this. I think I can. Um, Let me say this. I think spiritual experiences can still be real, but maybe because of my childhood influences and whatever I was believing at the time, attributed to a God of the Bible. If that makes any sense to you at all, there was a label on it. I'm not. I cannot deny. I mean, there. I don't want to get into the whole story of the experiences, but um, I think I could separate the two, or then again, there could be other emotions involved also. Um,
Well, I would say the deeper, for me, the deeper I got, the more intense the stuff that I got back was. So, I'm not a. I don't know if you were going that deep and God didn't respond. I can't. Yeah, I don't know why that was.
well, see,
Um,
now I would say God, in a way, did respond. It was just not the God Jesus of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? There was a release, actually. I mean, I was finding truth, and they say the truth will set you free. My saying is the truth will set you free, but it just might piss you off at first. And I got pissed off because I felt like, yeah, I've been deceived for 30 years, but there was a certain truth that I was freed from, that I was able to be open to other perspectives about God. I became less judgmental of people. I didn't look at people as saved and unsaved. I had no need to, uh, you know, tell people that they need to have Jesus and stuff like that. So in a weird sense, I actually got free of a bondage of disbelief. So in a way, I guess I could say God did free me in a way, but to the Christian, they won't see it that way. If you
yeah,
could.
same thing for me, except it's like I saw how it couldn't be universalism. I saw how other religions contradicted other religions and contradicted Christianity or Judaism in the Bible. And so I was like, okay, either everybody's wrong or only one of them is right. And so if Islam says Jesus never died on the cross, and the Bible says Jesus did die on the cross, um, if the Bible is the only book of prophecy and accepted that as historically having these prophecies fulfilled over and over and over and over again, and other books don't match up. Um, I don't know. There were all types of stuff for me as well on the other side of it. So I hear what you're saying for yourself. Um, I I would say from my perspective at this time, I don't think that revelation that you're saying you got. Um, Unless God is using it for some other purpose to bring you back around, I don't think God would have
Well,
led
see
you.
that very thing you said right there, bring me back around. That's always I play issue with that because it's bring me back around to Christianity. This is the way. This has got to be the way. You know, I don't think for me, I don't need to be brought back. It's like when Christians come to me and ask me, and I always find this kind of funny. When are you coming back to the Lord? And I say, I never. I mean, I never left God. God never left me. I still believe in the Creator. It's just that I don't believe in the one you're believing in. I don't have, it's not so narrow for me as it is,
So you don't believe in the God of the Bible per se.
per se, right? I call myself a biblical atheist.
Okay. All right. Well,
That's why I'm a theist. That's why I'm very fascinated by Eastern thought and Zen. I think it's almost like when looking at these other philosophies and stuff, it's almost like for most of my life I've been living with half a brain, and now it's like I'm getting exposed to this other stuff, and it's like it's coming together for me. If that makes any sense to you at all.
I completely understand it. What the Bible has shown me, or what God has shown me through the Bible, is that like you made a comment earlier where you said, "Oh, just live a good life, be a good person." I would ask you, what is a good person? Like the Bible would say that nobody is good actually.
Right.
We all need forgiveness. We've all disobeyed God.
What is good is what is benefit to a person or a community or society. It's beneficial. There's some kind of positive result.
Do you believe you are a good person?
I believe I am a good person most of the time. Yes.
Right. So do you do bad things?
Yeah, I do bad things. Yeah.
So good. So what's the difference between a bad person and a good person?
Oh, hold on. Why am I hearing Ray Comfort for some reason?
No, you're hearing James.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought I was being delusional.
But yeah, so for you, Brother John,
A bad person is someone who is going to they're going to do bad things. They're going to infringe upon the rights of other people. Take their life, steal from them. They're not a benefit. They're a detriment. I mean, in the strictest sense. I'm not. In extreme senses. I mean, there are bad things I do. Say I smoke cigarettes. That's a bad thing. Because it does harm to my body. So I'm doing harm to myself. So any kind of harm that is done, it's a bad thing. And then you have these degrees. So I don't see black and white. I don't see a world of black and white. I see, to me, deism is like 50 Shades of Gray.
So like,
sometimes.
So bad people are bad and they do bad things, and some good people do bad things as well.
I think there's good and bad in everyone. For some, it's more the good is going to be more dominant. I think for the most part, I think in general, human beings are basically good. See, and that's another perspective I got totally different from Christianity. When in Christianity, you're taught, the original sin, you're a wicked sinner, you need salvation, you're a terrible person. Now I don't see it as that. I see someone comes into the world with a clean slate, and there's influences in the world and everything that come upon them, to which way they're gonna go, besides their own free will and choices and stuff like that.
So, I mean, so good people, even good people do bad things.
Sure.
Like, okay, so like the way the Bible presents it, in my understanding, is that it's because of the percentages. Let's say it's a percentages game. The way God's looking at it, if you've ever done something bad, you can no longer be 100%, claim to be 100% good. And so, for that reason, to maintain a relationship with Him and blah blah blah, you have to be forgiven. You have to get rid of whatever that bad thing you did is.
Why? Why do I have to?
Well, that's speaking I'm speaking from the biblical perspective.
Exactly.
So I'm just so for me, another religion or another idea, a way of thinking, another worldview, would have to give me a better explanation of what to do with this bad stuff that I've done in my life or in my past, or why it matters that I don't do bad things, or how that works in the universe. And so I don't I don't find a good enough explanation or process or a system, because I don't think it's okay to just do bad stuff and be like, oh man, I'm sad I did it.
Right.
Like there has to be consequences. Um,
Okay.
or when I found out that there
Well, hold on, James. When you say consequences, what do you mean by that?
or what I should have said, when I found the way the Bible explains it, the way God has explained it through the Bible, that made sense to me. So when you asked me, so you said, what do I mean by consequences?
Yeah, because when you said, when you do bad things and you said we have consequences, of course, but like, what is your definitions of consequences?
Oh, okay. So if my mother tells me not to run outside after 6 o'clock, and I do run outside after 6 o'clock, and she does nothing when I come back, that doesn't make too much sense. Maybe it makes sense the first and second time, or she's like, "Hey, I warned you, I warned you." But if she says, "This is what's going to happen when you do this," and let's say it's no TV, or you're grounded, or whatever, there's some consequence for disobedience, or for doing bad things. And so the way, again, the Bible has shown, people were sinful. God killed everybody with a flood. He was like, okay, now we're going to do it this way. You can execute judgment upon each other. I won't kill everybody myself. And so he says, if you commit adultery or you do this certain thing, you have to be killed. Or if you do this and that, you can actually sacrifice an animal in place of yourself, or you can sacrifice 2 doves. There has to be some consequence, where you can be punished some other way, blah, blah, blah. And then Jesus dies for everybody's sins. But we all deserve the punishment. But God has given ways to accept forgiveness.
So what is the punishment?
In the Old Testament, the people died. They got killed for that. That was the punishment. In the Torah, in the law, it was either death of yourself if the sin was severe enough, or it was another animal who was able to die in place if it wasn't severe enough for you to die for yourself. And with Jesus, he was able to die for people and take the punishment that we all deserved, and he's able to die. But if you don't accept, but if you don't accept him as the payment for your sins, then you will, after death, face your punishment.
And what is that punishment?
Hell.
For how long?
The Bible says eternal punishment. What that means, either or eternal damnation. That can either mean that you are eternally destroyed, so that you never can be again, or you're eternally tormented. I haven't figured out exactly what it is. I have to research it, and I've heard debates on it. So I'm like, okay, that's 2 interesting ways of looking at it. Eternal damnation.
Sounds pretty evil.
So you believe God created a hell for the people who deny His Son? He created this hell.
It's not about denying His Son. For people who reject forgiveness, He just wants to give you forgiveness for the things that you've done, that we all do in our lives. But yeah, if people don't want to be forgiven, then yeah, He has the punishment awaiting. So the forgiveness at one time was in a system of sacrifice, animals and blood and whatever. At one time, there was none of that in place, so people had to die themselves. But at this point, even though there's always been death as the payment for sin, it was Jesus that took that death. So if people don't want to accept that.
James, but does that bother you in a sense to really know that a God will do that?
No. If I have kids and I give them rules.
Yeah, but you're not gonna punish them with death and eternal torment.
No, but you're gonna I don't know if you have kids or if you've.
Yes, I have kids.
Do you punish them for things when they disobey?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna torture them.
Have you ever inflicted pain upon them?
No, I don't do that.
Have you ever taken things away from them, or things like that?
Cost response. Yeah.
Right. And so it depends on the level of the crime, right? The crime or the disobedience.
Well,
Well, it
definitely.
comes down to is infinite punishment for finite crimes justifiable?
Yeah, that's more of the problem here.
Well, that comes to your understanding as a human as to what should be right happening to you for what you've done, and maybe we're not understanding the severity of it from God's perspective. That's us. But if the Creator decides what the punishment is, that's Him.
Man, that's tough, man. I don't know. It's again, I'm not. It's just really tough for me to swallow. Actually, and I grew up Catholic, and there was a period I was a Christian, and that whole story just kept running in my mind constantly, and I couldn't do it.
Do you think that there's a possibility, James, that most the Christians, that believe, as you do, really it comes down to having more faith in a book than actually a living God? Because you're saying God is going to decide to do these things. Who might question whatever because it says it in the book.
It sounds pretty unjust, doesn't it, Green? Frank, doesn't it sound like a petty, evil God?
I try to wrap my head around it and try to understand it, and to this day, I'm having a hard time accepting it.
Yeah, me too. I definitely don't accept that.
What was the question? Somebody had a question for me. I didn't. Repeat it.
I was saying that it seems that you gave your ideas about what God is and how He's going to deal with sin and people who.
The book, you said, yeah.
Right, because it comes down to what the book says, and it seems that to me, how I see it, that there's more faith placed in the book. It seems like the Bible becomes God, and you can't. And to even imagine or even think beyond the Bible is almost, it's taboo.
No, it's
use your own mind or even to use any kind of reason because, like Frank says, to this idea of an infinite punishment for a finite crime, it just seems so. It does seem unreasonable and unjust.
No, so if the God of the Bible is real, and He's given.
James, out of respect, I want you to stop referring to your God as God of the Bible from now on, if you're going to talk that way.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Don't refer to the God of the Bible anymore. Refer to it as Jesus or your Lord or whatever other word you want to use, but not the Bible. Thank you.
The God of Israel, the way He said it
Don't.
in the Bible.
I just asked you not to, and you go on to do it again.
But okay, God. With the way God, when I'm referring to the God of the Bible, when I say that, the way God has
the God that He interprets through the Bible.
Right.
Right.
Right. The God of the Bible doesn't do what He's saying. Punish people unjustly for early eternity.
And yes, there's Christians that believe that as well, but we're going by His interpretation.
So
Right, John, Brother John. I'm asking him out of respect for me and other people not to do that.
So when he gives prophecies, and He speaks to Ezekiel, when He speaks to Daniel, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and He speaks about the future, and those things came to pass, and He talks about other things that have come to pass. It's saying, okay, you can trust me with this. Where you can, who else could have spoken that and had that come true? Okay, this is the rest of the things I'm saying, and these things are true as well. So it's not just trusting in the book because it's written down and it's old and it's tradition and it's men's writings. It's because there's a certain confidence you can have in this based on the other things that are presented. I can't do that with the Hindu writings or the Quran or something. I can't do it with any of those.
Well, like I expressed with you earlier, and then part of the problem was for me,
I mean, I look at some of these prophecies, and if you look in context, and even like I got down with you earlier with the specific wording, um,
Hey, John May, what's going on, man?
I couldn't see these prophecies being one of messianic.
John, what's up? I'm
What's
sorry.
I just woke up.
You just woke up. Have you had a good lick yet?
No, I need a good lick.
A cup of coffee and a good lick.
A nice lick.
You're letting that beard grow, huh, John?
John is
Yeah.
a prophet now.
No, I'm going to go. I want to be Father Christmas, though. I thought, I better start now. I need a job.
You need a job.
Yeah, Christmas time.
I know what I want for Christmas. $4,000.
How much?
4,000. That's all. This Christmas.
Have you got change of a $10,000 note?
Oh no. We're not playing that, man. You just put.
Okay.
Now, are we worshiping the Bible today, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we're in a discussion about the Bible right now. Yeah.
Well, I've made up my mind.
We know that.
Well, I want to worship them all, and I want to throw in all the idols. I want to cover all the bases.
I do. I want to throw in the idols, especially the New Testament one. Definitely.
Oh, fuck, I'm going for the old and new. I don't give a fuck. I've had enough. Old and new, second hand, doesn't matter. Go for the lot. I just want to cover all the bases. I don't want to be caught out.
But yeah, man, did you have any additional questions for me, or you good?
Oh, James, I got a guy named Joseph, man. I think you'll love him, man.
Can I ask a question? I'm still not asleep yet.
Are you sure? Had a body experience?
Is it all believers in here now?
Yeah.
Am I the only atheist?
No, Adam's an atheist and John May's an atheist.
Okay.
No, I've changed. I've fucking changed. All right.
So it's not just all about the Bible and believers and stuff.
No, I've changed my mind.
No. I was getting the heat off of you, good without God. I was getting the heat off of you there for a while. Gave you a little break.
Thank you, baby.
What's your question?
What did you say, Adam?
Isn't Reuben an atheist?
Oh, he's agnostic.
Huh.
I just want to point out in the chat there, I've posted a few, like, remember when I told you I don't store all the information in my brain, I can't possibly store all the scientific information, and I didn't come here prepared to debate, but I did post some videos that I have found in the past on my playlists. If you guys are interested, they're only like 8 to 10 minutes long, that do support what I was trying to say verbally with some of the questions you guys challenged me with.
Wait a minute, 8 minutes?
About 8 to 10 minutes long, no longer than that.
I don't know.
What sort of videos are they?
About the other structures that I believe that about evolution, how it all started, what began it, and
Atheist
one is
propaganda, I think it's called.
no, it's not propaganda. It's all scientifically fact-based stuff.
I think 8 minutes is too long to explain evolution.
2 minutes.
All stuff that's
max.
proven based fact outside of the Bible.
I'm gonna definitely check out the Big Bang one. I'm really interested in the Big Bang. So
Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah,
And then
Adam agrees with me on that. The Big Bang has more holes in it than Swiss cheese, you know?
No, I heard it was a big spill.
Then there's
Oh, the
two
big spill.
evolution.
Mhm.
There's two evolution ones I want you guys to just to check out, just to check it out.
Post the link.
I did in the chat. You have to scroll up.
Oh, that was. I just joined. I was
Oh.
raptured before.
Want me to
I got
repost
raptured.
it? Okay.
My son raptured me off the computer.
Okay, I'll repost them for you.
also good
Just-
without God. If you put those on your Google Plus page, we could access them that way too.
Well, if you want to go to my channel and go to the science playlist,
That doesn't sound too promising, because we all know that science is wrong.
All these are in my playlists.
You know what I'm
Thank
talking
you for
about?
saying that, John. Yeah, it took balls saying that.
I missed what he said. What did he say?
It's all wrong.
I'm gonna
I
jump
like
out
the
of my
Bible because it starts off with abracadabra, and I'm all for that. I love abracadabra.
Okay, I'll say abracadabra, and then you can click on the link. Does that count?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there's her there's her playlist if anybody's interested.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love abracadabra.
I love
Good
that.
one, guys.
Yeah, you know, I thought we're definitely going over 8 hours here. I know this room was open up like a little after 11:30 Eastern. I thought there was an 8 hour limit on it. We're still live too.
Oh, I know. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning here, and I think I came in around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
I was here pretty much from the beginning. It was almost 12 then. So yeah.
John May, the kid's not going to take over the computer, and you're going to have to leave.
What are you talking about? He's only been on for 12 hours.
Oh, okay. He's
Hey, he
going to
can't
for
be
record.
here. Isn't this an 18 older, 18 plus?
No,
Hang on.
he could stay. He could stay.
Listen, he swears more than you.
He swears more than you?
Yeah, when you rev him up. Trust me.
Abracadabra.
They're talking to you, Jack.
What?
They're trying to rapture you.
Oh, they can't trick me.
Like how trick me. I like that.
I love that accent.
Yeah, like how trick me.
I
I'm
can't
s-
trick me.
He scares me.
Ain't nobody gonna trick me.
Yeah, how's my Taliban beard going? Do you think?
I think you're
I'll be
going
able
to. I think you're going to be ready for the trip.
Well, they just blew up some petrol trucks the other day. Did you notice that on TV?
I did notice that. Yeah.
Hey, John, you gotta put olive oil on the beard so it could grow nice and thick.
I want it like really long, you know, so
Like
about a foot
Moses.
long. I want it to go down to my navel at least.
Make sure you bring a staff.
Olive oil makes it grow thick green.
Yeah, it gives a nice little curly stub on it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Never heard of that.
Can that work on top of your head?
I just want
Yes,
to
it does. Actually, it does.
Really?
Because
I'm
I
going to try that.
Extra virgin olive oil, cold pressed.
Oh, okay. Extra virgin.
Ooh. Well, you get 72 of them when you get raptured.
That's that. You know what? That 72 shit. That sounds like fucking hell, man.
That's hell.
That is freaking hell, dude.
No, that's paradise.
Are you serious?
What if
Are
there's
you
72
serious?
ugly virgins?
Yo, I can't even do it with
Abracadabra.
one.
Yeah, what is it with the virgin business, you know?
It's-
There's obviously something in it.
I didn't even know James left. Okay. I gotta give kudos to James, man. He takes a lot of questions on and he handles it pretty well.
No, he's genuine good, but I think
I started getting a little. I don't know if people could tell. I was getting a little annoying at the end there. I didn't mean to. I just.
no, I definitely understand because just that whole
The
thing,
whole
man.
Yeah, the
That
hell-
cognitive dissonance, man, it's really killing me, man. I
And then
couldn't
he-
deal with it.
And then he tries to masquerade like it's some sort of Jewish thing, like Old Testament, and it's not.
But Frank, compared to Joseph, man, this is like you know.
I know. I'll take James any day, man.
At least we can have a conversation. We can have a dialogue. We can, you know, at least, you know.
It was all good.
Yeah. I would have loved to ask him my hell question, but next time.
Why don't you throw that one at me?
Well, I have this thing. See, what hell?
hell was probably one of the first things that I dealt with in part of my deconversion process. And I came up with this analogy that, you know, especially people who believe in this eternal hell, that, I mean, if God knows all, if he knew everything, then he must have known that, according to the Christian belief, that most of the population is going to go to this hell. So where would the free will? So my question is always like, okay, imagine yourself having 7 kids. You had the foreknowledge you were going to have 7 kids, and those 7 kids, each representing, say, 1 billion people in this world, because we've got about 7 billion, and that's just living today, never mind history. Now you have the foreknowledge that you're going to have 7 kids, but 6 of them are going to go to this eternal hell. You know that they're not going to accept your son, you're not going to accept you, whatever. Would you still have those kids?
Yeah, fucking nice. You know, you don't want to go to hell by yourself.
Well, I
Maybe-
had a child as a believer way back when, believing that we were all going to go to hell anyway. So there you go.
But I'm saying if you had the foreknowledge, say you had the foreknowledge.
Sounds like child abuse, doesn't it, Brother John?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the way I look at it is if you said yes, I would still have those kids, despite that they're going to spend eternity in hell. I'm still going to allow them to be born, created, you know. Then for me, I'm saying then, you know, that's a selfish, self-serving act, because now
Yes.
you're having these kids just for this limited amount of time for your own enjoyment. So I you know, and if you said
Isn't that a
no,
form of narcissism?
right? And if you said no, I wouldn't have those kids, then I dare say to the Christian that you are more loving and compassionate than the God that you preach.
Yeah, good point. Excellent.
You
Where
wouldn't
were
believe
you
it.
earlier?
A couple of nights ago, I was to hang out with Matthew
Oh,
Bell.
I was almost fainting early. Remember?
Oh yeah. So you feeling better?
Well, you guys were talking about hell while I was fainting.
We thought you went there. Ha! No, just kidding. Thought we were never gonna see you again.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Is that
Has
your little
anybody here
baby
been in
beside
a
you?
debate with Matthew Bell?
Was that John?
Has anybody here been in a room with Matthew Bell?
Oh, I have. It's like being in a room with a mental patient. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Has he drove you to drink too, John?
Yeah, he did. 2 nights ago, believe it or not, I fluked it. I was ready for the sack, and I saw his face, and I went, "Oh, I've got to go in," and I went in. And the minute I went in, I waited about 2 minutes until all the bullshit stopped, and then I just told him. I said, I started out. I says, "Listen, you still believe in that Sky Daddy?" And he goes, "Oh, fucking this and fucking that," and I went, "Oh, big Christian knows how to swear." And he's swearing his head off.
I'm sorry.
And I thought, I wish I could have recorded it. It was one of the best hangouts I had for a long time.
That sounds like one I should add to my insanity playlist.
Oh no, it was good. I loved it. I can't wait to get into the next one. I really can't.
I'm gonna be looking for him.
Oh no, it was good. He's learned all the words and the C words. He knows them all, and I got it out of him. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I loved it. Actually, when I went to bed, I couldn't even stop laughing.
Excuse me. Who kicked Cerberus and why?
Oh, there was an argument going on in the chat.
Oh, I missed that argument. Well, yeah, I'm trying to
Scroll back about when you came in, right around time you came in.
Oh, Cerberus got kicked. Oh. Oh.
Did you kick him?
Oh.
Cerberus, he was the artist, right?
No, I'll tell you.
No secrets. You gotta tell everyone.
Oh, tell him, Jack. Tell him. Don't tell him.
It's because it's fucked up logic.
Fucked up
Did you hear
nonsense?
that?
Is that what you said?
No, he said fucked up logic.
Fucked up logic. Yes. That's what his fantasy sounds like.
Well, that's what his icon says.
That's why I made. That's what. Those are the people that inspired my list. The ones that are right out there, like, and they force religion on people and their nutcracker ideals. Those are the Christians I don't respect, and I never can.
There's a couple of. It was just on the news tonight. There's a couple of. They're not Aussies. They're from the Middle East, and they came over here. I don't even know how they've got a fucking passport, but they live in Australia. They've gone back to join the bloody Taliban group or that ISIS group, whatever it's called, ISIS.
Yeah. ISIS, yeah. Oh, that's
And
that's hell on earth.
And then they actually filmed them burning their Australian passports, and I went, "You beauty, you're not coming back,
Yeah.
Ripper."
That's the win-win situation right there, John, right?
Oh yeah, when I saw that, I went, "Ah, you beauty."
Has anybody seen the live coverage of beheadings?
Yeah, there were
Oh
actually.
yeah, I love those videos. Yeah, I watch those all the time.
Oh,
Welcome, Rob.
G'day,
They used
mate.
to
How
put
you
them on YouTube. The beheadings.
You love those videos? People's getting their heads chopped off?
Hey,
yeah,
Rob.
it's like animals to the slaughter, really.
Hi, mate.
Brother John, I was being a little facetious there. Come on, you should know me. You should know me better than that. I don't like nastiness. Come on.
But it's reality. That's what we thrive on, isn't it?
Well, I'm striving to make it better.
Yeah, that's where we all agree on to make reality better. That is the ultimate goal for all humans, isn't it?
We hope so.
No, there's a lot of sick people, a lot of weeds out there that need to be ripped out by the roots. You know.
The extremists. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're the worst kind. Species. Kind or species?
Nah, I'm not so sure about that because we the people, like the general folk, aren't really the problem. It's really the hierarchy, the ego. I mean, if you look through history, that's the story anyway. And I think we get caught up blaming the lost sheep, as it were.
You want a drink?
Hey, do I want a drink? Yeah, John.
I'm
What do you got?
talking to you, son. Hang on.
I think he's a little bit young to be hitting the bottle. I mean, I guess I know he's Australian and everything, but shit, I mean.
Lost us.
He says you're too young, Jack.
What?
I started off with sips of beer, and I don't drink beer ever as an adult.
I drank Meisterbräu when I was 5.
Yeah.
Oh, Jägermeister. Oh man.
No, that got me in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the Jaeger usually does.
Yeah, that got me.
Gold specks in it.
Jack Daniels got me more in trouble than Jaeger.
No, Jack Daniels got me sleeping for 3 days.
I know him by John. You know, we used to be best friends.
Tequila got me a few times.
I can't even smell the bottle. I get nauseous now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, though.
160% Jamaican rum. 160 proof. Oh.
Ooh.
I haven't drinking a lick of rum since either.
When was the last time you drank?
Oh, I was a teenage alcoholic. And a Christian.
They go great together. What are you talking about?
That's when imagination took over my brain.
The church I used to go to, they used to have this thing called the Overcomers Group. You know, so if you had alcohol or drug problems and stuff like that, and they used to have it on Monday nights,
And I'll never forget, and the neighbors got in an uproar because they had like one of those marquee signs, but they didn't have enough room on the sign. So what it would say Monday night, drugs and alcohol. They couldn't put in overcomers, of drug. And the neighbors were like, "What the hell is going on in this serving drugs and alcohol on Monday night?"
That reminds me, there's a church I keep driving by here. I want to know what you guys think of this sign where it says Jesus, the gentle invasion.
Gentle invasion?
Sounds like a movie.
Yeah, on a church sign.
The gentle invasion.
The
Just
gentle invasion.
relax, this won't hurt a bit.
It's just a gentle invasion.
Jesus saves, Moses invests.
Oh, God. I'd go further with this, but there's a kid in the room.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a substance abuse counselor, right? And you know what I used to talk in groups?
Say anything you want. He knows. He knows all the words.
Well, nah, I'm just not
You haven't
comfortable.
seen you play Team Fortress 2.
I'm not comfortable with it.
Someone was going to talk about being a counselor?
No, I was a counselor, a substance abuse counselor.
Yeah, and you were going to say?
No, when I said the best part of being a counselor doing groups is just talking about getting high.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Like, just have a ball.
Talking about getting high was your high.
Intensified.
Yeah, but you couldn't come high to the group. There was one time this guy was just really ripped coming into the group, and I had to stop the group and drug test them.
Mm-hmm.
And usually the drug test will identify barbiturates, alcohol, marijuana, you name it. It had it all. This guy had everything. He tested positive for every single thing on that piss test. Actually, I was so impressed by it. I was like, yo, you're a freaking walking pharmacy, dude. But, I told him, I said, look, you got to come back when you're sober. But I couldn't believe what I was just seeing. But, it's amazing how people, you know what? I think during my lifetime, I think I hit all of them too.
I fell asleep in a snowbank once.
Invite him into the hangout. He'll fit in right at home.
And survived.
Yeah.
Alcohol preserves you, even in the ice cold weather.
Yeah, I could only do alcohol for certain amounts of periods. I go through phases.
Mm-hmm.
How cold is it over there by you, John?
How
It's cold.
Oh, John, man.
Well, they're winter over there, right?
Yeah, that's right, you're right. Just started, yeah.
Is it blizzard?
Over where?
Down under.
No way, really?
Yeah, when it's summer for us, it's winter for them. Yeah.
So what's the coldest temperature you guys experience down under?
-3.
Hey?
-3 centigrade? That's pretty cold.
-3? What's that? -30?
No,
that's
Celsius.
Celsius. That would be 6. What would that be? 30 Fahrenheit? Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, that's nothing. We get
We're Americans. We don't use Celsius, man. We use Fahrenheit. Come on.
Yeah, I know. It's about time you changed over.
We don't use math.
The coldest temperature we've ever experienced up here is -45 degrees Celsius. Figure that out.
Us Americans say fuck the metric system and screw centigrade. We don't do that. No.
Yeah, but what we've done here in Australia, like when it gets cold and it's -20 or 30, whatever it is in your lingo, we invented these things called heaters, and it just
we're barbarians. We don't have that yet.
Probably not.
Australians.
We still have to rub sticks together here in the States.
Oh yeah, I understand. But heaters sort the temperature problem out. Yeah.
Our igloos are pretty isolating.
I thought Australians just they they go inside the kangaroo's belly pouch and they keep warming like that.
Yeah, but you're upside down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, instead of riding horses, they ride kangaroos in their pouches.
Is that
Camels. But we're going to the Middle East to learn how to ride the camels. We want the double humpers.
You guys have litters down under, do you?
-3 Celsius is not that cold.
See, this is the problem we've got. To the left of us, we've got the Middle East, and to the right, we've got America. We're in the middle, you know, and it's just a shit fight. We're copping it.
Yeah, and then right above you got the Asians, so you're triple fucked.
Yeah, we've got it all.
Isn't in the bottom you got a waistline?
Come to Australia. It's like, fuck off. You shat in your own backyard, now you want to come and shit in ours.
How could you not legalize drugs in Australia?
It is.
You would have to be high in order to live in Australia, wouldn't you?
Listen, they just found another $42 million of crystal meth yesterday.
Excuse me,
In your
guys.
house?
Excuse
Yeah,
me,
in
guys.
Australia.
Excuse me, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. My wife just made an awesome breakfast.
Oh, you lucky you.
Oh man, it's freaking.
You had to rub it into. You know, let us
I
know
know.
about it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm too tired to eat.
Wonderful cook, wonderful cook. See you in a little bit.
You better do something nice for her.
Hey, could you do me a favor, John? Just go in front of your hangout and just eat in front of us.
Oh, that'd be cruel. I'd probably eat my monitor.
That'd probably it'd be cruel to my wife because, oh, you know, I can't even drag you away from the computer to have breakfast with me. Come on.
Probably start nibbling on my long shafted microphone.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Enjoy your brekkie. Uh-oh, it's dead silence now. Crickets.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I always thought BRB means bloody rotten bastard. God.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it means, John.
The bloody song.
Yeah, you're arcing him up. Once you arc him up, that's the end of it.
Let me have to sing the song.
It-
Worship the Bible, whatever it says. Just really worship inside of my head. So won't you save me to give me your praise? I'm crazy, I'm crazy. I wanted to form a beach and a plan on that.
I'm getting out from a child.
This hangout just going completely south. Like John would say, it went pear-shaped.
I got another song.
Don't sing another song, Jack.
Oh God, no, not another song.
Oh, you found me, fuck yeah. Come and here, see more fucking yeah, me, fuck yeah. When you taste your dearest food.
What do you got your kid watching?
Milk, fuck yeah. It's trying to make that share. It's a whole moon tomorrow. Fuck yeah. That'll fuck yeah.
doing to my dog?
Oh boy.
The dog's biting us.
Boy, the dog sounds angry.
He hates the song.
He loves his hangout too. He's been listening to it all night with me. I wish I had a video camera. He's the biggest lovable dog. Now he thinks it's playtime. It's my bedtime. Keep singing.
Keep singing, Jack. Sing the America song.
No, please. If I'll stop. I convert to Christianity if you stop. Yes, Jesus is the Lord and Savior. Stop.
I don't know where he learned that one. I don't know.
A friend gave it to me on Steam.
So Adam, what are you doing over there? You're awful quiet.
I'm just enjoying the show.
You have anything on the agenda?
No, I'm about to go to sleep.
Well, what do you got plans for tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't really have any plans. Clean up. Maybe watch some. I got some new VHS.
Ooh, VHS. That's like 1990s. Loving it.
New technology.
You're not like the Muslims. You didn't skip that time. You went up. You got upgraded. What movies did you get?
Ninja Turtles.
That noise.
So, is someone's dildo going let loose again?
That's about firing up that dildo. Oh, yeah.